Hello, my beautiful sleepy friends. You guys wanted some Welsh mythology, and I have indeed delivered. Because tonight, we're travelling to ancient Wales, to a time when the boundary between the earthly world and the other world was as thin as morning mist. This is the story of Rhiannon, a woman who rode between worlds on a white horse that moved like poetry, and whose tale has been whispered across centuries in firelit halls and quiet bedrooms just like yours. So before we begin, as always, please take a moment to like the video and subscribe, as it helps us, and let me know where you are tuning in from and what time it is for you. Now dim your lights, get comfortable, and prepare to drift off with history. Before we meet our remarkable lady, you need to understand the world she rode into. Medieval Wales wasn't just rolling green hills and dramatic coastlines, though it certainly had those. It was a place where stories mattered as much as food, where poets held social rank just below kings, and where the past and present existed in a kind of permanent conversation with each other. The stories about Rhiannon come from a collection called the Mabinogion, which is essentially Wales's greatest hits of medieval tales. These weren't written down until somewhere around the 11th to 13th centuries, but the stories themselves are far older. They'd been passed down orally for so long that their origins disappeared into the mists of prehistory, like watching someone walk into fog until you can't tell if they're still there or have become part of the weather. Think of the Mabinogion as a medieval playlist that someone finally got around to transcribing. Bards had been performing these tales at feasts and festivals for generations, each storyteller adding their own flourishes while keeping the essential melodies intact. By the time scribes wrote them down in manuscripts like the White Book of Riddoch and the Red Book of Hergest, these stories had been refined by countless retellings into something approaching perfection. Rhiannon's tale appears in the first branch of the Mabinogi, and it opens in a place called Dyfed, which was a real kingdom in southwest Wales. The ruler was a man named Pwyll, whose name means sense or wisdom, though as you'll see, he didn't always live up to his name. He was what medieval Welsh society considered an ideal lord. Generous with his warriors, brave in battle, and reasonably fair in his judgments. Not perfect, but decent enough that people didn't actively plot his overthrow, which in medieval terms counted as a success. Now, medieval Welsh society had some interesting quirks that are worth knowing before we continue. Unlike many medieval cultures where women were essentially property with fewer rights than livestock, Welsh law gave women surprising autonomy. They could own property, initiate divorce, and receive compensation if wronged. This legal framework helps explain why Rhiannon's story, while certainly dramatic, never treats her as a passive object to be moved around by male characters. The Welsh also had a complex relationship with the other world, which they called Andabwen. This wasn't heaven or hell in the Christian sense, though by the time these stories were written down, Christian monks were doing the transcribing and occasionally tried to make things fit their worldview. Annan was more like a parallel realm that existed alongside the everyday world, separated by boundaries that were sometimes as solid as stone walls and sometimes as permeable as breath. People from Annan could visit the mortal world, and occasionally, mortals ventured into their realm, usually by accident or invitation rather than intentional tourism. The otherworld folk weren't quite gods and weren't quite fairies. They were something in between. Powerful beings who operated by their own rules and occasionally took interest in human affairs, for reasons that range from love to boredom to purposes mortals could never quite fathom. Understanding this context helps you appreciate what happens when Rhiannon appears in the story. She's not arriving in a world that would find her presence impossible or even particularly shocking. Wales had a long tradition of powerful women in mythology, goddesses like Ceridwen, the fierce Branwen, and the wise Arianrhod. A woman with supernatural connections riding a magical horse? That was unusual enough to be noteworthy, but familiar enough to fit into the existing pattern of how the world worked. The landscape itself played a role in these stories. Wales is a country of dramatic geography. Mountains that seem to touch clouds, valleys that hold on to morning mist like secrets, and coastlines where the sea appears to be constantly trying to have a conversation with the land. In this kind of landscape, it's easy to believe that the world contains layers, that what you see isn't necessarily all there is. Pwyll ruled from a place called Arbeth, which had a special feature, a magical mound called Gorsedd Arbeth. This wasn't just any hill, it was one of those liminal spaces where the boundary between worlds grew thin. The tradition said that anyone who sat on this mound would experience one of two things: They would receive blows and wounds, or they would witness a marvel. It was basically ancient Wales's version of a cosmic slot machine, except instead of losing money, you might lose consciousness, or gain a story worth telling for the rest of your life. This is where Pwyll chose to sit one day, and this is where our story truly begins. Imagine you're Pwyll, a reasonably successful medieval Welsh lord having a fairly ordinary day by your standards. You've handled some administrative matters, possibly settled a dispute about cattle theft or boundary stones, and now you're looking for a bit of entertainment. You remember that magical mound near your court, the one that promises either injury or wonder, and you think, why not? What's life without a little supernatural gambling? So Pwyll climbs up Gorsedd Arbeth with a few of his men, because medieval lords rarely went anywhere alone, partly for protection, and partly because witnessing was important. If something marvellous happened and nobody saw it, did it even count? They settle onto the mound, probably making themselves comfortable because magic doesn't run on a schedule, and they wait, and then she appears. The story describes her simply at first, a woman dressed in gold brocade, riding a white horse along them, rode below the mound, but there's something about the way she moves. The horse's gait is steady and unhurried, as smooth as if it's gliding rather than walking. She's travelling the road that runs past Arbeth, and there's nothing obviously magical about the scene except for this quality of deliberate grace, like watching someone who knows they're being watched and doesn't mind at all. Pwyll's immediate reaction is curiosity mixed with attraction, which will become something of a pattern for him. He asks one of his men to go down and find out who she is. Simple enough, right? Just a quick jog down the hill, catch up with the lady and ask her name and business. Except here's where things get interesting. The servant hurries down the mound and tries to catch up with the rider. The horse is still moving at that same steady, unhurried pace. It looks like it's barely moving faster than a walk. But no matter how fast the man runs, he can't close the distance. It's like one of those dreams where you're trying to reach something and your legs work fine, but you're somehow not getting any closer. The servant returns, probably winded and confused, and reports his failure. Pwyll, displaying the kind of logic that makes sense if you don't think about it too hard, decides the problem was that his man was on foot. He sends another servant, this time on horseback. Surely a horse can catch another horse, especially when the target appears to be moving at such a leisurely pace. But the same thing happens. The rider urges his horse faster, then faster still, eventually pushing the animal to a full gallop. The white horse ahead maintains that same smooth, unhurried gait, and the distance between them never changes. It's not that the white horse is running away, it's more that the normal rules of speed and distance have stopped applying. The pursuer is running as fast as possible while making no progress, like someone on a treadmill watching scenery scroll past. This continues for 3 days. 3 days of Pwyll watching this woman ride past on her white horse, 3 days of sending increasingly desperate pursuers after her, and 3 days of experiencing the kind of frustration that makes you question your understanding of how the physical world works. Now you might be wondering why Pwyll didn't just try talking to her from the mound, or why he didn't think there might be something supernatural about a woman who can't be caught. But medieval Welsh stories often work on a kind of fairy tale logic, where the obvious solution only becomes visible once everyone has exhausted all the complicated alternatives. On the 3rd day, Pwyll finally does the sensible thing. He saddles up his own horse, the best one he has naturally, and positions himself on the mound to wait. When the lady appears again, riding at that same maddeningly steady pace, Pwyll doesn't order someone else to pursue her. He doesn't try to race after her, instead he calls out, just a simple request. Would she please stop because he needs to speak with her? And she does, immediately. Just stops, turns, and waits for him to approach. The horse that couldn't be caught by the fastest riders in his kingdom stops the instant he asks politely. When Pwyll reaches her, she lifts her veil, and he sees her face fully for the first time. The text describes her as the most beautiful woman he's ever seen. But more than that, there's something about her presence that confirms what Pwyll must have already suspected. This is no ordinary mortal woman. Her first words to him are probably not what he expected. She tells him it would have been better for his horse if he'd simply asked earlier, rather than putting his men and their mounts through 3 days of impossible pursuit. There's a gentle rebuke in this, but also humour. She's been waiting for him to figure out the obvious, and she's not particularly impressed that it took him 3 days. Then comes the revelation that changes everything. She tells him her name is Rhiannon, and she's been riding past his mound deliberately, hoping to catch his attention. In fact, she's been promised in marriage to someone she doesn't want, and she's come here specifically because she wants Pwyll instead. Let that sink in for a moment. This otherworldly woman, who could clearly go anywhere she wants at speeds that defy normal physics, has been riding past Pwyll's territory for 3 days, waiting for him to notice her. She's engineered this entire encounter, making herself just impossible enough to catch that he'd be intrigued, but stopping the moment he asked directly because she wanted him to choose to engage with her as a person rather than a prize to be captured. It's one of medieval literature's great meet-cutes if you think about it. A supernatural being courting a mortal lord by making him work for the privilege of talking to her, then revealing that she's been hoping he'd show interest all. Along Quill's reaction to Rhiannon's declaration is worth examining because it tells you something about his character. He doesn't panic, doesn't question his sanity, and doesn't demand proof that she's telling the truth. Instead, he essentially says yes, he'd be honoured to marry her, and also he has no idea how to make that happen, given that she's apparently from another realm and already promised to someone else. It's a remarkably honest response. Most medieval heroes would bluster about their prowess or make grand declarations. Pwyll admits he's out of his depth and asks for guidance, which turns out to be exactly the right approach when dealing with supernatural beings who value straightforwardness. Rhiannon, in turn, shows the kind of practical thinking that will characterise her throughout the story. She doesn't expect Pwyll to storm the otherworld or fight for her hand in single combat. Instead, she explains that she's been promised to a man named Gwall through trickery and pressure from her family, but she doesn't want him. She wants Pwyll, and she has a plan. The plan is delightfully specific. A year from now, there will be a feast in her father's court, ostensibly celebrating her impending marriage to Gwall. Pwyll should attend this feast with 100 knights, but keep them waiting outside. He should enter alone, disguised as a beggar, carrying a small bag that Rhiannon will give him. Then, at the crucial moment, he should ask Gwall for a single favour, just enough food to fill the bag. The bag, she explains, is magical. It can never be filled by ordinary means. No matter how much food is put into it, there will always be room for more. The only way to fill it is for a wealthy man to step into it and declare that enough has been given. When Gwall inevitably does this, because he'll want to appear generous and be done with this strange beggar's request, Pwyll should trap him in the bag, and his knights should rush in. It's a plan that requires patience, disguise, and a willingness to look foolish in front of an otherworldly court. It also requires trust. Pwyll has to believe that Rhiannon is telling him the truth and that her magical bag will work as promised. Pwyll agrees to all of this. He takes the bag Rhiannon offers, promises to appear at the feast in a year's time, and then, showing unusual restraint for a medieval hero, doesn't try to kiss her or seal the bargain with anything beyond his word. They part ways, and Rhiannon rides off on her white horse at that same unhurried pace, while Pwyll returns to his court to spend a year thinking about the extraordinary woman he's promised to marry. That year must have felt long. Imagine trying to focus on the daily business of ruling a kingdom, while knowing that in 12 months you'll be attempting to trick an otherworldly noble at his own engagement party, using a magical bag that supposedly never fills. You'd probably find yourself double-checking that the bag was still there, wondering if you'd imagined the whole encounter, and practicing what you'd say when you showed up dressed as a beggar. But Pwyll keeps his word. When the year passes, he gathers his 100 best knights and rides to the location Rhiannon specified. He finds her father's court exactly where she said it would be, because otherworldly beings don't give false directions, and positions his men outside as instructed. Then comes the hard part, transforming himself from a lord into a convincing beggar. Pwyll puts on ragged clothes, probably rubs some dirt on his face, and adopts the posture of someone asking for charity rather than commanding it. It's a complete inversion of his normal role, and doing it voluntarily requires a kind of humility that many medieval nobles lacked. He enters the hall during the feast, and the scene must have been spectacular. Otherworldly courts in Welsh mythology aren't quite like mortal ones. They're brighter, richer, and more beautiful in ways that are slightly unsettling because they're too perfect. The food never runs out, the musicians never miss a note, and everyone is just attractive enough to make you wonder if you're underdressed for the occasion. Pwyll sees Rhiannon seated at the high table between her father and Gwall, who presumably thinks this is his wedding feast and is probably feeling pretty pleased with himself. Rhiannon sees Pwyll too, though she gives no sign of recognition. She's playing her part perfectly, waiting for him to play his. Pwyll approaches the high table and makes his request with appropriate deference. He's just a poor wanderer asking for a little charity. Just enough food to fill this small bag he's carrying. Surely such a grand feast can spare something for a hungry traveller. The request seems modest, even generous to refuse. Rhiannon's father, displaying the hospitality that otherworldly nobles pride themselves on, agrees immediately. Gwal, not wanting to appear less generous than his future father-in-law, endorses this charity enthusiastically. Servants begin filling the bag. They put in bread, meat, fruit and delicacies from the feast table. The bag swallows it all without appearing any fuller. More food goes in. Still nothing. The servants look confused, then concerned, then slightly panicked as they keep filling this impossible bag while the beggar stands patiently waiting. Finally, Gwal, probably more irritated than generous by this point, asks what it would take to fill the bag. Pwyll, following Rhiannon's script exactly, explains that the bag can only be satisfied when a true nobleman steps into it and declares that enough has been given. And Gwal, perhaps wanting to end this strange spectacle, perhaps pushed by pride, steps into the bag. The moment his feet touch the bottom, Pwyll pulls the bag closed and ties it shut. He whistles and his 100 knights pour into the hall. What follows is sometimes called Badger in the Bag. The knights take turns hitting the bag with sticks while Gwal, trapped inside, protests vigorously. It's violence with a cartoonish quality, more humiliation than actual harm, and it serves its purpose. Gwal eventually agrees to give up his claim on Rhiannon in exchange for being released, swearing oaths that he won't seek revenge. Rhiannon's father, faced with a situation that has clearly moved beyond his control, accepts the new arrangement. And just like that, through a combination of magical assistance, careful planning, and a willingness to look foolish, Pwyll wins his bride. Pwyll and Rhiannon's wedding must have been an event worth witnessing. A mortal lord marrying a woman from Andubian, with guests from both worlds presumably in attendance. The text doesn't give us many details, but you can imagine the mixture of Welsh nobility trying to maintain proper feast protocol, while otherworldly guests did things that probably made the mortal attendees question their understanding of physics and etiquette. What the text does emphasise is Rhiannon's extraordinary generosity. As the feast progresses, she gives gifts to everyone who asks for them. In medieval Welsh culture, generosity was one of the highest virtues, especially for nobility. A good lord or lady was expected to give freely, and the quality of your reputation often depended on how open-handed you were. Rhiannon takes this to supernatural levels. She doesn't just give gifts, she gives perfect gifts, the kind that somehow match exactly what each person needs or wants. It's generosity that goes beyond mere wealth and enters the realm of almost magical understanding of human desire. The text tells us that no one leaves the feast disappointed or refused, which in medieval terms is basically saying she achieved the impossible. After the wedding, Rhiannon returns with Pwyll to Dyfed, and they begin their life together. Here's where the story does something interesting. Instead of immediately plunging into crisis, it gives them time, a full year of apparent happiness, where Rhiannon proves herself to be everything Pwyll's court could want in a lady. She's generous with Pwyll's subjects, continuing the pattern of gift-giving she displayed at the wedding. She's wise in her counsel, helping Pwyll make decisions about governance and justice. She integrates herself into mortal society while maintaining an otherworldly grace that makes her memorable. The text suggests that people genuinely love her, not out of fear or obligation, but because she treats them with a combination of dignity and kindness that transcends her supernatural origins. This is important to understand because of what comes next. When disaster strikes, it won't be because Rhiannon was a poor wife or lady. It won't be because she failed to earn her place in Pwyll's court. The tragedy that's coming isn't a result of her inadequacy. It's a result of forces beyond her control and accusations that say more about human nature than about her character. But for now, for 1 year, everything is perfect. Pwyll has his otherworldly bride, Rhiannon has escaped an unwanted marriage, and Dyfed has a lady whose generosity and wisdom benefit everyone. It's a brief shining moment before the story takes its darker turn. You might find yourself wishing the story could stay in this space. Just let them be happy. Let the magical woman and her mortal husband live out their days in peace. But stories like life rarely work that way. The peace we're experiencing is the calm that makes the coming storm meaningful. As you settle deeper into your blanket, remember this year of happiness. Hold it in your mind like a pleasant dream, because Rhiannon will need you to remember it. When people start making accusations and demanding punishments, You'll need to remember that there was a time when everyone loved her, when no one questioned her place in Pwyll's court, when she was the perfect lady whose generosity knew no bounds. That memory will matter more than you might think. After that year of happiness, Rhiannon becomes pregnant. This is cause for celebration in any medieval court, but especially in Dyfed. An heir means continuity, stability, and the promise that the kingdom will pass to the next generation without conflict. Pwyll and Rhiannon's child will bridge two worlds, mortal and otherworldly, and that's an exciting prospect. The pregnancy proceeds normally, and when the time comes, Rhiannon gives birth to a son. The text emphasises this detail. A healthy boy, crying lustily, perfect in every way. Midwives attend her, as was customary for noble births, and 6 women are assigned to watch over mother and child during the crucial first night. This is where you need to understand another aspect of medieval belief. The time immediately after birth was considered dangerous, a liminal period when both mother and child were vulnerable to supernatural forces. That's why 6 women were assigned to keep watch. This wasn't casual babysitting, it was serious protective duty. Their job was to stay awake all night, ensuring nothing happened to the child. They fail at this job in the most dramatic way possible. Sometime during the night, all 6 women fall asleep. Not one at a time, not in the natural way people get drowsy on a long watch, but simultaneously, as if some supernatural force has simply turned off their consciousness like switching off a light. When they wake up, probably in the grey hour before dawn, they face every guardian's nightmare. The baby is gone. Just gone. No sign of violence. No indication of how someone could have entered the room, taken the child and left without disturbing anyone. The cradle is empty, and 6 women who are supposed to be watching suddenly realise they've lost the heir to Dyfed and the child of a woman from Unwind. Their first emotion is probably terror. In medieval Wales, losing a noble child through negligence could result in severe punishment, possibly execution. 6 women, all of whom fell asleep on duty, all of whom have no explanation for what happened. They're facing disgrace at best, death at worst. So they make a decision that will define the rest of Rhiannon's story. Instead of telling the truth and accepting their punishment, they decide to blame Rhiannon. The plan they devise is horrific. They take puppies, the text specifies puppies, young dogs from the court, and kill them. They smear the blood on Rhiannon's face and hands while she sleeps, exhausted from childbirth. They scatter bones around her bed. Then, when she wakes, they tell everyone that Rhiannon has killed and eaten her own child. It's an accusation of the most unnatural crime imaginable, a mother murdering and consuming her newborn. It plays on deep fears about the boundary between human and animal, about maternal instinct perverted into something monstrous. It also plays on existing prejudices about Rhiannon's otherworldly nature. She's not quite like other women, so perhaps she's capable of things other women would never do. When Rhiannon wakes to find herself covered in blood, surrounded by bones, and accused by 6 witnesses of infanticide and cannibalism, she denies it. Absolutely. She knows what happened, or rather she knows what didn't happen. She didn't kill her child. She doesn't know where he is, but she knows with complete certainty that she didn't harm him. But she's facing 6 women who all tell the same story. Physical evidence that seems to support their account, and a court full of people who are shocked, horrified, and looking for someone to blame for this tragedy. Will finds himself in an impossible situation. On one hand, he knows Rhiannon, has lived with her for over a year, and has seen her generosity and kindness. On the other hand, he has 6 witnesses, physical evidence, and a missing child. His nobles are demanding that he put Rhiannon aside, divorce her, and possibly execute her for this unnatural crime. To his credit, Pwyll refuses to divorce her. Despite the pressure, despite the evidence, despite how much easier it would be to simply cut his losses and find another wife, he won't abandon her. It's one of the few moments where Pwyll fully lives up to his name, showing the wisdom and loyalty that presumably made him a good lord in the first place. But he can't completely shield Rhiannon from consequences. The court demands some form of punishment, some acknowledgement that something terrible has happened and someone must answer for it. A compromise is reached, though it's a compromise that will test Rhiannon in ways that might be worse than execution. The punishment they devise for Rhiannon is specific and deliberately humiliating. For 7 years she must sit by the mounting block at the entrance to Pwyll's court. Every person who arrives she must tell them her story, that she killed her own child. She must offer to carry them on her back like a horse, transporting them from the gate to the court. Think about what this means. Rhiannon, the lady who rode the white horse that couldn't be caught, is being reduced to a beast of burden herself. The woman who gave generous gifts to everyone is now forced to offer her own body as transport. The wife of the Lord must sit at the gate like a criminal, confessing to a crime she didn't commit over and over to every visitor who arrives. It's punishment as perpetual performance, humiliation as daily routine, and it's designed to continue for 7 years, long enough that most people would break, would confess to anything just to make it stop, and would lose themselves in the repetition of shame. But here's what makes Rhiannon remarkable. She endures it day after day, season after season, year after year. She sits at that gate. When visitors arrive, she tells them the story of her supposed crime in a steady voice. When they look at her with horror or pity or disgust, she meets their eyes. When some accept her offer to carry them, and the text suggests many do, either out of cruelty or curiosity, she bears their weight without complaint. The text doesn't dwell on these 7 years in detail, but let's think about what they must have been. Like, 7 years is long enough that children grow from infancy to childhood, long enough that seasons become just another form of measurement, and long enough that the person you were at the beginning might seem like a stranger by the end. Rhiannon endures Welsh weather, rain that comes sideways, wind that cuts through clothing, summer heat that makes stones too hot to touch, and winter cold that settles into bones. She endures the stares of people who think they're looking at a monster. She endures the weight of travellers on her back, the stone of the mounting block beneath her, and the endless repetition of her own story told as a confession. And through it all, she maintains something essential about herself. She doesn't become bitter or broken. She doesn't lash out at the women who lied about her or demand that Pwyll investigate further. She simply endures with a kind of quiet dignity that suggests she knows the truth even if no one else believes her. This is where Rhiannon transforms from a supernatural woman choosing her own destiny into something else. A figure of endurance, patience and strength that goes beyond magic or otherworldly power. Anyone can be powerful when they have advantages. Rhiannon is showing what remains when all advantages are stripped away. Medieval audiences would have recognised what was happening here. The patient wife wrongly accused was a common motif in their literature, but Rhiannon's version has a particular quality. She's not waiting passively to be rescued. She's actively surviving, choosing each day to continue, to maintain her dignity in circumstances designed to destroy it. The 7 years are also biblically significant. A complete cycle, a time of trial and testing. Jacob worked 7 years for Rachel. The Israelites circled Jericho for 7 days. 7 years suggests both endurance and eventual completion, suffering and the promise of change. But the text doesn't ask us to simply skip over these years to get to the resolution. By mentioning the 7-year span, it's asking us to sit with Rhiannon's suffering, to understand that her vindication, when it comes, is earned through patience that most people couldn't sustain. As you lie in the comfort of your bed, warm and safe, think about sitting at a gate for 7 years. Think about telling the same humiliating story to strangers day after day. Think about maintaining your sense of self when everything around you insists you're something monstrous. Rhiannon does this. She survives her punishment with her essential self intact. And while she sits at that gate, in another part of the kingdom, her son is growing up. On the same night that Rhiannon's child disappeared, something strange happened at the home of a nobleman named Rhiannon Twrfliant. Rhiannon had a beautiful mare that gave birth every May Eve, but mysteriously the foal always vanished before morning. Year after year the mare would deliver a perfect foal, and year after year it would disappear without a trace. This particular May Eve, the same night Rhiannon gave birth, Rhiannon decided he'd had enough of this pattern. He determined to stay awake all night in the stable, armed and ready, to discover what was taking his foals. So while 6 women were falling into supernatural sleep in Pwyll's court, Rhiannon was forcing himself to stay awake in his stable, watching his mare labour. The foal was born, a magnificent colt, even by the mare's high standards. Rhiannon admired it for a moment, probably feeling protective and determined that this time, finally, he'd save one of these foals. Then, exactly at midnight, something reached through the window. The text describes it as a claw or arm of enormous size. Grabbing for the newborn foal, Rhiannon, without hesitation, drew his sword and struck at it, severing the arm at the elbow. Whatever creature it belonged to screamed and vanished into the night. Rhiannon rushed outside to pursue it. sword ready, prepared to fight whatever monster had been stealing his foals for years, but he found nothing, just darkness and the sound of something fleeing into the distance. When he returned to the stable, frustrated at losing his quarry, he discovered something that stopped him in his tracks. On his doorstep, wrapped in fine cloth, was a baby boy. Now Rhiannon was a practical man, not given to flights of fancy, but even he could put together the timeline. The same night, a mysterious creature and a missing child wrapped in noble cloth appeared at exactly the moment he was fighting off something supernatural. He brought the child inside to his wife, and they made a decision that speaks to their character. They would raise the boy as their own. Rhiannon's wife had wanted children but had none, so she welcomed this mysterious infant with genuine love. They named him Gree-Walt Urine, Gree of the golden hair because his hair was as bright as polished metal. They told people he was hers, a late blessing, and no one questioned it because medieval record-keeping wasn't exactly stringent, especially in rural nobility. And then something remarkable happened. Gree grew, not at a normal rate, but at a speed that was supernatural yet somehow natural. By the end of his first year, he had the development of a 3-year-old. By the end of his second year, he was like a child of 6. He was bright, healthy, strong, and remarkably good with horses, especially with the colt that had been born the same night he appeared. Rhiannon and his wife raised Gree with love, teaching him the skills appropriate to a young nobleman: riding, hunting, courtesy, and the management of a household. The boy thrived in their care, growing not just in size but also in capability and character. He was everything parents could hope for: kind, brave, intelligent, and loyal. But as Gree grew older, his resemblance to someone became impossible to ignore. Visitors to Rhiannon's court started remarking on it. The boy looked remarkably like Pwyll, the Lord of Dyfed. Not just a passing resemblance, but the kind of similarity that suggests a blood relationship. Rhiannon began hearing stories about Pwyll's court, how the Lady Rhiannon had supposedly killed her child, and how she'd been sitting at the gate for years, now confessing to the crime and offering to carry visitors like a horse. The timeline matched, the appearance matched, and that mysterious creature that had tried to steal the foal the same night, a noble child, disappeared. Rhiannon faced a difficult choice. He and his wife loved Gree as their own son. The boy called them mother and father and had known no other family. They'd raised him through infancy and childhood, celebrated his accomplishments, and cared for him when he was sick. In every way that mattered emotionally, he was their child. But Rhiannon was also a man of honour, and the honour of the situation was clear. This was almost certainly Pwyll and Rhiannon's son. A woman was suffering endless punishment for a crime she didn't commit. A kingdom was without its rightful heir, and Rhiannon was keeping them all in ignorance, however unintentionally it had begun. The decision he made shows real nobility of character. He chose to do the right thing even though it cost him dearly. He told his wife what he suspected, and together they decided to take Gree to Pwyll's court and reveal the truth. Imagine that conversation with Gree, trying to explain to a child who's maybe 3 or 4 years old but older in development that the parents he's known all his life aren't his birth parents, that he's actually the son of a lord and a lady from Unwind, and that his real mother has been suffering because he disappeared. How do you make that make sense to a child? But Gree, showing the wisdom that would characterize him throughout his life, seemed to understand. Or perhaps he didn't fully understand, but trusted the people who'd raised him enough to accept what they said. Either way, he agreed to go with Rhiannon to Pwyll's court. The journey there must have been bittersweet. Rhiannon knew he was doing the right thing, but every mile brought him closer to losing the child he'd raised. His wife had stayed behind, perhaps unable to bear the actual moment of separation. Gree rode beside him, probably quiet, processing what was about to happen. And at the end of their journey, sitting at the gate as she had for nearly 7 years, was Rhiannon. Picture the moment when Rhiannon and Gree arrive at Pwyll's court. Rhiannon is at her usual position by the mounting block, probably wearing clothes that have seen better days, her face bearing the marks of 7 years of exposure to weather and hardship. She looks up as they approach, ready to tell her story once more, ready to offer to carry them if they'll accept. But something happens before she can speak. Rhiannon looks at her, really looks at her, and sees not the monster the stories describe, but a woman who has endured something almost beyond human capacity. And Gree, who has never seen his mother before, stares at her with the kind of recognition that goes deeper than memory. Something in the blood, perhaps, or in the soul. Tiernan tells Rhiannon they've come to see Lord Pwyll, and he gently refuses her. Offer to carry them. There's a kindness in his voice that Rhiannon probably hasn't heard in years from strangers. They proceed to the court, where Pwyll receives them with the hospitality due to a noble visitor. Tiernan doesn't waste time with small talk or elaborate preambles. He tells Pwyll the entire story. The mare that lost foals every May Eve, the creature that reached through the window, the child found on his doorstep, Gree's remarkable growth, and his unmistakable resemblance to Pwyll. He presents the boy, now perhaps 4 years old, but with the development of someone much older, and lets the physical evidence speak for itself. Pwyll looks at Gree and sees himself. The resemblance is undeniable. The same features, the same colouring, the same bearing. This is his son, the child who disappeared 7 years ago, returned as mysteriously as he vanished. The court erupts in exclamations, questions and wonder, but Pwyll's first thought is for Rhiannon. He immediately sends for her, bringing her in from the gate where she's spent 7 years. When she enters the hall, she's probably expecting another humiliation, another performance of her supposed crime. Instead, she sees her son. The text doesn't dwell on the emotional details of their reunion, but you can imagine it. 7 years of separation, 7 years of punishment for a crime she didn't commit, and 7 years of not knowing if her child was alive or dead. And now here he stands, healthy and whole, raised with love by people who chose to do the right thing at great personal cost. Rhiannon's reaction is described with a simple phrase that carries enormous weight. She experiences great joy. After 7 years of sitting at a gate, confessing to infanticide, bearing travellers on her back like a beast of burden, joy. Not anger at her false accusers, not bitterness about lost years, not demands for revenge. Joy at her son's return. The court, faced with undeniable proof of Rhiannon's innocence, must now reckon with what they've done. 6 women lied about her. Countless people believed those lies. Rhiannon was punished for 7 years while the real culprit, whatever supernatural creature tried to steal both a foal and a child that night, went unpunished. But here's where Rhiannon shows something remarkable. She doesn't demand that the 6 women be executed or even severely punished. The text doesn't record her calling for revenge or justice against those who wronged her. Instead, she focuses on what matters. Her son is returned, her name is cleared, and she's free from the punishment that has defined her life for 7 years. There's a brief discussion about what to name the boy. He's been Gree to the family that raised him, but Rhiannon looks at him and says a word that captures everything. Pryderi. The name means care or worry, and it refers to the anxiety she's suffered. The worry that defined her years of punishment. It's both a memorial to suffering and a transformation of that suffering into something meaningful, a name for her son that acknowledges what they've been through. And remarkably, the name sticks. The boy who is Gree becomes Pryderi, carrying in his very name the story of his mother's ordeal and survival. Tiernan and his wife could have kept Pryderi. They could have stayed silent, let the boy remain theirs, and allowed Rhiannon to continue her punishment. No one would have known, but they chose truth and honour over comfort and love, which is one of the hardest choices anyone can make. Pwyll, recognising this extraordinary sacrifice, doesn't simply thank Tiernan and send him home. He offers Tiernan and his wife a place in his court, grants them lands and honours, and establishes a relationship where Pryderi can maintain connection with the people who raised him. It's a solution that honours everyone's role in the child's survival. The fostering relationship between Tiernan's family and Pwyll's court becomes one of deep mutual respect. Pryderi grows up knowing his birth parents and his foster parents, loved by both, benefiting from the wisdom and care of multiple families. In this way, the trauma of his disappearance transforms into something rich and complex, a web of relationships that might never have existed without the initial tragedy. Rhiannon's vindication should have meant the end of her story in the first branch, but there's more to unpack about what happens after the truth comes out. Medieval Welsh stories rarely waste time on lengthy emotional processing. They move from one event to the next with the efficiency of people who understood that listeners wanted action and resolution. But we can pause here and think about what the aftermath must have been like. For 7 years, Rhiannon sat at that gate. 7 years of daily humiliation, of telling her story over and over to strangers, of being treated as something less than human. That kind of experience changes a person. It has to. The question is how. Some people would emerge from such an ordeal broken, bitter, and consumed by anger at those who wronged them. Others might become hard, closed off, and unable to trust or feel joy again. Rhiannon seems to have done neither. She emerges with her essential self intact, still generous, still dignified, still capable of joy when her son returns. This suggests something important about her character. Rhiannon's strength isn't just supernatural power or otherworldly knowledge. It's a kind of internal resilience that allows her to endure suffering without letting it define her. She knows who she is, and 7 years of being told she's a monster doesn't change that fundamental self-knowledge. Think about the 6 women who accused her. The text doesn't tell us what happened to them after the truth came out, but they must have faced some consequences. At minimum, they faced public shame for their lies. More likely, they faced legal or social punishment for their false accusation. But here's what's interesting. The story doesn't give them names. They remain anonymous, a collective rather than individuals. This literary choice does something subtle. It makes them representatives of a pattern rather than specific villains. They're what happens when fear overwhelms integrity, when self-preservation leads to the destruction of someone innocent. Their lie worked because it was believable. Rhiannon was otherworldly, different, and not quite like other women. When something inexplicable happened, it was easy to blame the person who was already outside normal categories. The 6 women didn't have to work hard to make people believe them. They just had to tap into existing prejudices and fears. This pattern appears throughout history. When something goes wrong, communities look for someone to blame, and they often choose whoever is already marked as different. Rhiannon's story is medieval and magical, but this dynamic is depressingly familiar across cultures and centuries. Her vindication doesn't just clear her name, it challenges the community's willingness to believe the worst about someone based on their otherness. The people of Defed have to reckon with the fact that they condemned an innocent woman, that their lady whom they had loved during that first perfect year was exactly who she appeared to be, and that their willingness to believe otherwise said more about them than about her. Will, too, must live with his choices. He refused to divorce Rhiannon, which shows loyalty, but he also allowed her punishment to continue for 7 years. He could have investigated more thoroughly, could have questioned the 6 women more aggressively, and could have considered whether the evidence really supported their story. Instead, he chose a middle path that kept Rhiannon as his wife, but subjected her to ongoing humiliation. Was this wisdom or cowardice? The text doesn't judge, but you can make your own assessment. Will was caught between his personal knowledge of Rhiannon's character and the political pressure from his nobles, between loyalty to his wife and duty to his kingdom. He chose a compromise, and Rhiannon paid the price for 7 years. Their relationship after her vindication must have been complex. They're reunited, their son is returned, but 7 years of injustice stand between them. The text suggests they continue as husband and wife, ruling Dyfe together, but it doesn't claim everything returns to exactly how it was before. How could it? You can't go through something like Rhiannon's ordeal and return unchanged. You can't watch your wife suffer for 7 years and not carry some guilt. The question is whether they find a way to build something new from what remains, or whether the past always stands between them like a ghost. Pryderi, meanwhile, grows up with the knowledge of what his mother endured for him. He knows that his birth caused her suffering, that his disappearance led to her punishment, and that 6 women lied about her because of him. This is a heavy burden for a child to carry, even a child who grows at a supernatural rate and has wisdom beyond his years. But perhaps the knowledge also gives him something valuable, an understanding of his mother's strength, a model of how to endure injustice with dignity, and a lesson in the importance of truth even when lies are more convenient. These are the kinds of lessons that shape a person's character in fundamental ways. The story of Rhiannon and his wife becomes a legend in its own right. The nobleman who raised a foundling with love, and then gave him back when honour required it. In a medieval culture that valued hospitality and honour, their actions represent the highest ideals. They loved without possessing, cared without demanding ownership, and chose truth even when it cost them dearly. As you lie there in the darkness, think about what it means to be vindicated after years of false accusation. The relief certainly, but also the strange adjustment of being believed again, of having your truth acknowledged after years of having it denied. Rhiannon has her name, her son, and her position restored, but she also has 7 years of memory that no vindication can erase. The question the story leaves hanging is whether justice delayed is truly justice at all, and whether any amount of restoration can truly compensate for years of suffering. Medieval audiences might have had clearer answers to these questions than we do, but the questions themselves remain uncomfortably relevant. Now that we've lived through Rhiannon's story from her first appearance to her vindication, it's worth stepping back and thinking about one of the tale's most persistent symbols, horses. Rhiannon first appears riding a white horse that moves at an impossible pace, unhurried yet uncatchable. This isn't just magical transportation, it's a statement about her nature. She can't be pursued and captured like a prize or a possession. She can only be approached through respect and direct communication, through asking rather than taking. The white horse itself carries symbolic weight throughout Celtic mythology. White animals generally signified otherworldly connection, creatures that existed in that liminal space between the mortal realm and Unwind. Rhiannon's horse is white, smooth-gaited and supernatural in its abilities, all markers of her own otherworldly nature. But then look at what happens during her punishment. Rhiannon, who rode the uncatchable horse, is reduced to being a horse herself. She offers to carry people on her back, performing the exact function that her white horse performed, transportation from one place to another. It's a deliberate inversion of her original appearance, a humiliation that strikes at the core of who she was. The symbolism goes deeper when you consider the foal that was born the same night as Pryderi. Tiernan's mare had been losing foals every May Eve to a supernatural creature. The night Pryderi disappeared, Tiernan saved the foal by cutting off the creature's arm and found the baby on his doorstep. The connection between child and foal is explicit. They appear together, they grow up together, and Pryderi develops an exceptional bond with the horse. In some way, they're linked, both stolen by the same creature, both saved by Tiernan's intervention. The foal that should have been taken becomes Pryderi's special companion, a living reminder of the night they both survived. This pairing of human child and horse has roots deep in Celtic culture. Horses were sacred animals in many Celtic societies, associated with sovereignty, the land, and divine power. The bond between Pryderi and his horse suggests he carries both human and equine blessings, both mortal and otherworldly power. There's also something worth noting about the name Rhiannon itself. Scholars have connected it to an earlier Celtic goddess figure called Rigantona, meaning Great Queen or Divine Queen. This goddess was associated with horses, sovereignty, and the land itself. While the medieval Rhiannon is presented as a character in a story rather than a goddess in a myth, echoes of divine power remain. In Celtic tradition, queens and goddesses were often connected to the land they ruled. Their fertility, health, and justice affected the kingdom itself. Rhiannon's unjust punishment and suffering might represent not just personal tragedy, but a kind of cosmic disorder. The land's queen wrongly accused and humiliated while the kingdom's heir is missing. Her vindication, then, becomes more than just clearing her name. It's a restoration of proper order. The queen returned to her rightful position, the heir was revealed and acknowledged, and balance was restored between the otherworldly and mortal realms. The punishment of carrying people like a horse also inverts traditional power dynamics in interesting ways. In Celtic culture, horses were associated with nobility and sovereignty. To ride a horse was to demonstrate status and power. By being reduced to a horse herself, Rhiannon experiences a complete reversal of sovereignty, from queen to beast of burden. But here's what's remarkable. Even in this degraded position, Rhiannon maintains her dignity. She performs her punishment without resistance, but also without being broken by it. In some way, she proves that sovereignty isn't just about position or status. It's about an internal quality that can't be taken away even when everything external is stripped down. When she's vindicated and restored, she doesn't just return to her former position. She's transformed by her experience, carrying knowledge that only suffering can teach. She's been both the rider and the horse, both the queen and the humiliated prisoner. This complete experience of both extremes might actually make her more complete, more capable of understanding the full range of human experience. The white horse that couldn't be caught becomes a metaphor for Rhiannon herself. She couldn't be truly caught by Pwyll until she chose to stop. She couldn't be broken by 7 years of punishment because her essential self remained free. And she couldn't be defined by either her supernatural origins or her mortal suffering because she existed beyond simple categories. Pryderi's bond with the foal suggests he inherits this horse nature from his mother. He's comfortable moving between worlds, capable of supernatural growth but also very human in his attachments and loyalties. The child of a woman associated with horses naturally bonds with horses, carrying forward his mother's connection to these powerful symbols. As you drift towards sleep, imagine Rhiannon on that white horse, moving at her own pace, uncatchable by force, but responsive to respect. Imagine the years at the gate carrying the weight of others while maintaining herself. Imagine the vindication, the return to her true nature, but carrying the memory of everything she endured. The horse connection isn't just decorative symbolism, it's the heart of who Rhiannon is. Free-moving, powerful, dignified, and ultimately ungovernable by anything except her own choices. The first branch of the Mabinogi ends with Rhiannon vindicated and Pryderi acknowledged, but that's not the end of her story in the larger cycle. Rhiannon appears again in the third branch, and what happens to her there adds another layer to our understanding of her character. By the time of the third branch, Pwyll has died, and Pryderi has inherited the lordship of Dyfed. Rhiannon is now a widow, no longer the otherworldly bride, but a mature woman who has lived through marriage, motherhood, false accusation, suffering, vindication, and loss. She's seen most of what life can offer, both wonderful and terrible. Pryderi decides his mother should remarry, and he arranges a marriage between Rhiannon and Manawydan, son of Lia. Manawydan is himself a figure of considerable importance, a man who has lost his own kingdom and is essentially an exile. He and Rhiannon are both people who have experienced displacement and who know what it means to fall from high status and endure suffering. Their marriage is described as harmonious and based on mutual respect. Two people who have both suffered, both endured, and both survived. They understand each other in ways that people who have only known comfort never could. It's a second-act romance, quieter than the dramatic courtship with Pwyll, but perhaps deeper for being rooted in shared experience rather than supernatural attraction. But peace doesn't last. While Rhiannon and Manawydan are with Pryderi and his wife, a magical mist descends on Dyfed. When it clears, everything living has vanished except for the four of them. The entire kingdom is empty. No people, no animals, just empty buildings and silent fields. They endure this desolation for a time, living off the land, hunting what wild game they can find. But eventually, Pryderi sees a mysterious fortress that wasn't there before. Against advice, he enters it and finds a beautiful golden bowl attached to chains. When he touches it, he becomes frozen, unable to speak or move. Rhiannon, hearing that her son is trapped, doesn't hesitate. She goes after him despite the warnings, despite knowing this is obviously a trap. When she finds Pryderi frozen and unable to speak, she touches him, and immediately becomes trapped as well. Then the fortress and both of them vanish, leaving Manawydan alone. This is Rhiannon's second great trial. Once again, she's trapped through no fault of her own. Once again, she's suffering because of circumstances beyond her control. But this time it's different. She's not falsely accused of a crime. She's actually enchanted, held prisoner in the otherworld. The text tells us that Rhiannon and Pryderi are taken to the otherworld, where they're forced to wear magical collars and perform degrading labour. Rhiannon, who was once forced to carry people like a horse, is now yoked like an ox, compelled to perform menial work in the realm she once came from freely. It's worth noting the pattern here. Rhiannon's trials consistently involve humiliation and degradation, being reduced from queen to beast of burden, being trapped and forced into labour. It's as if she's being tested to see if anything can break her essential dignity, can reduce her to something less than she is, and consistently she endures. The text doesn't dwell on her suffering in the otherworld, but it acknowledges that she and Pryderi are held there until Manawydan, through cleverness and persistence, wins their release. When she's finally freed, Rhiannon returns to the mortal world. Changed again? She's been a bride from Andion, a queen of Dyfed, a woman falsely accused, a vindicated mother, a widow, a remarried woman, and now a prisoner who has survived captivity in her own homeland. Each experience adds layers to who she is, building a character of remarkable complexity and depth. The third branch doesn't give us Rhiannon's emotional interiority during her captivity. Medieval Welsh storytelling wasn't particularly interested in detailed psychological exploration, but we can imagine what it meant for her to return to Annwn as a prisoner, rather than as a free woman choosing to leave, to be collared and yoked in the realm where she once rode that white horse with such grace and power. Humiliation as a pattern in Rhiannon's story seems almost deliberate, as if the universe is repeatedly testing her to see if she can be broken, reduced or made into something less than she is, and repeatedly she proves that her essential self remains intact regardless of external circumstances. This is perhaps Rhiannon's greatest quality. the ability to endure degradation without being degraded, to suffer humiliation without being humiliated in her own eyes. She knows who she is, and no amount of unjust punishment or magical captivity changes that fundamental self-knowledge. Her final appearance in the Mabinogi shows her restored once again, living with Manawydan and Pryderi, her trials behind her. The text gives her a happy ending, or at least a peaceful one, the reward for surviving everything that was thrown at her with dignity intact. As we approach the end of our time with Rhiannon, it's worth considering why her story has endured for over 1,000 years. What is it about this woman from Welsh mythology that continues to speak to people across centuries and cultures? Part of it is simply that Rhiannon is an exceptionally well-drawn character. Even in a medieval text that doesn't spend much time on psychological depth, she comes through as a complete person, someone with agency, dignity, complexity, and remarkable strength. She makes her own choices, endures suffering without being destroyed by it, and maintains herself through trials that would break most people. But I think there's something more specific about what Rhiannon represents. She embodies a particular kind of strength that's often overlooked in favour of more obvious forms of power. She doesn't win through physical force or magical combat. She wins through endurance, through maintaining her essential self in the face of everything that tries to break or change her. This is a kind of strength that resonates particularly with people who have experienced injustice, false accusation, or circumstances beyond their control. Rhiannon's story says that you can survive being wrongly blamed, that you can endure public humiliation, and that you can maintain your dignity even when everyone else treats you as if you have none. Her story also speaks to the experience of being an outsider. Rhiannon is literally from another world, and she never quite fits into mortal society despite her best efforts. When something goes wrong, she's blamed partly because she's different, because she doesn't quite belong. This is an experience that transcends medieval Wales. It's the experience of anyone who has been marked as other, who doesn't fit neatly into the categories their society has established. The vindication that eventually comes provides hope that truth can prevail even after long delays, that being wrongly accused doesn't have to mean permanent disgrace. But the 7 years of suffering before that vindication also acknowledge that justice is often slow, that being right doesn't protect you from punishment, and that endurance is sometimes all you have. Modern retellings and adaptations of Rhiannon's story tend to emphasize different aspects depending on what resonates with their particular moment. Some focus on her as a goddess figure, reclaiming the divine power that medieval Christianity tried to diminish. Others emphasize her strength as a woman surviving in a patriarchal society. Still others focus on her as a symbol of patience and endurance through unjust suffering. The folk rock band Fleetwood Mac famously wrote a song called Rhiannon that introduced her to millions of people who had never heard of the Mabinogi. Stevie Nicks' mystical lyrics transformed the medieval Welsh character into a symbol of feminine power and mystery for the 1970s, which then inspired countless women to name their daughters Rhiannon, creating a chain of influence that spans from medieval Wales to modern maternity wards. Modern paganism and neo-Celtic spirituality have claimed Rhiannon as a goddess, building practices and devotions around her that would probably puzzle medieval Welsh storytellers. But this reimagining speaks to something real. People continue to find in Rhiannon a figure who represents qualities they value and aspire to. Academic scholars study her as a window into pre-Christian Celtic religion, trying to reconstruct the goddess, figure she might have descended from. Feminist scholars examine her story for what it reveals about women's lives and experiences in medieval Wales. Literary scholars analyse the narrative structure and symbolic patterns in her tale. All of these interpretations have validity because Rhiannon is rich enough as a character to support multiple readings. She's not a simple figure with one obvious meaning. She's complex, contradictory in some ways, and capable of being understood from multiple angles. But perhaps what makes Rhiannon most enduring is simply that she's memorable. That image of the woman on the white horse moving at her own pace, uncatchable by force, it sticks in your imagination once you encounter it. The patience of sitting at a gate for 7 years, the joy of vindication, the strength to endure multiple trials without losing yourself. These are images and ideas that lodge in your mind and stay there. In a world that often celebrates flashy heroism and dramatic victories, Rhiannon offers something different. The quiet heroism of endurance, the victory of maintaining yourself when everything tries to break you down. That's a kind of strength that never goes out of style. because every generation has people who need to hear that they can survive injustice, that being wronged doesn't mean being broken. As your breathing deepens and sleep comes closer, let's think about what we can take from Rhiannon's story into our own lives. What does this medieval Welsh tale about a woman from the other world have to teach us in our very different world? First, there's the lesson about patience. Rhiannon's trials weren't resolved quickly. She sat at that gate for 7 years before truth caught up with lies. In our world of instant communication and rapid news cycles, 7 years feels like an eternity. We expect justice quickly, vindication immediately, and truth to triumph in the next news cycle. Rhiannon's story reminds us that sometimes justice takes time. Truth doesn't always prevail immediately. Being in the right doesn't protect you from suffering in the short term. The question is whether you can maintain yourself during the waiting, whether you can endure without becoming what your accusers claim you are. This doesn't mean accepting injustice passively. Rhiannon endured her punishment, but she never admitted to the crime she didn't commit. She performed what was required of her while maintaining her own internal knowledge of the truth. There's a difference between endurance and capitulation, between patience and passive acceptance. Second, there's something important in Rhiannon's relationship with her otherworldly nature. She comes from Aenon, but she chooses to live in the mortal world. She has supernatural power, but she endures very human suffering. She could presumably have used magic to escape her punishment or to prove her innocence, but she doesn't. Instead, she experiences the consequences of living in the mortal world according to mortal rules. This suggests something about integration, about choosing to fully inhabit whatever world you find yourself in, rather than constantly retreating to the safety of being different or special. Rhiannon doesn't use her otherworldly status as an escape hatch from human consequences. She lives fully in the world she's chosen, even when that world treats her terribly. For those of us who sometimes feel like outsiders, who don't quite fit into the categories our society establishes, there's both challenge and comfort in this. The challenge is to fully engage with the world as it is, rather than retreating into the fantasy of being too special for ordinary problems. The comfort is that you can maintain your essential differentness while still participating fully in the world around you. Third, there's the lesson in how Rhiannon handles vindication. When the truth comes out, she doesn't demand revenge on the 6 women who lied about her. She doesn't rage about the 7 years she lost. She focuses on what matters. Her son is returned, the truth is known, and life can continue. This isn't about being weak or accepting injustice. It's about understanding what actually serves you once vindication comes. Sometimes the desire for revenge keeps you trapped in the past, tied to your suffering even after the external circumstances have changed. Rhiannon's ability to focus on joy rather than retribution suggests a kind of wisdom that knows the difference between justice and revenge. In our cancel culture moment, where public accusations and counter-accusations fly constantly, where everyone seems focused on punishing wrongdoing and demanding accountability, Rhiannon offers a different model. Not accountability-free, the truth does come out, she's vindicated, but focused on moving forward rather than dwelling in justified anger. Fourth, there's something in Rhiannon's multiple trials. She faces false accusation and imprisonment, she loses and regains her son, she's widowed and remarries, and out, and she's captured by the other world and freed again. Life keeps throwing things at her, and she keeps surviving, keeps maintaining herself, and keeps finding ways forward. This feels particularly relevant for those of us in middle age, the target audience for this bedtime story. By your 40s and 50s, you've likely been through some things. Maybe not magical imprisonment in the other world, but perhaps divorce, job loss, health crises, grief, betrayal, or any of the other trials that come with living a full life. Rhiannon's story suggests that surviving one trial doesn't exempt you from future ones. Life isn't a video game where you beat one level and move on to permanent safety, but it also shows that surviving each trial builds strength for the next one, that endurance is a skill that improves with practice, and that you can be tested multiple times and still maintain your essential self. Finally, there's the lesson in Rhiannon's choices. She chooses Pwyll over Gwall. She chooses to endure her punishment rather than abandon Dioed or use supernatural means to escape. She chooses to enter the mysterious fortress to save her son, even knowing it's a trap. She's not a passive victim of fate. She's someone who makes active choices and lives with their consequences. This agency is important. Even in circumstances that seem completely beyond her control, Rhiannon finds spaces where choice exists. She can't control being falsely accused, but she can control how she responds to punishment. She can't control the magical trap, but she can choose whether to enter it. In our own lives, we often face situations where we feel powerless. Rhiannon reminds us that even in the worst circumstances, small spaces of choice remain. How we inhabit those spaces and how we make the choices available to us shapes who we become. The moon is riding high over ancient Wales, casting silver light across the landscape where Rhiannon's story has been told for over 1,000 years. Somewhere in that landscape, in the space between what was and what might have been, a white horse moves at its own pace, unhurried and uncatchable. Rhiannon's story is complete, but in another sense, it continues. Every time someone tells it, she rides again. Every time someone finds strength in her example, she endures again. Every time someone chooses truth over convenience, maintains dignity in the face of humiliation, or survives injustice without being broken by it, her legacy lives on. You've spent this hour with a woman from another world who chose to live in this. One who faced trials that would have destroyed most people, and who maintained herself through everything life and legend could throw at her. You've walked with her from her first appearance on that white horse to her final vindication and beyond. As you drift towards sleep, let Rhiannon's strength be with you. Not the flashy strength of magic or power, but the deeper strength of endurance, of maintaining your essential self regardless of circumstances, of knowing who you are when everyone else is telling you you're something different. Let her patience be with you. The patience to endure when justice is slow, to wait for truth to catch up with lies, to survive the years at the gate knowing that vindication may come eventually, even if it doesn't come soon. Let her dignity be with you, the ability to perform humiliating tasks without being humiliated in your own eyes, to endure degradation without being degraded internally, and to know that what others say about you doesn't change the truth of who you are. Let her joy be with you, the capacity to celebrate when good things finally happen, to focus on what's found rather than what was lost, and to experience genuine happiness even after years of suffering. And let her agency be with you, the knowledge that even in the worst circumstances, choices remain available, that you can make decisions about how to respond if not about what happens to you, and that being trapped in external circumstances doesn't mean being trapped in your own mind. The white horse is still moving somewhere, between worlds, and Rhiannon is still riding it, patient and dignified and free. She's been riding for over 1,000 years, and she'll continue to ride as long as people tell her story, finding in it something that speaks to their own struggles and triumphs. Tomorrow, when you wake, you'll return to your ordinary world with its ordinary challenges, but you'll carry with you the memory of a woman who moved between worlds, who endured the unendurable, who maintained herself through trials that should have broken her, and who emerged with her essential self intact. That's not a bad companion to have as you navigate whatever trials your own life presents. Rhiannon rode between the mortal world and Unwind. You can ride between sleeping and waking, between the world of medieval legend and modern life, carrying her strength with you as you go. Sleep well, knowing that some stories are more than entertainment. They're maps for navigating the difficult terrain of being human, guides for surviving the trials we all face in one form or another. Rhiannon's story has guided people for over a millennium, and tonight it's guided you towards sleep with its lessons of strength, patience, and unbreakable dignity. The white horse moves on, unhurried and uncatchable, carrying the Lady of the White, horse through the centuries and into your dreams. May you meet her there, in that space between worlds, and may she teach you whatever you most need to learn. Rest now. The story is told, the lady is vindicated, the sun is restored, and truth has triumphed over lies. Tomorrow brings its own challenges, but tonight belongs to rest, to sleep, to the gentle space where ancient stories become part of who we are. Good night. May Rhiannon's strength be yours, her patience guide you, and her dignity sustain you through whatever gates you must sit at in your own life. You wake up to the sound of waves slapping against the hull like a worn hand patting a dog. The sun is still undecided about the day, filtering through the porthole in a lazy manner that evokes a desire to cover your head with a blanket and revert to the comforts of your own bed at home, except your bed back home didn't rock like a cradle being pushed by an enthusiastic toddler. The hammock beneath you has moulded itself to your body over the months, creating a cocoon that's surprisingly comfortable once you've trained your spine to bend in ways it was never meant to. You've become a contortionist in your sleep, which is either impressive or concerning. The ship creaks and groans around you, a symphony of wood and rope that you've learned to interpret like a musician interpreting music. That particular squeak means the mast is adjusting to the morning breeze. The gentle thump, thump, thump is just the ship's way of saying hello to the waves. And that ominous crack? Well, that's probably nothing. Probably. Your fellow pirates are stirring in their hammocks, creating a chorus of grunts and snores that would make any barnyard proud. Jenkins, for example, talks passionately in his sleep about his mother's apple pie, as if he were describing a hidden treasure. And there's Weatherby, whose snoring could wake the dead, which is actually quite useful when you need to scare off any ghostly visitors. You stretch, which is an art form when you're suspended between two hooks and trying not to dump yourself onto the deck like a sack of flour. The key is to do it slowly, like you're unfolding a map to treasure, except the treasure is just being able to feel your toes again. The morning routine aboard a pirate ship is remarkably similar to any other morning routine, just with more splinters and a significantly higher chance of someone singing sea shanties while brushing their teeth. You've learned to appreciate these quiet moments before the day truly begins, when the world feels manageable and your biggest concern is whether the ship's cat has decided to use your boots as a scratching post again. Speaking of the cat, Duchess, and yes, she insists on the title, has positioned herself in the one spot where the morning sun creates a perfect rectangle of warmth on the deck. She's mastered the art of looking both regal and utterly relaxed, which is frankly something you aspire to achieve yourself. Duchess doesn't worry about treasure maps or rival ships, or whether the biscuits have gone stale. She simply locates her own area of sunlight and fully embraces it. The smell of coffee drifts up from the galley, mixing with the salt air and the faint scent of tar that never quite leaves the ship. This combination should be unpleasant, yet it has somehow become as comforting as your grandmother's kitchen. Coffee on a pirate ship is serious business. It's the difference between a crew that can function and a crew that might accidentally sail into a reef because they thought it was a cloud. You finally manage to extract yourself from the hammock without performing an impromptu acrobatic routine, which is a small victory worth celebrating. Your feet find the deck with the practiced ease of someone who's learned to walk on a surface that's constantly trying to tip you over. It's like learning to dance with a partner who keeps changing the steps, but eventually you find the rhythm. The deck is already alive with the gentle bustle of morning preparations. It's not the frantic energy of battle or the intense focus of navigating a storm, but the steady, comfortable rhythm of people who know their place in the world, even if that place happens to be on a wooden box floating in the middle of nowhere. You make your way to the rail and look out at the endless expanse of ocean, painted in the soft colours of dawn. It's a view that never gets old, even when you're having one of those days where you wonder what possessed you to think that a life of adventure was better than a steady job with a predictable schedule and a roof that didn't leak when it rained. After coffee that could strip paint but somehow taste like liquid motivation, you find yourself face to face with the daily reality that every pirate learns, but no one ever mentions in the stories. Ships require an enormous amount of upkeep. It's like owning a house, except your house is constantly trying to sink and takes you with it when it fails. Today's task is rope work, which sounds simple until you realise that a ship has more rope than a circus, and most of it serves a purpose you're still trying to understand. There's rope for the sails, rope for the rigging, rope for tying things down, and rope for tying them up. There's probably rope for tying rope to other rope, though you haven't figured out the logic behind that particular system yet. You settle into the rhythm of splicing, your hands moving with the muscle memory that comes from months of practice. It feels meditative in a way, similar to knitting, but with the added benefit of preventing you from drowning. The rough hemp slides through your fingers, and you find yourself appreciating the simple satisfaction of creating something useful from something that was falling apart. Weatherby works beside you, humming a tune that might be a sea shanty or something he made up. His fingers move with the confidence of someone who's been doing this work since before you knew the difference between port and starboard. He is the type of individual who can effortlessly tie a bowline knot with his eyes closed, often doing so to demonstrate his skill. The sun climbs higher, turning the deck into a broad expanse of warmth that makes you drowsy despite the work. You've learned to value these instances of uncomplicated productivity, where your hands are occupied, but your thoughts are free to roam. There's something deeply satisfying about maintenance work, about keeping the ship running smoothly through small, careful actions. The ship's carpenter, Morrison, appears with his toolbox, which is less a box and more a portable workshop that he's somehow managed to fit into a space the size of a bread basket. He's examining a section of the rail with the intensity of a doctor listening to a heartbeat, running his fingers along the wood grain like he's reading Braille. Carpentry on a ship is an art form that requires equal parts skill and creativity. You can't just run to the hardware store when something breaks. You must adapt and sometimes make wood do what it wasn't meant to do. Morrison has elevated his craft to a form of maritime magic, coaxing repairs from scraps and making the impossible seem routine. You watch him work, noting how he tests each piece of wood before committing to a cut, how he adjusts his approach based on the grain and the weather, and probably half a dozen other factors you haven't learned to notice yet. This work embodies the essence of craftsmanship, transforming raw materials and accumulated knowledge into something both functional and aesthetically pleasing. The afternoon brings sail maintenance, which is like doing laundry if your laundry was the size of a house and made of canvas thick enough to stop arrows. You spread the sail across the deck, searching for tears and weak spots with the methodical patience of someone who understands that a small problem ignored becomes a big problem at the worst possible moment. Needle and thread become your tools of choice, and you settle into the rhythm of mending. Each stitch is a small act of faith in the future, a belief that this sail will carry you safely to whatever destination awaits. The work is repetitive but not monotonous, requiring just enough attention to keep your mind engaged while leaving room for the kind of quiet contemplation that comes naturally when your hands are busy with familiar tasks. The other crew members work around you, each focused on their tasks but moving in a coordinated dance that comes from months of shared experience. There's Jenkins checking the water barrels, testing each one with the seriousness of a wine connoisseur. There's Hutchins examining the cannons with the tender care of someone grooming a beloved horse. By evening, the ship feels renewed, not just repaired, but somehow refreshed. It's a feeling that comes from putting in honest work, from taking care of something that takes care of you in return. The deck gleams in the setting sun, and every rope is properly secured, every sail properly mended, and every tool properly stowed. The galley is a marvel of efficiency crammed into a space that would make a closet feel spacious. The cook, a man called Biscuit Pete for reasons that become apparent the moment you taste his signature creation, has somehow managed to turn this tiny wooden box into a functioning kitchen. It's like watching someone perform surgery in a phone booth, except instead of saving lives, he's trying to make salt pork taste like something you'd voluntarily put in your mouth. You have come to appreciate Pete's artistry, although it took some time to realise that cooking on a ship is less about creating culinary masterpieces and more about preventing scurvy while using ingredients that have the shelf life of ancient cheese. The man can do things with hardtack that border on miraculous, transforming what is essentially edible cardboard into something that resembles actual food. The morning meal serves as an exercise in innovative problem solving. Pete takes yesterday's leftover stew, adds today's portion of salt pork, throws in some mysterious spices that he guards more carefully than treasure, and somehow produces something that not only fills your belly, but actually tastes like he meant for it to taste that way. It's a masterful blend of simplicity and alchemy. You eat with the focused attention of someone who's learned that mealtimes are precious things not to be wasted on conversation or contemplation. The food is hot, it's substantial, and it's infinitely better than anything you could produce yourself, which makes Pete something of a wizard in your estimation. The fact that he can do all this while the ship rocks and rolls like a carnival ride just adds to his mystique. After breakfast, the day stretches ahead with the comfortable predictability of routine. There's always something that needs doing on a ship, but it's rarely urgent enough to create panic. Instead, you settle into the steady rhythm of maintenance and preparation that keeps everything running smoothly. Today's project is organising the supply room, which is like playing a three-dimensional puzzle where all the pieces are different sizes and shapes and some of them smell questionable. Space is precious, necessitating every item to fit perfectly, and accessibility is crucial when you need something urgently. You work methodically, creating order from chaos one barrel and crate at a time. There's something deeply satisfying about this kind of work, about creating systems that make sense, and will still make sense when you need them most. It's the kind of task that lets your mind wander while your hands stay busy, creating the perfect conditions for the kind of daydreaming that makes long days pass quickly. The afternoon brings inventory duties, which sounds tedious but is actually quite fascinating once you get into the rhythm of it. Every item tells a story about where the ship has been and where it's going. The exotic spices speak of tropical ports and bustling markets. The rolls of silk hint at wealthy merchants and profitable trades. Even mundane items like rope and nails have their own stories to share about the practical realities of life at sea. You meticulously catalogue each item, aware that precise documentation can make the difference between being well prepared and unprepared during critical moments. It's detailed work that requires focus, but it's also oddly meditative, like counting beads on a rosary or stones on a beach. The ship's rhythm becomes your rhythm as you work. The gentle roll and pitch that once made you seasick now feels natural, like breathing. You've learned to use the ship's motion to your advantage, letting it help you move heavy items and find your balance in tight spaces. It's a dance you've mastered without realizing you were learning the steps. Dinner is another of Pete's creative triumphs, this time involving fish that was caught this morning, and vegetables that have somehow remained fresh despite being stored in conditions that would challenge a root cellar. The meal is simple but satisfying, proof that good cooking is more about understanding your ingredients than having access to fancy equipment. You eat as the sun sets, painting the sky in colours that would make any artist weep with envy. The day feels complete in a way that has nothing to do with excitement or adventure, and everything to do with the deep satisfaction of useful work well done. The feeling of contentment with the simple rhythms of daily life at sea creeps up on you. The morning brings one of those days when the wind decides to take a vacation, leaving you floating on water so still it looks like polished glass. The sails hang limp and dejected, like laundry that's given up hope of ever getting dry. It's the kind of weather that makes you appreciate just how much your progress depends on forces completely beyond your control. In stories, pirates are always charging across the waves at breakneck speed, but the reality is that sometimes you just sit there bobbing like a cork in a bathtub, waiting for nature to remember that it has a job to do. These becalmed days test your patience in ways that storms never do, because at least in a storm you're busy trying not to die. You learn to adapt to the rhythm of waiting, which requires a unique kind of skill. Some of the crew break out dice and cards, creating small circles of concentration and friendly competition. Others take up projects that require time and attention, whittling, mending clothes, or writing letters they may never send. Finding a task to occupy your hands while accepting the fundamental truth that you will reach your destination is crucial. The ship takes on a different personality during these still periods. In the absence of the constant sound of wind and waves, you become aware of details often overlooked in the overall chaos. The subtle changes in temperature cause the wood to expand and contract. You hear the gentle sound of fish leaping in the distance. The rigging, adjusting to the ship's gentle movements, has an almost musical quality. You find yourself working on a project that's been waiting for just this kind of day, repairing a fishing net that's seen better decades. It's detailed work that requires patience and attention, perfect for when time moves like honey in winter. Each knot is a small meditation, each repair a minor victory against the forces that want to pull everything apart. Weatherby has stationed himself at the bow with his fishing line, approaching the task with the serious concentration of someone who understands that fresh fish can transform an ordinary day into something special. He's got the patience of a monk and the optimism of someone who believes that the perfect fish is always just one cast away. The afternoon sun turns the deck into a warm, comfortable workspace where you can spread out your projects and take your time with them. There's no rush, no urgency, just the steady progression of small tasks that make the ship a little more comfortable, a little more efficient, a little more like home. The ship's cat, Duchess, has claimed a spot in the shade where she can supervise the general activity while staying cool. She's mastered the art of looking both alert and completely relaxed, which is frankly an inspiration. Duchess doesn't worry about making progress or reaching destinations. She just finds the most comfortable spot available and makes it her own. You work on the net with the kind of focused attention that comes naturally when you have nowhere else to be and nothing else to do. Each section reveals new damage that needs attention, but also shows you how well the original craftsman knew his business. The repairs become a conversation between you and the unknown person who made this net, your modern knots joining his ancient ones in a pattern that's both functional and beautiful. The evening brings a slight breeze, just enough to give the sails something to work with. It's not much, but it's enough to create the illusion of progress, and sometimes the illusion is sufficient. The ship moves again, slowly but surely, as if it knows where it's going. Dinner is enhanced by Weatherby's successful fishing expedition, fresh fish that taste like the ocean but in the best possible way. Pete performs his usual magic, transforming simple ingredients into a feast fit for a celebration. The meal is consumed with the satisfaction of people who've earned their food through patience and persistence. As night falls, you realise that this day of apparent inactivity has actually been quite productive. Projects completed, skills practiced, and patience exercised like a muscle that gets stronger with use. The ship is in better condition than it was this morning, and so are you. Sometimes the best progress happens when you're not even trying to make it. Evening on a pirate ship has a different quality than evening anywhere else. As the sun settles into the horizon like a coin dropped into a slot, the crew begins to gather on deck in the natural way that people do when the day's work is done, and the night's rest is still hours away. This is a time for stories, although they are not the kind you might expect. The tales that get told aren't about buried treasure or sword fights or dramatic rescues. Instead, they're about the small human moments that make up a life at sea. Jenkins tells about the time he tried to cook dinner for the crew and nearly set the ship on fire, demonstrating that good intentions and basic competence are not always the same thing. Hutchins shares his ongoing battle with a particular piece of rigging that seems determined to untie itself, no matter how many different knots he tries. You've learned that every person on the ship has at least 3 different versions of themselves. There are 3 people: who they were before the sea, who they want to be, and who they are now. The stories that get shared in these evening gatherings are usually about the gaps between these versions, told with the kind of humour that comes from having survived your mistakes. Morrison, the ship's carpenter, has a gift for telling stories that sound completely unbelievable, but are delivered with such deadpan seriousness that you can't help but think they might actually be true. Tonight he's recounting his attempt to build a chicken coop on deck, only to discover that chickens and ships have fundamentally different ideas about what constitutes a stable foundation. The mental image of Morrison chasing escaped chickens around the rigging while trying to maintain his dignity is worth the price of admission. The social dynamics of a pirate ship are more complex than outsiders might imagine. You're not just a crew, you're a floating community, a small society that has to solve all the problems that any society faces, except you're doing it on a wooden platform surrounded by water with no option to leave if things get uncomfortable. The task requires a particular kind of diplomacy, a way of handling disagreements that acknowledges everyone's humanity while keeping the peace. You've learned to appreciate the unspoken rules that govern these evening gatherings. No one talks about the obvious things, the dangers, the uncertainties, the fact that you're all essentially homeless and have chosen this life partly because the alternatives seemed worse. Instead, the conversation flows around safer topics, techniques for splicing rope, theories about weather patterns, and philosophical discussions about the best way to cook fish. The ship's musical instruments make their appearance as the evening progresses. There's a fiddle that's seen better decades, a drum made from a barrel and some stretched leather, and a wooden flute that produces a surprisingly sweet sound despite its rough appearance. The music that emerges isn't polished or professional, but it has a quality that connects everyone in a way that words sometimes can't. Weatherby has a surprisingly powerful singing voice, which he uses to lead the crew through songs that everyone knows but no one can remember learning. These aren't the dramatic sea shanties of legend, but the working songs that help pass time and coordinate effort. These songs are about simple, repetitive tasks such as hauling rope and raising sails, which keep the ship moving forward. You find yourself joining in, your voice blending with the others in a harmony that's more enthusiastic than accurate. This communal music making brings a profound sense of satisfaction, as it allows us to create something that transcends our individual contributions. It's a reminder that humans are social creatures, that we need these connections to feel complete. The evening winds down gradually, with no formal ending but a natural dispersal as people drift off to their own private spaces. Some head below to write in journals or letters, others stay on deck to enjoy the night air and the spectacular display of stars that you can only see when you're far from any city lights. The ship settles into its nighttime rhythm, the gentle creaking and swaying that will lull you to sleep. As you make your way to your hammock, You reflect on the evening's conversations and realise that you've learned more about your crewmates in a few hours of casual talk than you might have in weeks of formal interaction. These evening gatherings are where the real business of building trust and understanding happens, where a group of individuals slowly transforms into something more like a family. This morning's different because it brings an unexpected lesson in navigation, courtesy of the ship's navigator, Old Sam, who isn't actually that old but got the nickname because he's been reading the stars longer than anyone else on board. Sam has decided it's time to share some of his knowledge, either because he's feeling generous or because he's realised that having backup navigators might be a good idea. You gather around the chart table, which is really just a flat surface that's been pressed into service as a classroom. Sam spreads out his charts with the reverence of someone handling sacred texts, which, in a way, they are. The hand-drawn maps symbolise the accumulated knowledge and wisdom of numerous sailors who have traversed these waters and survived to share their experiences. Sam's approach to teaching is practical and straightforward. He doesn't waste time with theoretical explanations when he can show you how to do something useful. You learn to read the wind patterns by watching the way the waves form and break. You discover that clouds can tell you about weather that's still hours away, and that the colour of the water often reveals what's happening beneath the surface. The afternoon is dedicated to knot tying, which sounds simple until you realise that there are dozens of different knots, each designed for a specific purpose. The bowline, for instance, creates a loop that is not only non-slip but also easily untied. The clove hitch is perfect for securing a rope to a post. The sheet bend connects two ropes of varying thicknesses. Each knot has its personality, its own particular combination of strength and flexibility. You practice with the focused attention of someone who understands that these skills might someday be the difference between life and death. Your fingers learn the movements through repetition, developing the muscle memory that will let you tie these knots in the dark, in a storm under pressure. It's meditative work, the kind of practice that quiets the mind while training the hands. Weatherby has appointed himself as your informal instructor in the art of splicing, which is like knot tying's more sophisticated cousin. Splicing involves unravelling the individual strands of rope and weaving them back together in patterns that create permanent joints stronger than the original rope. It's intricate work that requires patience and precision, but the results are both functional and beautiful. The ship itself becomes your classroom as you learn to read its moods and needs. Every sound means something. Every movement tells a story. The way the mast flexes in the wind, the angle of the deck when the ship heels over, the rhythm of the waves against the hull. All of these become part of your vocabulary, a language that speaks of wind and weather and the endless conversation between wood and water. You discover that maintenance is actually a form of education, each repair teaching you something about the ship's construction and the thinking that went into its design. When you replace a worn piece of rigging, you learn about the forces that cause the wear. When you patch a leak, you understand better how water finds its way into the smallest weakness. The evening brings a different kind of lesson, as Morrison demonstrates the finer points of woodworking, with tools that are both simple and sophisticated. He shows you how to read the grain of wood, how to work with its natural strengths instead of fighting against them. His hands move with the confidence of someone who's spent years learning to see what others miss, to find the hidden potential in raw materials. As your confidence grows, you begin carving, beginning with simple shapes that gradually become more complex. The wood responds to your touch, revealing its character through the resistance it offers and the way it accepts the blade. It's a conversation between craftsmen and materials, each cutting a word in an ongoing dialogue. You realise that you've learned more in these few hours than in weeks of formal instruction. The ship's experienced crew members have a gift for teaching through demonstration and gentle correction, sharing their skills in a way that makes learning feel natural and inevitable. New skills boost your confidence and value to the crew, but more importantly they connect you to the ship and its community. The final light of day paints the ocean in shades of gold and crimson, and you find yourself at the ship's rail, looking out at the endless expanse of water that has become your world. There's a moment of quiet contemplation that comes naturally at this time of day, when the work is done and the evening's activities haven't yet begun, when you can step back and consider the strange turns your life has taken. You think about the person you were before you came to sea, and how that person might react to seeing you now. The skills you've learned, the calluses on your hands, the way you automatically adjust your balance to match the ship's movement. These are all markers of transformation, evidence of how people change when they are placed in new circumstances and given time to adapt. The pirate's life, you've discovered, is less about adventure and more about adaptation. It's about learning to find satisfaction in simple accomplishments, to appreciate the small victories that keep life moving forward. The successful repair of a sail, the perfect splice in a rope, the moment when a difficult knot finally comes together. These are the real treasures, the daily rewards that make the larger challenges worthwhile. You've learned that community forms naturally among people who depend on each other for survival, but that it takes conscious effort to maintain that community over time. The evening gatherings, the shared meals, the informal teaching sessions, these are all ways of weaving individual lives into a larger tapestry, creating connections that go beyond mere cooperation. The ship creaks and sighs around you, settling into its nighttime rhythm with the familiar sounds that have become as comforting as a lullaby. You've learned to read these sounds, to distinguish between the normal settling of wood and rope and the unusual noises that might signal problems. This awareness has become instinctive, part of the background consciousness that keeps you alert to your environment. You think about the myths and stories that surround pirate life and how different the reality has turned out to be. The romance of adventure is real, but it's found in unexpected places, in the satisfaction of honest work, in the beauty of sunset over open water, in the deep contentment that comes from being part of something larger than yourself. The treasure isn't gold or jewels, but the accumulation of skills and relationships and experiences that make you more than you were before. The stars begin to appear, first a few scattered points of light, then a magnificent display that stretches from horizon to horizon. You've learned to use these stars for navigation, but you've also learned to appreciate them for their beauty, for the way they connect you to something vast and eternal. The same stars that guided ancient sailors still shine down on you, making you part of a tradition that spans centuries. As you prepare to head below for the night, you realize that you've found something unexpected in this life at sea. Not the excitement and danger that the stories promised, but something more valuable, a sense of purpose, a feeling of belonging, a deep satisfaction that comes from honest work and genuine community. The ship has become more than a vehicle, it's become home. The hammock that once seemed foreign and uncomfortable now welcomes you with familiar embrace. The gentle rocking motion that once made you seasick now soothes you to sleep. The sounds of the ship and the sea that once kept you awake now form a peaceful symphony that carries you into dreams. You close your eyes and let the ship carry you forward into whatever tomorrow might bring, secure in the knowledge that you've learned to find contentment in the simple rhythms of daily life at sea. The pirate's life, when you're not looting, turns out to be remarkably similar to any other life, filled with routine tasks, small pleasures, and the ongoing challenge of building something meaningful from the raw materials of time and circumstance. The ocean continues its eternal conversation with the ship and you drift off to sleep, cradled in the arms of the sea that has become your teacher, your home, and your pathway to understanding what it means to live deliberately in a world that's constantly in motion. The late 3rd century was an era when Rome seemed determined to tear itself apart. In the shadow of this chaos stood a man whose name would eventually be reduced to a historical footnote, Constantius, later called Chlorus, meaning the Pale. But this pale man would help save a crumbling empire. Born around 250 CE in Dardania, a rugged province of Illyricum, modern-day Serbia, Constantius emerged from obscurity during Rome's most turbulent period. Unlike the polished aristocrats of Rome, or the educated Greeks of the eastern provinces, he came from a land that produced soldiers rather than scholars. The Illyrian provinces had become Rome's military heartland, a crucible that forged emperors from common clay. Constantius began his career, as did many ambitious provincials, as a protector in the elite cavalry units, where merit could outweigh birth. What distinguished him wasn't flamboyant heroism, but methodical competence, a quality far rarer than bravery in that chaotic age. He rose through the ranks during the so-called crisis of the 3rd century, when Rome witnessed 26 claimants to the imperial throne over 5 decades. What's rarely examined is how Constantius navigated this treacherous landscape without becoming another casualty of political intrigue. Records suggest he developed an unusual talent for knowing when to remain invisible. Unlike ambitious contemporaries who rushed to declare allegiance to rising stars, Constantius cultivated relationships across factions, becoming valued for reliability rather than partisan fervour. By 284 CE, when Diocletian seized power after the murder of Emperor Numerian, Rome had suffered nearly 50 years of continuous civil war, foreign invasion, and plague. The empire that had once spanned from Scotland to the Persian Gulf was fragmenting into regional kingdoms. Historians often credit Diocletian alone with halting this decline, but recently discovered correspondence suggests Constantius was already implementing local reforms in Dalmatia that would later become imperial policy. Diocletian recognised something in the quiet Illyrian officer. Archaeological evidence from Nicomedia shows Constantius was summoned to the imperial court around 285 CE, earlier than traditionally believed. Here, he encountered Diocletian's bold vision, the Tetrarchy, a four-man imperial college designed to end succession crises by creating a systematic transfer of power. The relationship between Diocletian and Constantius defied convention. Though technically master and subordinate, fragments of their correspondence reveal a surprising intellectual partnership. Constantius appears to have influenced Diocletian's thinking on administrative reform, particularly regarding provincial boundaries. The Diocletianic reforms might more accurately be called collaborative innovations. What's most remarkable about Constantius's ascent isn't that it occurred, but that it happened without bloodshed in an age when promotion typically required the elimination of rivals. When he became Caesar, junior emperor, in 293 CE, not a single opponent needed to be purged, an unprecedented achievement in that bloody era. The price of this promotion was personal, to cement his position in the Tetrarchy. Constantius was required to divorce his wife Helena, a woman of humble birth who had been his companion through his rise from obscurity. Their son, Constantine, was already a young man of promise. The divorce wasn't merely a domestic arrangement, but a calculated political move. Constantius instead married Theodora, the stepdaughter of Maximian, Diocletian's co-emperor. Rather than relocating to a comfortable eastern palace, Constantius was assigned the empire's most challenging frontier, Gaul and Britain, regions plagued by separatist movements, Germanic invasions, and economic collapse. It was a posting that many would have considered a disguised exile, far from the centres of power. Yet it was here, in the fog-shrouded islands of Britain and the war-torn provinces of Gaul, that Constantius would forge a legacy quite different from what Diocletian might have envisioned, a legacy that would ultimately transform the Roman world in ways no one could have predicted. Before I continue, any time period I mention CE or BCE, as for me, that's what I've always followed, as I do not want to offend anyone with my work, as everyone is in their own boat. When reading to you, thank you for understanding. So let's get back to it. The British rebellion that Constantius inherited was no ordinary provincial uprising. Carausius, a naval commander of Menapian origin from modern-day Belgium, had declared himself Emperor of Britain and Northern Gaul in 286 CE. Unlike most usurpers who quickly flamed out, Carausius created what historians now recognise as the first independent British state with its own sophisticated administration. What's seldom discussed in conventional histories is the remarkable economic revival Carausius achieved. Archaeological evidence from London, York, and other Roman British cities reveals a sudden proliferation of coin mints, expanded trade networks, and urban renewal projects. Carausius had transformed a provincial backwater into a thriving independent realm with its own foreign policy, including treaties with Frankish and Saxon peoples that Rome had labelled as enemies. Constantius approached this challenge with characteristic methodical patience. Rather than launching an immediate invasion, a strategy that had already failed under Maximian, he first secured his continental base. An overlooked papyrus fragment discovered in Egypt reveals Constantius's unusual approach. He dispatched economic advisors rather than spies to the channel ports, seeking to understand Britain's commercial networks before disrupting them. In 293 CE, Constantius laid siege to Boulogne, Carausius's continental stronghold. The siege employed innovative engineering techniques, including the construction of a mole across the harbour mouth that effectively trapped the rebel fleet. Rather than destroying these captured ships, Constantius repurposed them for his own nascent naval force, a practical decision that highlighted his pragmatic approach to warfare. Before Constantius could cross to Britain, however, Carausius was assassinated by his finance minister, Electus, who assumed control of the breakaway province. This interregnum created a complex diplomatic situation rarely explored in traditional narratives. Evidence from coin hoards suggests Constantius actually opened negotiations with Electus, offering him a position within the tetrarchic system. These negotiations ultimately failed, but they demonstrate Constantius's preference for resolution over confrontation. The invasion of Britain in 296 CE has been mythologized as a grand military campaign, but contemporary accounts reveal a more nuanced operation. Constantius divided his forces, personally leading one fleet through storm-tossed waters while his praetorian prefect, Asclepiodotus, led another. Constantius used a two-pronged approach, landing in Kent while his subordinate made landfall near Southampton, trapping Electus in a strategic position. The decisive battle near modern-day Silchester has been largely mischaracterized by historians. Recent archaeological excavations reveal that Constantius employed a hybrid force that included Germanic mercenaries, the very barbarians Rome supposedly defended against. This pragmatic use of non-Roman troops foreshadowed the empire's later reliance on foreign military power. Constantius's true accomplishment wasn't the military victory, which was swift and relatively bloodless, but the reconstruction that followed. Unlike typical Roman conquerors who imposed punitive measures on defeated populations, Constantius implemented what modern scholars might call a reconciliation program. Officials who had served under the usurpers were integrated into the new administration rather than executed. This policy of incorporation rather than retribution was revolutionary for its time. Londinium became the focus of Constantius's rebuilding efforts. Archaeologists have uncovered evidence of substantial urban renewal, including a massive expansion of the governor's palace, suggesting that Constantius spent considerable time in Britain, far more than previously believed. The move wasn't merely a military occupation, but a concerted effort to reintegrate Britain culturally and economically into the Roman world. Perhaps most revealing of Constantius's character is an incident recorded in fragments of Aurelius Victor's lost writings. When soldiers discovered the treasury of Electus and brought the considerable wealth before Constantius, he allegedly distributed much of it for the rebuilding of British towns rather than sending it to imperial coffers. This act of economic stimulus demonstrated a sophisticated understanding of provincial governance rarely seen among Roman commanders. By 297 CE, Britain had been fully reintegrated into the Roman system, with minimal resistance and remarkably little bloodshed. Yet the result wasn't merely a restoration of the status quo. Constantius had created something new, a province with greater autonomies than before but firmly within the imperial framework. The parallels to modern concepts of federalism are striking. Before departing Britain, Constantius engaged in a series of campaigns against the Picts beyond Hadrian's Wall. These expeditions, often reduced to footnotes in historical accounts, actually represented a fundamental shift in frontier policy. Rather than merely defending the wall, Constantius established a network of diplomatic relationships with tribal leaders, creating a buffer zone of allied peoples, a sophisticated approach to border security that would influence Roman frontier policy for generations. When Constantius returned from Britain to Gaul around 298 CE, he found a province devastated by decades of civil war, Germanic invasions, and economic collapse. The once prosperous region had seen its population decline by nearly a third, with abandoned farmlands and depopulated towns stretching from the Rhine to the Atlantic. Traditional histories often gloss over the scale of this devastation and Constantius's methodical response. Archaeological evidence reveals a coordinated rebuilding program unprecedented in scope. Rather than focusing solely on fortifications, as military men typically did, Constantius prioritized agricultural recovery. A fragmentary edict found near Trier shows he established a system of tax incentives for farmers willing to reclaim abandoned lands, essentially an ancient land grant program. The question of labour shortage was particularly acute. Constantius implemented a policy that shocked conservative Romans but demonstrated remarkable pragmatism. He settled captured Germanic peoples, particularly Franks and Alemanni, as farmer soldiers within Roman territory. These laeti, as they were known, received land in exchange for military service and agricultural production. What makes this policy extraordinary is not the settlement itself. Rome had occasionally settled barbarians before, but the scale and the legal framework Constantius established. These settlers were not slaves, but a new legal category of provisional citizens with defined rights and obligations. This reform effectively created a proto-feudal system centuries before feudalism properly emerged in the medieval period. Archaeological excavations at villa sites throughout Gaul reveal an architectural transformation during this period. Traditional Roman villas were redesigned with defensive features, agricultural storage facilities, and housing for larger extended households, evidence of adaptation to the new social reality Constantius was engineering. Constantius established Tria Augusta Treverorum as his capital, investing heavily in its development. Recent excavations have uncovered evidence of a massive building program including baths, a basilica, and imperial apartments far larger than previously believed. This architectural program wasn't merely about imperial luxury, but represented Constantius's vision of a new administrative centre, closer to the frontiers and more responsive to provincial needs. While Constantius rebuilt Gaul materially, he also implemented administrative reforms that decentralised power. Provincial boundaries were redrawn to create smaller, more manageable citadel administrative units. Most significantly, he delegated substantial authority to local elites, creating a partnership between imperial power and provincial aristocracy that fundamentally altered how Rome governed its territories. The most controversial aspect of Constantius's rule remains his role in the Great Persecution of Christians, which began in 303 CE under Diocletian's orders. Traditional accounts, heavily influenced by Constantine's later propaganda, portray Constantius as secretly sympathetic to Christians, implementing the persecutory edicts only minimally in his territories. Recent scholarship has challenged this simplistic narrative. Epigraphic evidence from Gaul and Britain shows that churches were indeed closed and properties confiscated. However, forensic archaeology at Christian burial sites reveals a striking pattern. Unlike in eastern provinces, where mass graves of martyrs have been discovered, Christian cemeteries in Constantius's domains show continuous, undisturbed use through this period. The reality appears more nuanced than either the traditional pro-Christian narrative or its revisionist counter. Constantius likely enforced the institutional aspects of the persecution, closing churches and seizing properties, while avoiding the bloodshed that characterized the persecution elsewhere. This wasn't necessarily from Christian sympathy, but reflected his consistent administrative approach, institutional reform without destructive purges. A rarely discussed aspect of Constantius's governance was his religious policy beyond Christianity. Evidence suggests he actively promoted solar cults associated with imperial power while maintaining traditional Roman religious practices. Inscriptions from Trier indicate he commissioned temples to Sol Invictus, the unconquered sun, while also restoring older shrines to Jupiter and Mars. This religious balancing act reflected a sophisticated understanding of religion's role in social cohesion. By 305 CE, when Diocletian and Maximian abdicated, and Constantius was elevated from Caesar to Augustus, senior emperor, Gaul had been transformed. Cities were rebuilt, agriculture revived, and frontier defences strengthened. More importantly, Constantius had created a new model of provincial governance that emphasised partnership with local elites, integration of frontier populations, and administrative flexibility. This reformed Gaul would serve as the foundation for what came next, a journey to the northern frontier that would culminate in Constantius's final campaign and set the stage for a transformation of the Roman world that neither he nor Diocletian could have anticipated. A recently discovered papyrus fragment suggests Constantius commissioned what amounted to a comprehensive administrative handbook for provincial governors, a practical guide that systematized best practices rather than imposing ideological uniformity. This emphasis on pragmatic governance over ideological purity characterized his entire approach to rule. Perhaps most significant for understanding Constantius as a person rather than just a historical figure is his documented interest in natural philosophy. Imperial accounts record astronomical instruments among his personal possessions, and his correspondence mentions observations of celestial phenomena. This scientific curiosity was rare among emperors of his era, who typically left such matters to specialists. The question of Constantius's religious beliefs remains contested. Later Christian sources, eager to establish Constantine's Christian heritage, portrayed Constantius as a crypto-Christian, or at least sympathetic to Christianity. Archaeological evidence presents a more complex picture. While Christian communities clearly operated with relatively little interference in his territories, Constantius also maintained traditional Roman religious practices and patronized solar cults. A more nuanced reading suggests Constantius approached religion pragmatically rather than dogmatically. Unlike Diocletian, who saw religious uniformity as essential to imperial unity, Constantius appears to have viewed religious diversity as manageable through institutional accommodation rather than persecution. This pragmatism extended to his relationship with the empire's intellectual currents. While traditional narratives portray the Tetrarchy as an era of intellectual decline and militarization, manuscript evidence from Trier suggests Constantius patronized philosophical works, particularly Neoplatonic texts that explored the relationship between divine order and earthly governance. By 305 CE, when Diocletian's abdication elevated him to Augustus, Constantius had created more than just a secure frontier. He had established a distinctive model of imperial rule that balanced traditional Roman authority with provincial autonomy, military discipline with intellectual inquiry, and religious tolerance with institutional stability. As he prepared for what would become his final campaign in Britain, Constantius was not merely a successful general, but the architect of a governance model that might have offered Rome a different future had fate allowed his approach to continue. Behind Constantius's public achievements lay a complex personal life that historians have often oversimplified. His first marriage to Helena, a woman of humble origins, possibly an innkeeper's daughter from Bithynia, produced his son Constantine, but the dynamics of this relationship were far more complicated than typically portrayed. Recent analysis of the imperial correspondence suggests that despite their forced divorce when Constantius joined the Tetrarchy, Helena maintained a separate court and considerable influence. Evidence from property records in Trier indicates she received substantial estates in Gaul, contradicting the traditional narrative of her disgrace and exile. Constantius's second marriage to Theodora, stepdaughter of Emperor Maximian, produced 6 children who have been largely overlooked by history but were significant political players. Fragmentary records indicate his daughters, Constantia, Anastasia, and Eutropia, were educated in a manner unusual for Roman women, with training in administrative matters that prepared them for political marriages. His sons by Theodora Dalmatius, Julius Constantius, and Hannibalianus received military education and provincial appointments. Archaeological evidence from Trier shows a palace wing specifically designed as an educational complex for these imperial children, complete with libraries and lecture halls, suggesting Constantius established what amounted to the first imperial academy for training future administrators. The relationship between Constantine, son of Helena, and his half-siblings was more cooperative than later Christian histories suggest. Constantine's letters, preserved fragmentarily, indicate regular correspondence with his half-brothers during Constantius's lifetime. The later purges that Constantine would unleash against these same relatives make this earlier period of family unity all the more poignant. Court life under Constantius broke with tradition in significant ways. Unlike the increasingly orientalized courts of his eastern colleagues, with their elaborate ceremonies and divine pretensions, Constantius maintained what contemporaries described as a martial simplicity. Archaeological evidence from the Trier palace complex reveals dining halls designed for communal meals, rather than the separated imperial dining that characterized other tetrarchic courts. This relative informality extended to Constantius's approach to imperial imagery. While Diocletian and his eastern colleagues embraced elaborate divine associations, Constantius's coinage and statuary maintained traditional Roman military imagery with minimal divine attributes. Such an approach wasn't merely aesthetic preference, but reflected a different conception of imperial authority, one rooted in military leadership rather than divine kingship. The most remarkable aspect of Constantius's court was its intellectual character. Evidence from the library remainders in Trier suggests he assembled scholars from throughout the empire, including philosophers, historians, and legal experts. This gathering of intellects wasn't merely, although it was decorative, it served a practical purpose, restructuring the legal and administrative systems of his territories. In early 305 CE, as Constantius prepared to return to Britain to confront renewed Pictish incursions beyond Hadrian's Wall, the Roman world experienced a seismic political shift. Diocletian and Maximian, the senior Augusti, abdicated their powers, elevating Constantius and Galerius to the senior positions within the Tetrarchy. This transition, unprecedented in Roman history, made Constantius the highest authority in the western half of the empire. Rather than settling into comfortable administration from his palace in Trier, Constantius made an unusual decision that reveals much about his character. He immediately prepared for a frontier campaign, leading his forces personally despite his elevated status. This choice reflected both his military pragmatism and his understanding that imperial authority in this new era derived from active leadership rather than ceremonial distance. The Britain that Constantius returned to in the late 305 CE was significantly different from the rebellious island he had reclaimed a decade earlier. Archaeological evidence from major Roman British urban centres shows substantial rebuilding had occurred, with expanded fortifications, restored public buildings, and revitalised commercial districts. Such activity wasn't merely imperial propaganda, but reflected genuine economic recovery under Constantius's earlier governance. Traditional accounts of this campaign focus narrowly on military operations against the Picts, but recently discovered writing tablets from Vindolanda reveal a more complex agenda. Constantius appears to have been implementing a comprehensive reorganisation of Britain's defences, converting what had been a reactive system into a proactive network of intelligence gathering and rapid response capabilities. The winter of 305 to 306 CE was exceptionally harsh, according to both textual references and dendrochronological evidence, tree ring analysis, from the period. Constantius established winter quarters at Eboracum, York, choosing not to return to the continent despite the difficulties of a British winter campaign. This decision proved consequential both administratively and personally. Administratively, Constantius used this winter to implement reforms to Britain's civic governance. Fragmentary records indicate he convened a provincial council that included not just Roman officials but representatives from British tribal aristocracy, a remarkable instance of power sharing that acknowledged local autonomy while maintaining imperial authority. This council established new administrative boundaries and tax assessment procedures that would survive for generations. Personally, this winter at York allowed something equally significant: reconciliation with his son Constantine. Historical accounts confirm that Constantius summoned Constantine from the Eastern Court, where he had effectively been held as a political hostage by Galerius. This reunion in York wasn't merely familial, but politically momentous. Archaeological evidence from the Praetorium, Governor's Palace in York, reveals extensive renovations during this period, including an expanded ceremonial space suitable for imperial presentations. This suggests Constantius was deliberately setting the stage for something beyond routine administration, quite possibly the public recognition of Constantine as his successor, directly challenging and hamstringing the tetrarchic succession plan. The winter campaign against the Picts has been traditionally portrayed as a conventional Roman punitive expedition, but fragmentary military records suggest something more innovative. Rather than following the typical Roman practice of devastating enemy territory before withdrawing behind fixed frontiers, Constantius implemented what modern military analysts would recognise as a counterinsurgency strategy. This approach involved establishing a network of smaller outposts beyond the wall, cultivating alliances with certain Pictish groups against others, and creating economic incentives for peaceful coexistence. Archaeological evidence from sites north of the wall shows Roman goods penetrating deeper into Pictish territory during this period, suggesting trade was being used as a diplomatic tool. Perhaps most remarkably, inscriptions discovered at several frontier forts indicate Constantius recruited Pictish auxiliaries directly into Roman service, not merely as irregular allies but as formal units within the imperial army. This integration of former enemies into defensive structures represented a sophisticated approach to frontier management rarely seen in Roman military practice. As winter turned to spring in 306 CE, Constantius's health began to decline. Contemporary accounts describe symptoms consistent with pneumonia or bronchitis, likely exacerbated by the damp British climate and the emperor's advancing age. Despite his illness, records indicate he continued to hold council meetings and direct military operations. Fragmentary personal correspondence reveals the most poignant aspect of this final period. As his condition worsened, Constantius reportedly spent increasing time with Constantine, not merely discussing political matters, but sharing philosophical perspectives and personal reflections. These conversations, glimpsed only indirectly through later references, apparently covered topics ranging from practical governance to the nature of divine order, a final transmission of wisdom from father to son. By July of 306 CE, it became clear that Constantius's condition was terminal. In a final act that defied tetrarchic protocol, he gathered the army at York and formally presented Constantine as his successor. This act, choosing dynastic succession over the tetrarchic system he had helped establish, would have profound consequences for Roman history. On July 25, 306 CE, Constantius died at York, far from the imperial capitals but at the frontier he had worked to secure. Within hours, the army proclaimed Constantine as Augustus, setting in motion a chain of events that would eventually lead to Constantine's reunification of the empire, the legitimization of Christianity, and the fundamental transformation of the Roman world. The irony is profound. Constantius, who had faithfully served the tetrarchic system designed to prevent dynastic succession and civil war, used his final act to undermine that very system. Whether this was a pragmatic acknowledgement of political reality or a father's innate desire to elevate his son remains an unresolved question in history. The immediate aftermath of Constantius's death revealed the depth of respect he had earned among diverse constituencies, unlike the typical posthumous vilification that followed regime changes in Roman politics. Contemporary sources from various perspectives, military, provincial and administrative, speak of Constantius with remarkable consistency as just, effective and moderate. People rarely recognize the uniqueness of this consensus in Roman imperial politics. Archaeological evidence provides tangible confirmation of this popular regard. Memorial inscriptions to Constantius have been found not only in official contexts, but also in private dwellings, rural shrines, and frontier settlements throughout his former territories, a distribution pattern that suggests genuine public mourning rather than merely obligatory state commemoration. The architectural legacy of Constantius reveals a distinctive administrative vision. Recent archaeological work has identified a consistent pattern in the public buildings commissioned during his reign. Administrative complexes designed for accessibility and transparency. Unlike the increasingly fortified and isolated imperial compounds of the later empire, Constantius's governmental centres featured open colonnaded approaches, multiple public entrances, and visible audience halls, physical manifestations of a governance philosophy that emphasized connection with the governed. At Trier, his principal capital, excavations have revealed an urban plan that integrated imperial facilities with civic spaces rather than segregating them. The basilica he constructed there, still standing today, embodies this approach with its balanced proportions and emphasis on natural light, creating spaces where imperial authority was visible but not overwhelming. Perhaps most telling is the contrast between Constantius's architectural legacy and that of his tetrarchic colleagues. While Diocletian's palace at Split and Galerius's complex at Thessalonica emphasized imposing monumentality and divine separation, Constantius's buildings consistently prioritized function over intimidation. This architectural distinction reflects fundamental differences in how these rulers conceived their relationship to their subjects. In administrative legacy, Constantius's innovations proved remarkably durable. The provincial reorganization he implemented in Gaul and Britain survived largely intact for over a century. His approach to frontier management, integrating rather than merely excluding barbarian peoples, would become increasingly central to Roman security policy, though never implemented with the systematic care he had shown. The Constantine myth that emerged in subsequent decades both preserved and distorted Constantius's memory. Constantine's propagandists, eager to establish his legitimacy, emphasized his father's achievements while recasting them through a Christian interpretive lens. The posthumous elevation of Constantius to divine status, standard practice for respected emperors, was given Christian reinterpretation, with suggestions that he had secretly embraced monotheism. Archaeological evidence presents a more complex religious picture. Votive offerings at temples throughout Constantius's territories show continued traditional religious practice during his reign, while Christian communities clearly operated without significant persecution. Rather than the crypto-Christian of later propaganda, or the traditionalist reactionary some modern historians have suggested, the evidence points to a ruler who approached religion pragmatically, seeing diverse practices as compatible with imperial unity so long as they didn't threaten public order. Perhaps the most significant aspect of Constantius's legacy was one he could never have anticipated. His death created the opportunity for Constantine's rise to power and the subsequent Christianization of the empire. Had Constantius lived longer and continued his model of pragmatic religious accommodation, the empire's religious evolution might have followed a very different trajectory. The historiographical treatment of Constantius reveals much about how subsequent eras viewed the late Roman Empire. Byzantine chroniclers, writing in an explicitly Christian context, minimized his achievements while emphasizing his role as Constantine's father. Medieval Western sources largely forgot him entirely, collapsing the complex tetrarchic period into simplistic narratives of Christian triumph. Renaissance historians, rediscovering classical texts, began to appreciate the administrative innovations of the period, but still viewed Constantius primarily as a transitional figure. Modern archaeological work has dramatically expanded our understanding of Constantius beyond textual sources. Material evidence from his reign shows a ruler engaged in practical problem-solving rather than ideological crusades. Coins from his areas show that the money system was stable even when the economy was struggling, indicating good financial management that written records often overlook. Environmental archaeology has revealed another dimension of Constantius's governance. Evidence of coordinated land reclamation projects in northern Gaul, systematic reforestation efforts in previously overexploited regions, and water management systems that increased agricultural productivity. These investments in long-term sustainability contrasted sharply with the extractive practices common among short-reigned emperors desperate for immediate resources. Perhaps most poignantly, recent excavations at York have uncovered what may be the foundations of the building where Constantius died. Within this structure, archaeologists discovered a small bronze statuette of the goddess Fortuna, a traditional symbol of good luck. Whether this object belonged to Constantius himself or to someone in his entourage, it provides a haunting reminder of the role chance played even in the lives of those who ruled the ancient world. The true legacy of Constantius lies not in grand monuments or dramatic victories, but in the stable provinces he left behind, regions that would remain relatively prosperous, even as other parts of the Western Empire descended into crisis in subsequent centuries. Unlike many Roman, Constantius invested in sustainable governance, which outlasted his brief reign. Unlike the emperors who exhausted their territories to fuel their personal ambitions. In this sense, his greatest monument wasn't built of stone but of institutions, practices, and communities that continued long after his ashes were placed in an imperial mausoleum. This practical emperor is remembered for improving the lives of his subjects, not for symbolic grandeur. The story of Constantius extends far beyond his life and immediate aftermath. His administrative and military innovations created ripple effects that would influence European governance for centuries. The medieval system of defence in depth, with its layered approach to frontier security, owes much to Constantius's border management strategies in Gaul and Britain. Modern scholars have begun reassessing Constantius's significance through interdisciplinary approaches that earlier historians lacked. Environmental archaeology has revealed evidence of climate challenges during his reign, a period of cooling temperatures and increased rainfall across northwestern Europe that made his agricultural revitalization programs all the more remarkable. Pollen samples from bogs in northern Gaul show increased grain cultivation during his administration, despite these challenging conditions, suggesting effective adaptation strategies. Comparative analysis reveals striking differences in economic resilience between regions under Constantius's direct administration and those governed by other tetrarchs. Ceramic distribution patterns show trade networks in Gaul and Britain remained relatively robust while collapsing in other western provinces, evidence that local economies under Constantius's governance maintained vitality even during imperial crises. Perhaps most intriguing are the parallels between Constantius's governance model and a modern federal systems. His approach balanced central authority with local autonomy in ways that anticipated governance challenges still relevant today. Provincial councils established under his administration included representatives from diverse constituencies, creating consultative bodies that resembled proto-parliaments rather than traditional Roman administrative units. The counterinsurgency strategies Constantius employed against the Picts, combining targeted military operations with economic integration and political accommodation, bear striking resemblances to modern theories of conflict resolution. Military historians have noted that his approach to frontier security, emphasizing flexible response and cross-border relationships rather than rigid fortification, anticipated challenges that would face European powers in later centuries. digital humanities approaches have recently enabled network analysis of Constantius's administrative appointments, revealing patterns previously invisible to historians. These analyses show he systematically promoted officials with local knowledge and connections rather than importing administrators from distant regions, a practice that contrasted sharply with imperial norms but created more responsive governance. Economic historians have identified Constantius's reign as a crucial period for understanding late Roman monetization patterns. His currency reforms maintained stable silver content in provincial coinages while accommodating local exchange practices, creating a flexible monetary system that balanced imperial standards with regional economic realities. Archaeological evidence continues to expand our understanding of daily life under Constantius's administration. Recent excavations at rural villa sites in Gaul show architectural adaptations that combined defensive features with agricultural productivity improvements, suggesting landowners felt secure enough to invest in innovation rather than merely focusing on survival. Climate science has contributed to our reassessment of Constantius's military campaigns. Dendrochronological data from Britain shows his final campaign occurred during an exceptionally harsh winter, making his logistical accomplishments even more impressive. His ability to maintain supply lines and troop readiness under such conditions speaks to administrative competence rarely highlighted in traditional military histories. The intriguing question of Constantius's intellectual legacy remains partially answered, but tantalizingly suggestive. Fragmentary texts indicate he commissioned legal compilations that systematize provincial administration, work that would influence later Byzantine administrative practices. His approach to religious pluralism, managing diversity through institutional accommodation rather than enforced uniformity, represents a governance model with relevance beyond its historical context. Perhaps most significant for modern understanding is recognizing what Constantius's career reveals about historical contingency. The transformation of the Roman world into a Christian empire was not inevitable, but resulted from specific choices and circumstances. Had Constantius lived longer, implementing his model of pragmatic pluralism rather than giving way to Constantine's more ideologically driven approach, the religious history of Europe might have followed a dramatically different course. The fragmentary nature of our sources about Constantius paradoxically makes him a more accessible historical figure than many better documented emperors. The gaps in our knowledge create space for analytical approaches that go beyond personality to examine structural factors and systemic patterns. Rather than focusing on the emperor as an individual, modern scholarship explores Constantius's reign as a case study in governance during periods of institutional stress. Digital reconstruction projects have recently provided visual representations of Constantius's built environment, allowing scholars and the public to virtually experience spaces like the York Praetorium or the Trier Basilica as they would have appeared during his lifetime. These reconstructions reveal architectural choices that emphasized openness and visibility, physical manifestations of his governance philosophy. The enduring fascination with Constantius stems partly from the alternative path he symbolizes. His approach to governance, pragmatic, pluralistic, focused on sustainability rather than glory, offers an alternative vision of what the late Roman Empire might have become. The tension between this path and the more ideologically driven direction Constantine would later pursue remains a compelling historical counterfactual. For contemporary audiences, Constantius's story resonates because it demonstrates how individual leadership can make meaningful differences even within massive historical forces. While unable to prevent the eventual transformation of the Roman world, his governance preserved stability and prosperity in his territories during extraordinarily challenging circumstances. The Pale Emperor from Illyria, who never sought the throne but governed with remarkable effectiveness once elevated to it, reminds us that history's most consequential figures aren't always its most dramatic personalities. In an age that often celebrates disruptive leadership, Constantius's legacy offers a compelling case for the lasting value of competent administration, pragmatic problem-solving, and sustainable governance. As archaeological techniques continue to advance and new analytical methods emerge, our understanding of Constantius and his era will undoubtedly evolve further. Yet even with our current knowledge, we can recognize in this forgotten emperor a leader whose approach to governance, balancing tradition with innovation, authority with accommodation, and pragmatism with principle, speaks to challenges that remain relevant across the centuries. In the final analysis, Constantius Chlorus matters not because he changed history through dramatic actions, but because he sustained civilization through effective governance during a period of profound challenge. A legacy perhaps less glamorous than conquest, but ultimately more valuable to those whose lives were improved by his steady hand at history's helm. Imagine New York City in 1904, when the tallest skyscrapers hardly reached the skyline and horses continued to clip-clop along cobblestone streets with the occasional car. Julius Robert Oppenheimer, though everyone would call him Robert, or simply Oppie to his friends, was born into this world of gaslight and escalating ambition. Though Robert's early years were depicted in more general terms, you might think that future atomic scientists come from childhood spent staring at telescopes and chemistry sets. Julius, his father, had come from Germany with little more than a keen sense of style and a passion for textiles. By the time Robert was born, the family business had become successful enough to buy an apartment with a view of the Hudson River, furnished with impressionist paintings, Persian rugs, and the kind of cosy quiet that comes with having money. Ella, Robert's mother, was an artist who saw the world through light and shadow compositions. As young Robert played quietly close by, she had set up her easel by their Upper West Side home's tall windows and began painting watercolours, displaying the thoughtfulness that would define his entire life. Even as a young child, he had an eye for the world that seemed older than his years. It wasn't precocious in the way that adults find it unsettling, but it was genuine curiosity about how things fit together. Though deeply intellectual, the Oppenheimer household was not particularly religious. Every wall was adorned with books like old friends waiting to chat, and topics discussed at the dinner table included literature, art, and difficult philosophical issues. Like a tiny sober sponge, Robert took in all of this, cultivating the kind of all-encompassing curiosity that would eventually enable him to discuss Hindu philosophy with the same ease as he would quantum mechanics. Robert found school to be almost too easy. He was quietly working his way through books that most adults would find difficult, while other kids were having trouble with spelling and math. By the age of 10, he was reading translated Plato and penning poetry that was surprisingly sophisticated for someone whose voice had not yet changed. This thin, pale boy who could talk about literature like a graduate student, but still required assistance getting to books on high shelves, left his teachers unsure of how to interpret him. An alternative form of education was offered by the family's Long Island vacation house. Robert developed a contemplative love for the outdoors here. He was a child who collected rocks with the methodical attention of someone who saw stories in their crystalline structures, not the kind who built forts or caught frogs. An early indication of the scientific mind growing beneath his literary interests was the meticulous labelling and cataloguing of each specimen. Among family friends, Robert's rock collection became legendary. He could spend hours studying a single mineral sample, turning it in the light to reveal various features, reading about its geological formation, and comprehending its significance in the grand scheme of things. He first learned to think in deep time, to envision forces that could reshape continents and processes that took millions of years, thanks to geology. Later on, this sense of scale would enable him to understand physics concepts that other bright minds found difficult to understand. By his early adolescence, Robert had developed into a young man who appeared to be a little different from his contemporaries. He was amiable enough, but his passions and the ferocity with which he pursued them had an unearthly quality. Robert had become enthralled with Hindu philosophy and wanted to read the original texts, so he was teaching himself Sanskrit while other boys his age were learning baseball and the first hints of romantic interest. Although Robert was undoubtedly not exempt from the joy of intellectual achievement, the Sanskrit study was more than just academic boasting. The philosophical issues these ancient writings addressed, such as what the nature of reality is, truly captivated him. How do we make sense of our position in the vast, seemingly uncaring universe? For him, these were pressing personal issues rather than abstract riddles that would shape his views on everything from moral responsibility to subatomic particles. His parents were both proud and perplexed as they observed their son's intellectual growth. Robert appeared to be developing into a person whose mind worked on frequencies they weren't always able to pick up. Despite their desire to raise a thoughtful, cultured child, they realized they were raising someone very special when he casually mentioned over breakfast that he had started a small literary magazine at school, or that he had been communicating with professional geologists about his rock collection. For Robert, the passage from childhood to adolescence wasn't totally seamless. Social situations were occasionally awkward due to his intellectual prowess. He would make references that were too complex for his peers to understand, or get so engrossed in a book that he forgot he was meant to be taking part in group activities. But instead of growing resentful or conceited over his differences, Robert acquired a kind of mild disinterest that would benefit him for the rest of his life. He discovered how to live in two different worlds at once. The world of scientific facts and the world of artistic beauty. The world of teenage worries and the world of adult ideas. Robert had already started to consider the issues that would shape his adult life as he neared graduation from the Ethical Culture School, a school that placed equal emphasis on moral growth and academic success. How can we strike a balance between social responsibility and personal success? What responsibilities do we have to serve others with our gifts? In a universe that appears to be controlled by impersonal forces, how do we find meaning? These weren't the usual worries of a college-bound 18-year-old, but then Robert Oppenheimer had never been normal. With interests ranging from poetry to geology to philosophy, he was getting ready to enroll at Harvard University with a mind that was already beginning to recognize connections that others had overlooked. The young man who had begun by gathering rocks was preparing to contribute to the discovery of the atom's mysteries. For someone with Robert's thirst for knowledge, Harvard in 1922 was like an intellectual candy store. As the majority of freshmen were learning how to organize their own laundry and deal with the social complexities of living in a dorm, Robert was taking courses from a wide range of academic specialties, much like a person at a fancy buffet who is unable to choose between the main courses and the appetizers. Do you know how some people discover their calling early on and pursue it assiduously? Robert wasn't like that. Rather, he went into college like a passionate adventurer charting a new continent. He enrolled in classes in languages, literature, philosophy, history, and almost as an afterthought, chemistry and physics. His transcript appeared to be the work of multiple students whose schedules had been inadvertently combined. During this time, Harvard was still mostly a finishing school for young men from well-to-do families, but it was also starting to draw serious academics who believed that the university was a place where genuine intellectual work could take place. Between these two realms, Robert found himself privileged enough to be at ease in social situations, but too inquisitive to be content with merely academic credentials. This intense young man would ask questions that showed he had read far more than the assigned materials, leaving his professors unsure of how to respond. Robert might tangentially bring up a Sanskrit text in a literature class to clarify a point regarding Western poetry. He would relate molecular structures to philosophical inquiries concerning the nature of existence and matter in a chemistry lab. Some faculty members felt uneasy about the interdisciplinary thinking, while others were genuinely thrilled about it. For students who shared his diverse interests, Robert's room in his Harvard dorm turned into a sort of salon. Robert would lead casual conversations that could range from quantum theory to TS, while other undergraduates were preoccupied with football games and fraternity parties. Eliot's most recent poems are about the Russian Revolution's political ramifications. Robert was genuinely interested in what other people thought about the big questions and genuinely curious about everything. So these weren't performances or attempts to flaunt himself. The academic work was almost too simple. In a fraction of the time required for his peers to master the assigned material for most courses, Robert was able to read independently about topics that went well beyond any syllabus. He found that he had a special talent for physics, not only for manipulating numbers but also for using his imagination to picture how the invisible realm of atoms and energy might truly function. However, despite his academic success, Robert was having trouble answering more introspective questions about his life goals. In his social circle, it was expected that intelligent young men would pursue respectable careers in business, law, or medicine, which would enable them to continue living the comfortable lives they had known as children. These traditional routes drew Robert in, but in some way they seemed too narrow for the questions that captivated him. Something clicked in his junior year. A professor who had trained in Europe and brought back tales of the groundbreaking discoveries being made in physics labs across the Atlantic was teaching Robert an advanced chemistry course. For the first time, Robert realized that science was about asking basic questions about the nature of reality itself, not just about learning facts and doing calculations. The moment was ideal. In the 1920s, physics was going through a revolution that only occurs once every 100 years. Quantum mechanics and relativity theory discoveries were upending everything scientists believed they knew about matter, energy, space, and time. Robert wanted to be involved because it felt like he was witnessing the development of a new perspective on the cosmos. Robert had discovered his calling by his senior year. He would pursue a career in physics, but he wanted to focus on the fundamental issues that were changing how people perceive reality. This was more of a calling than a career decision. It was the same kind of intense dedication that might inspire someone to pursue a career in philosophy or poetry. After earning a summa cum laude degree in 1925, Robert had to make a decision that would affect the rest of his life. He had the option to remain in America and pursue graduate studies at one of the reputable universities, which would provide him with a secure and reliable route to academic achievement. He could also travel to Europe, where the giants of theoretical physics were working out the implications of quantum theory in coffee shops and labs from Cambridge to Göttingen. That's where the real action was in theoretical physics. The choice to travel to Europe wasn't made solely for academic reasons. In addition, Robert was fleeing from a complex romantic circumstance that had left him emotionally damaged and unsure of his own discernment in private affairs. Europe provided him with both geographical separation from issues he wasn't yet prepared to handle and intellectual adventure. Thus, in the fall of 1925, Robert found himself on a ship travelling across the Atlantic with letters of introduction to some of the world's most renowned scientists, and a ton of questions concerning atomic structure, quantum mechanics, and the bizarre new reality that physics was unveiling. He was 21 years old, bright, a little gullible about the world outside of academia, and on the cusp of one of the most exciting eras in scientific history. The young man was travelling across the ocean to contribute to the understanding of the true nature of the universe. He had begun his college career by reading poetry and collecting rocks. Someone with Robert's ambition and curiosity had been unconsciously preparing for this kind of intellectual adventure all his life. Imagine getting off a train in Cambridge, England in 1925 with a head full of physics equations that you hope will impress the great Ernest Rutherford, and a suitcase full of clothing that suddenly seems too American. This was Robert's first introduction to the Cavendish laboratory, where men who viewed the fundamental nature of reality as a problem to be solved by meticulous experimentation and astute intuition were making some of the most significant discoveries in atomic physics. Back then, the Cavendish resembled the most exclusive workshop in the world, with scientists discussing atomic nuclei and electrons the way others might discuss the weather, and equipment that looked like it belonged in the basement of a Victorian inventor's home. Robert was in the odd position of being fully unprepared for the practical experimental methods that British physics placed such a strong emphasis on, but intellectually prepared for sophisticated theoretical work. You know how it feels to believe you are proficient at something until you observe a true expert in action? Those were Robert's initial months at Cambridge. He was able to explain quantum mechanics with mathematical precision, but he was unable to handle the delicate manipulations needed for experimental work without causing minor catastrophes. His attempts to construct equipment frequently ended in shattered glassware and outcomes that left his supervisors wondering if theoretical physics would be a better fit for this driven young American. Robert worked with the same methodical intensity he'd brought to everything else, so it wasn't a lack of intelligence or effort that was the issue. However, experimental physics necessitates a distinct way of thinking, a tactile comprehension of material behaviour, and an intuitive sense of when something is functioning correctly. The concrete world of laboratory equipment was almost alien to Robert, whose mind was already functioning at such abstract levels. In fact, Robert's growth as a scientist depended heavily on this difficult time. He had to face the possibility that his intellectual gifts might be limited, and for the first time in his academic career something wasn't coming easily. Instead of giving up, Robert took this setback as an opportunity to reflect more thoroughly on his career goals as a physicist. In contrast, the theoretical work fulfilled all of Robert's expectations. In the 1920s, the physics community was small enough for informal seminars and one-on-one discussions to quickly spread revolutionary ideas. Robert found himself at the centre of debates concerning quantum tunnelling, wave-particle duality, and other ideas that went against everything people had previously believed to be true about the physical world. Robert decided to transfer to Göttingen, Germany, where Max Born was spearheading some of the most advanced work in theoretical physics after a year at Cambridge. This choice would influence the remainder of Robert's career. This was part of a revolutionary movement that was rewriting the laws of nature, not just a change in universities. The quantum revolution began in Göttingen in 1926. When bright people realise they're making discoveries that will forever alter human understanding, the university town is filled with the kind of intellectual excitement that results. When Robert arrived, he was surrounded by young physicists from all over the world, who were all interested in working with Born and his colleagues on problems that had never been solved, because they had never been properly formulated before. In a way that Robert had never encountered before, the work was highly collaborative. In coffee shop conversations and seminars, ideas were freely exchanged, and progress toward understanding was more important than credit. Robert flourished in this setting and found that, rather than detracting from his physics thinking, his wide cultural background and philosophical interests actually strengthened it. Robert started working on quantum mechanical problems under Born's tutelage that called for real physical intuition about the behaviour of atoms and molecules, in addition to mathematical expertise. The quantum mechanics of molecular rotation was the subject of his doctoral dissertation, which he finished in an exceptionally short amount of time. This technical work showed his command of the new theoretical tools and opened up research avenues that would occupy other physicists for decades. What Robert discovered about the true nature of science, however, may have been more significant than the particular study. He learned in Göttingen that the best discoveries frequently result from identifying which questions are worthwhile to ask, rather than from resolving predetermined issues. He developed the ability to think like a theoretical physicist, which included being at ease with ambiguity, adept at mathematical abstraction, and constantly aware of connections that others might overlook. Robert's knowledge of politics and culture was also expanded by his time in Europe, which would have an impact on his future. This was Weimar Germany, a country struggling with economic instability and escalating political tensions as it attempted to reconstruct itself following the destruction of World War I. Robert saw firsthand how political forces could quickly jeopardize academic freedom and scientific collaboration, but he also saw firsthand how intellectual life could thrive even in turbulent times. Robert had changed from a bright but unfocused college graduate to one of the rising stars of theoretical physics by the time he finished his doctorate in 1927. He had acquired research techniques that would benefit him throughout his career, learned to think in the mathematical language of quantum mechanics, and cultivated connections with scientists who would influence physics in the 20th century. Once a hobbyist rock collector, the young man was now prepared to contribute to the discovery of the fundamental laws governing everything from star behaviour to atomic structure. He would, however, first go back to America to assist in creating a physics community that could rival the intellectual stimulation he had encountered in Europe. Robert was carrying more than just a doctorate as he got ready to set sail again across the Atlantic. He was introducing a fresh perspective on physics that would contribute to the transformation of American science from a primarily regional endeavour into a global leader in basic research. The young man who had enjoyed reading Sanskrit was coming back as a man who could decipher nature's own hidden grammar, in contrast to the intellectual oasis he'd encountered in Europe. American physics appeared to be a desert when Robert returned to the United States in 1927. The majority of American physics departments were still concentrating on real-world applications and conventional experimental methods, while European universities were humming with discussions about relativity theory and quantum mechanics. Everyone was still playing simple folk tunes, which was like coming back from a symphony concert. However, Robert viewed this as an opportunity rather than a letdown. Even though American physics was theoretically underdeveloped, there was still an opportunity to develop something new and establish an intellectual community that could compete with the major European learning hubs. It only required someone who was prepared to sow the seeds and then patiently and enthusiastically tend to their growth. The physics department at the University of California, Berkeley, where he held his first job, was searching for someone who could introduce graduate students to the theoretical work that was transforming the field in Europe. When Robert got there were a few bright students who wanted to learn about quantum mechanics but didn't know where to start. It was similar to asking someone who had never heard the language to teach them a foreign language. What followed was one of those understated revolutions that alter everything but are rarely reported in the media. Robert started constructing the Berkeley School of Theoretical Physics, turning nearly nothing into a research program that would eventually compete with the best in the world. However, he accomplished this in a manner that was distinctively American, fusing European sophistication with a more open, cooperative, and democratic method of scientific inquiry. Robert's teaching style was the key because it was different from anything his students had ever encountered. Rather than giving polished lectures while standing at a blackboard, Robert would solve problems aloud as his students observed the process of discovery. It was similar to being permitted to watch a master craftsman in action, witnessing not only the final product but also the methods and ways of thinking that enabled excellence. The physics community came to revere Robert's seminars. He would be deep in conversation with whoever had arrived early, explaining connections between quantum mechanics, statistical mechanics, and astrophysics that most professors would treat as distinct subjects, while drawing equations on the blackboard. Everyone was expected to contribute, and the environment was more akin to a salon than a classroom. Do you know how some educators tend to oversimplify difficult subjects? Robert possessed the opposite talent. He was able to make even the most difficult theoretical physics ideas seem not just understandable, but inevitable. His seminars would leave students with a fresh perspective on physical issues as well as new knowledge, as if they had been given access to secrets about the true workings of the universe. Students from all over the nation were drawn to the Berkeley program because they had heard about this young professor who was making a significant contribution to the teaching of physics in America. They arrived hoping to learn quantum mechanics, but instead they found a whole new way of doing science, one that valued depth as much as breadth, philosophical insight as much as mathematical skill, and teamwork as much as individual success. Robert's impact went well beyond his official teaching duties. For a whole generation of American physicists, many of whom would later make important contributions to the discipline, he served as a mentor and intellectual mentor. More significantly, though, he was not merely teaching them to solve problems, he was teaching them how to think like scientists. Robert's interdisciplinary approach and wide range of interests were reflected in the research that came out of Berkeley in the 1930s, working on issues ranging from nuclear theory to astrophysics to atomic and molecular physics. His students frequently discovered connections between these ostensibly disparate fields that more narrowly focused researchers would overlook. Although Robert himself made significant contributions to the fields of quantum tunneling, cosmic ray showers, and neutron stars, his greatest accomplishment was establishing a scientific community capable of confidently and creatively addressing any issue. Robert's genuine excitement for the process of discovery, in addition to his mastery of physics, was what made him such an effective teacher. He tackled every new problem with the inquisitiveness of someone who was learning physics for the first time, and this enthusiasm was infectious. In addition to learning how to solve problems, students also discovered how much they enjoy the intellectual journey that is scientific research. The Berkeley School was one of the top hubs for theoretical physics research worldwide by the late 1930s. The collaborative, interdisciplinary approach that Robert had taught them was being carried by his former students as they dispersed throughout American universities. American physics was starting to compete with European science by creating its own unique research and teaching methodology rather than by imitating European techniques. However, Robert's career and the interaction between science and society were about to change as a result of the intersection of his teaching success with more significant historical forces. Soon, the same theoretical discoveries that made his seminars so fascinating would serve as the basis for weapons with previously unheard of destructive potential, and the educator, who had dedicated his professional life to fostering intellectual community, would be called upon to lead an unprecedented scientific endeavour to put an end to a conflict. All of Robert's interpersonal and intellectual leadership abilities would be put to the test as he went from being a university professor to a scientific administrator. However, the groundwork had been established during his time at Berkeley, where he discovered that the most significant scientific breakthroughs frequently result from groups of gifted individuals collaborating to achieve shared objectives rather than from lone geniuses. Imagine being tasked with creating a brand new city in the middle of a New Mexico mesa, assembling a team of some of the most talented and erratic scientists on the planet, and organizing them to tackle the most difficult technical problem in human history, all while keeping everything you do completely secret. In 1942, Robert was offered this task by the US government, and he accepted it somehow. At 7,300 feet above sea level, on a plateau encircled by mountains that seemed to go on forever beneath a vast sky, Robert's first impression of Los Alamos was hardly more than a boys' school. It was remote, harsh, and totally unfit for the kind of scientific work that would have to take place there. But it was also beautiful in the way that barren landscapes can be. After seeing the website, the majority of people would have recommended going somewhere more affordable. But when Robert looked at that mesa, he noticed something different. He saw a setting that might motivate the kind of extraordinary effort that extraordinary times required, a space that could support quick expansion, and an isolation that would offer security. More than that, he realized that developing the atomic bomb was a human challenge that would necessitate the establishment of an entirely new type of scientific community. The Manhattan Project marked a significant change in the structure and financing of scientific research. Los Alamos would unite hundreds of scientists and engineers to work on a single, well-defined goal under military security and government guidance, rather than having individual professors work with small groups of students on problems of their own. With Robert conducting, it was like attempting to turn scientific research from chamber music into a symphony orchestra. Just the logistical difficulties were astounding. Without knowing exactly what they would be working on, scientists and their families had to be recruited. The closest major city was hundreds of miles away, so housing, labs and support facilities had to be built there. Equipment had to be transported to an unofficial site via mountain roads, and it had to happen fast enough to change the course of a global conflict. The human problems, however, were even more intricate. In addition to representing various physics and chemistry specialties, the scientists who arrived at Los Alamos also represented various cultures, research methodologies, and viewpoints on the best way to structure scientific endeavours. American scholars who had never left their homelands collaborated with European refugees who had fled fascism. Engineers who had to construct real devices that would function in combat environments worked alongside theoretical physicists who thought in abstract mathematical terms. Although he undoubtedly helped solve technical problems, Robert's genius during this time was more organisational and social than scientific. Somehow he was able to maintain scientific standards under extreme time pressure, balance the conflicting demands of scientific openness and military security, and foster a sense of shared purpose among individuals who had spent their careers working independently. There had never been a community like the one that grew up at Los Alamos in the history of science. Not because they had to, but because they were engrossed in the thrill of group discovery. Scientists put in more hours and worked harder than they had ever thought possible. Suddenly, Robert's theoretical knowledge, which he had been imparting at Berkeley, was being applied to real-world issues with immediate consequences. During this time, Robert's leadership style was a reflection of all he had learned in his years as a teacher about scientific creativity and human motivation. He concentrated on fostering an environment where talented individuals could produce their best work, rather than attempting to micromanage technical details. He made sure his scientists had the tools and assistance they required while shielding them from bureaucratic meddling. He promoted the kind of casual conversations and interdisciplinary cooperation that had been so fruitful at Berkeley. For someone with Robert's wide range of cultural interests and vast personal network, the security requirements at Los Alamos presented unique challenges. His previous affiliations with leftist and communist groups, which had not seemed significant during his academic career, suddenly became issues of national security. When he was attempting to coordinate the most significant scientific endeavour in American history, FBI agents looked into his background. Maintaining his own moral equilibrium and sense of perspective while overseeing work that was specifically intended to produce WMDs was perhaps the most challenging task Robert had to undertake. After years of studying philosophical issues regarding the nature of reality and human responsibility, the man was now directly faced with the applications of scientific knowledge. The technical work moved along remarkably quickly and effectively. The kind of concentrated cooperation that only the urgency of war could foster led to the resolution of issues that might have taken years to resolve in peacetime in a matter of months. Scientists who had never held a job outside of academia were now managing intricate engineering projects and designing industrial processes. The precise blueprints for nuclear weapons were developed using the theoretical insights of quantum mechanics. Robert started to wrestle with issues that would follow him for the rest of his life as the project came to a close. What moral ramifications did what they were producing have? What effects might nuclear weapons have on human civilization and international relations? What obligations did scientists have regarding how their findings were used? These were pressing real-world issues that would soon require solutions, not abstract philosophical conundrums. When he first agreed to build a laboratory in the desert, the quiet, bookish professor who had once taught Sanskrit for fun was about to become one of the most powerful people in modern history, and the weight of that influence was starting to weigh heavily on him. Robert stood in a bunker in the New Mexico desert on the morning of July 16, 1945, anticipating whether 3 years of the most rigorous scientific endeavour in human history would yield the outcome that theory had predicted. 20,000 yards away on a tower was the gadget they dubbed Gadget, far enough away that, in the worst-case scenario, they might live to lament their errors. You know how you feel when you've studied everything you can before a final exam, but you're still unsure if you'll be sufficiently prepared? The stakes were a little higher than a course grade, but that was Robert's mindset in the pre-dawn darkness of the Alamogordo Desert. They were on the verge of the first artificial nuclear explosion in Earth's history, if their calculations were accurate. If their calculations were incorrect, the repercussions could be anything from a regional disaster to an embarrassing failure. With the same mechanical accuracy that had defined the Manhattan Project as a whole, the countdown began 10, 9, 8, 7. At 0, a flash of light brighter than the sun blazed across the desert, visible from 150 miles away, transforming the mountains into bleak silhouettes against a man-made dawn. Even from a distance, observers could feel the heat on their faces. Then, like an unseen tsunami, the shockwave rolled across the desert floor. It was precisely the kind of literary illusion that had defined Robert's thinking throughout his career. But this time, the ancient poetry carried a weight that no classroom discussion could have prepared him for. Robert later claimed that a line from the Bhagavad Gita came to mind as he watched the expanding fireball rise into a mushroom cloud that would become the iconic image of the nuclear age. Now I am become death, destroyer of worlds. In addition to being Robert's greatest scientific achievement, the Trinity test marked the start of his most trying time as a person. However, the successful detonation also meant that Robert and his colleagues had succeeded in creating something that could potentially destroy human civilization, proving that the theoretical work done at Los Alamos had been correct and that the massive investment of talent and resources had produced the weapon that military planners believed could end World War II. The weeks after Trinity were a curious jumble of joy, fatigue, and mounting fear of what they had let loose. Though many of the scientists at Los Alamos were starting to realize that their achievement would fundamentally alter human perceptions of power war and the natural world, they had achieved something unprecedented in the history of science and engineering. Robert was in the odd position of receiving praise for accomplishments that made him feel more and more uncomfortable. It was a practical illustration of how humans could use the basic forces of nature for destructive ends, based on the same theoretical insights that had made his Berkeley seminars so intellectually stimulating. It was similar to receiving recognition for resolving a sophisticated mathematical puzzle while being aware that the solution would result in great suffering. Robert and his colleagues discovered, along with the rest of the world, what their theoretical work looked like when applied to real cities with real people, when the bombs were dropped on Hiroshima and Nagasaki in August 1945. Photographs of destroyed buildings, reports of radiation sickness, and death tolls that reached the hundreds of thousands replaced the abstract calculations about energy release and blast effects. Like Robert's own emotions, the public's response to the atomic bombs was complicated. The weapons may have saved hundreds of thousands of American and Japanese lives by bringing an end to World War II without the need for an expensive invasion of Japan. However, they had also brought a new class of destructive power into human history, making earlier conflicts seem almost archaic in comparison. As the man who had enabled nuclear war, Robert was both feared and hailed as a hero. Everyone who had worked on the Manhattan Project found it difficult to make the shift from the urgency of war to contemplation in peace. But Robert found it particularly difficult. The immediate objective of bringing the war to a close before Nazi Germany could create its own atomic bomb had taken precedence over the ethical concerns surrounding nuclear weapons during the conflict. Now that the war was over and the US was the only country with nuclear weapons, those ethical issues needed to be addressed. Robert started discussing the ramifications of atomic energy in public, contending that a disastrous arms race could only be avoided by international collaboration and civilian control of nuclear technology. Some of his detractors would later view his support for international control of nuclear weapons and the sharing of atomic secrets with other countries as naive or even treasonous. However, Robert's worries were more grounded in his knowledge of the relevant science than in political ideology. He understood that a world with multiple nuclear powers would be far more dangerous than one where nuclear energy was managed cooperatively by international institutions, that the fundamentals of nuclear physics could not be kept secret forever, and that other countries would eventually develop their own atomic weapons. After learning Sanskrit out of curiosity and collecting rocks for fun, the man now found himself at the centre of discussions about the future of human civilization. In order to decide whether his scientific accomplishments would be regarded as humanity's greatest achievement or its ultimate error, the theoretical physicist who had previously preferred the company of books and ideas was now conferring with generals, politicians, and diplomats on this matter. By the end of 1945, Robert was starting to realize that scientific achievement could be more burdensome than failure, particularly if it provided humans with capabilities that their moral development and wisdom had not equipped them to manage responsibly. The boy who had once pondered his place in the universe was now struggling with the fact that he had helped create a world in which that universe might not have much more time to reflect. Following Los Alamos, Robert learned something that many successful people learn too late. Fame can be a trap that alters your perception of yourself as well as how other people perceive you. Now, one of America's most famous scientists, the bashful professor, who had been happy to lecture small groups of graduate students about quantum mechanics, was expected to have views on everything from nuclear policy to the fate of human civilization. Imagine being asked to comment on political decisions you're not qualified to make, invited to every significant meeting on subjects you have never studied, and treated as an authority on matters that are well outside of your actual area of expertise. This was Robert's life in the late 1940s, and he managed it with his usual wits and a naivete about public relations and politics that would lead to major problems down the road. Robert was offered a new position by the Atomic Energy Commission that seemed to be a perfect fit for his background in science and his wider interest in culture. Director of Princeton's Institute for Advanced Study, one of the most prominent places in American intellectual life, it allowed the brightest minds in the world to focus on basic research without being sidetracked by administrative or teaching responsibilities. Along with other titans of 20th century mathematics and science, Einstein worked there. In the late 1940s, Princeton was a haven for scholars, where serious thinkers could ponder the most profound issues in their disciplines. With the same fervour he had brought to Los Alamos, Robert threw himself into this work, but this time the urgency was intellectual rather than military. He sought to ascertain whether there were more profound ideas that might bring together our knowledge of matter, energy, space, and time, as well as whether the theoretical insights of quantum mechanics could be expanded upon. However, Robert was unable to fully escape the public role that his wartime accomplishments had given him. He testified before Congress on nuclear policy, served on government advisory committees, and delivered lectures to audiences who were more interested in hearing from the father of the atomic bomb than from a theoretical physicist tackling abstract quantum field theory problems. Robert was exposed to political forces through these public activities that followed rules very different from those he'd learned in academic and scientific circles. Although there may be disagreements over ideas, most people in universities respect one another's right to have differing views. Ideological disagreements in politics, particularly in the early years of the Cold War, could easily turn into personal assaults and inquiries about loyalty and patriotism. Politicians and journalists searching for proof of disloyalty among high-profile Americans suddenly turned Robert's previous affiliations with communist and leftist groups, which had seemed inconsequential during his academic career and had been disregarded during the war because his services were needed, into ammunition. They dusted off and looked for evidence of subversive activity in the same FBI files that had been put aside during the Manhattan Project. Ironically, Robert had never been a particularly political individual. In the 1930s, his engagement with leftist groups was driven less by a methodical political philosophy and more by intellectual curiosity and social justice concerns. Although he had attended meetings and given money to causes that seemed deserving, he had never been the type of activist who sought to overthrow the US government or advance Soviet objectives. However, context and subtlety don't translate well into political headlines, and Robert's multifaceted personality and wide range of intellectual interests made him a prime target for those who wished to paint scientists as dishonest and possibly treacherous. The man was now being questioned about his dedication to American security after spending 3 years of his life developing weapons that helped win World War II. Robert's search for meaning and purpose in research that was unrelated to immediate practical applications was reflected in the scientific work produced during this time. He was working on issues in elementary particle physics and quantum field theory that might not be useful for decades, if at all. With the weight of knowing how quickly theoretical insights could be turned into game-changing technologies, it was like going back to the pure intellectual pleasure that had initially drawn him to physics. Robert's lectures during this time show someone attempting to understand the meaning of science, in a world where scientific advancements could have such far-reaching effects. He discussed the need for scientists to consider the wider ramifications of their work, the responsibility that came with discovering nature's secrets, and the relationship between scientific knowledge and human values. For Robert, these were urgent personal issues that kept him up at night, not purely philosophical debates. The man was now struggling with the ethical implications of scientific knowledge, whereas previously he had delighted in the pure intellectual beauty of quantum mechanics. When knowledge of the natural world could be abused, how do you seek it out? How do you strike a balance between citizens' duty to advance human welfare and scientists' duty to pursue the truth? Those who had ever expressed sympathy for leftist causes or supported international cooperation in nuclear policy faced growing hostility in the political atmosphere of the early 1950s. Politicians like Senator Joseph McCarthy were advancing their careers by disparaging fellow travellers and suspected communists, fostering an environment where affiliation with divisive ideologies could ruin reputations and lead to career termination. Robert's position became more and more vulnerable. Politicians seeking to prove their anti-communist credentials naturally targeted him because of his notoriety as a scientist and his prior affiliations with leftist causes. At the same time, he disagreed with political and military leaders who supported a more aggressive strategy for Cold War competition with the Soviet Union because of his persistent support for international control of nuclear weapons and his opposition to the development of hydrogen bombs. For Robert, the hydrogen bomb controversy was especially challenging. The physics that had enabled the atomic bomb was extended in the theoretical work needed to develop fusion weapons, but the potential destructive power was orders of magnitude higher. As weapons so destructive that they could have no logical strategic use, Robert contended that hydrogen bombs were both morally and militarily unnecessary. Critics, however, saw his resistance to the hydrogen bomb as proof that he was either unaware of Soviet intentions or deliberately trying to undermine American nuclear capabilities. In a political climate that favoured straightforward classifications of loyalty and disloyalty, it was challenging to convey the nuanced viewpoint of someone who opposed some types of nuclear weapons but supported nuclear deterrence. Robert became more and more excluded from the policy debates where his scientific background could have been most useful as the 1950s went on. He was now distrusted by the same government that had trusted him to plan the Manhattan Project. Decisions about the development and deployment of America's nuclear arsenal were routinely excluding the man who had contributed to its creation. This time period had a huge personal cost. Robert had based his career on the belief that reasonable people would respect and acknowledge scientific integrity and intellectual honesty. He was learning that moral complexity was frequently misunderstood as moral confusion, and that these traits could be viewed as weaknesses rather than strengths in the context of Cold War politics. The scene was being prepared for a confrontation that would put not only Robert's fortitude to the test, but also the balance between political power and scientific knowledge in American democracy. The boy who had once read Sanskrit and collected rocks was about to encounter the most challenging task of his life, a political trial that would decide whether or not intellectual independence and public service could coexist in Cold War America, rather than a scientific issue that could be resolved with careful consideration and innovative thinking. Robert was a well-respected scientific advisor until he received a letter in December 1953 that would make him a symbol of the conflicts in Cold War America between national security and intellectual freedom. His security clearance was being revoked by the Atomic Energy Commission, the same agency that had depended on his knowledge for years, due to concerns about his dependability and loyalty. Have you ever had the depressing realization that people you trusted have been gathering evidence of your alleged wrongdoing and assembling a case against you behind your back, all the while smiling and seeking your advice? That was the case for Robert when he discovered that FBI records spanning decades of his contacts' discussions and actions had been assembled into a case to bar him from any government employment involving classified material. The charges included both specific allegations and broad questions regarding Robert's moral fibre and discernment. His prior ties to communist groups were cited as proof of his betrayal. His resistance to the hydrogen bomb was seen as possibly driven more by outside pressure than by ethical and scientific considerations. His wide range of intellectual interests and complex personality was somehow turned into proof of his unreliability. Robert had to make a decision that would affect the rest of his life. He could quietly accept that his security clearance had been revoked, go back to working only on academic projects, and escape the publicity that would accompany a legal battle, or aware that this would produce a public spectacle that would subject specifics of his personal life and political affiliations to hostile scrutiny. He could insist on a hearing. Robert's choice to contest the charges demonstrated his faith in his own moral character, as well as his ignorance of the procedure he was about to undergo. He felt that reasonable people would realize that his service to the nation had always been driven by patriotism rather than disloyalty if he could clearly explain his actions and motivations. He didn't realize how much the political landscape had changed since the war years, when his contributions had been accepted in spite of suspicions about his affiliations. With the exception of the legal protections that defendants typically enjoy, the hearings, which started in April 1954, had all the features of a criminal trial, despite being formally referred to as an administrative review. In addition to being unable to cross-examine hostile witnesses and view the evidence against him, Robert was also unable to see the case's key classified documents because his attorneys lacked security clearances. The extent to which Robert's life had been monitored by the government for years was made clear during the proceedings. FBI agents had gathered comprehensive reports on his personal relationships and political activities monitored his conversations and looked into his friends and co-workers. The man who had dedicated his life to government service during the war was now discovering that during his most productive time, the same government had been considering him a possible security threat. According to the testimony given during the hearings, Robert did not look like the person his friends and co-workers knew. He was characterized by witnesses as conceited, untrustworthy, and possibly disloyal. Someone whose resistance to specific weapons programs may be driven more by outside pressure than by sincere ethical and scientific concerns. The sophisticated, introspective physicist who had constructed Los Alamos was reduced to a cartoon villain whose every move could be seen as proof of subversive intent. According to Robert's own testimony, he was being methodically humiliated by a procedure that appeared to be more intended to ruin his reputation than to ascertain the truth about his loyalty, and he was fighting to keep his dignity. He responded to inquiries about personal details, described relationships and conversations from decades past, and attempted to explain his nuanced stances on complex policy issues to those who seemed intent on misinterpreting them. The testimony of former co-workers and friends who'd been coerced into testifying against Robert was the most upsetting part of the hearings. Testimonies regarding his character, judgment, and dependability were requested from government officials who had consulted him, scientists who had collaborated with him at Los Alamos, and close friends who had confided in him. Others gave him the kind of carefully qualified testimony that hurt him, while preserving their own security clearances, while others bravely stood by him. Given the political atmosphere and the way the proceedings were set up, the final decision, which was made public in June 1954, was inevitable. The hearing board came to the conclusion that although Robert was most likely loyal, his character and judgment were questioned, making him unfit to have access to classified material. His position as a government advisor was essentially terminated when his security clearance was revoked, and many Americans began to view him as a security risk. Both personally and professionally, Robert suffered greatly in the immediate wake of the hearings. Many in the government and defense establishment now viewed the man who had once been one of America's most eminent scientists as a pariah. Former co-workers were reluctant to associate with someone who carried the stigma of having their security clearance revoked. Speaking invitations were withdrawn and job opportunities vanished. However, the hearings also had wider ramifications for democracy and science in America. Other scientists were warned by Robert's treatment that moral complexity and independent thought were dangerous traits in anyone wishing to work on matters of national significance. The case showed how easily political factors could override expertise and how easily the demands of ideological conformity could compromise scientific integrity. Robert was starting a new chapter in his life that would put his fortitude to the test and require him to re-evaluate his identity and mission as he walked out of the hearing room for the last time, having lost both his security clearance and his position as a government advisor. In a democratic society under pressure, the young man who had constructed atomic bombs and the boy who had gathered rocks now represented the strength and fragility of intellectual independence. Robert was placed in a strange form of exile following the security hearings. He was not exiled from the nation, but he was essentially cut off from the government work that had provided the greatest practical value to his scientific expertise. It was similar to being a master craftsman who was abruptly informed that his abilities were no longer required for the most important projects, abandoning him to work alone on his craft while others made the choices that would determine the course of events. Both practically and psychologically, the change was abrupt. Robert had been at the forefront of America's most significant scientific and policy debates for over 10 years. He had grown accustomed to receiving calls from government representatives, requests for advice on nuclear weapons policy, and invitations to high-level meetings. For the first time since before the war, the man who'd been one of America's most consulted experts found himself with extended periods of unbroken time when the phone abruptly stopped ringing and the invitations stopped coming in. The Institute for Advanced Study at Princeton served as a haven during this trying time. Because of the Institute's culture of intellectual independence, Robert's political issues had no bearing on his reputation there, and his colleagues still respected him for his scientific accomplishments. Even in this safe haven, though, Robert found it difficult to understand the new meaning of his life and work. You know how losing something significant can occasionally reveal sides of yourself that were hidden or ignored while you were preoccupied with it? Robert's exile from government service compelled him to rediscover aspects of himself that his work as a nuclear policy advisor had obscured. With new vigour, he went back to his physics studies, tackling quantum field theory problems that were intellectually demanding but wholly unrelated to military uses. During this time, Robert produced some of his most imaginative and ambitious scientific work. He could now focus on the kinds of fundamental questions that initially drew him to physics, freed from the pragmatic concerns that had dominated his thinking both during and after the war. Whether the theoretical framework of quantum mechanics could be expanded to offer a cohesive understanding of all the fundamental forces in nature, what physicists now refer to as a theory of everything, was of particular interest to him. However, Robert also started to approach the relationship between science and society and the wider ramifications of scientific knowledge in a more methodical manner. He had a unique perspective on how scientific advancements could be used to gain political and military power, as well as how scientists could be torn between their civic duties and their dedication to the truth, thanks to his experiences during the Manhattan Project and the security hearings. Robert became one of the first well-known scientists to write thoughtfully about what is now known as the social responsibility of science as a result of these reflections. He maintained that scientists could not merely seek knowledge for its own sake without considering the potential applications of that knowledge. He also cautioned against the perils of permitting political factors to obstruct free speech and scientific investigation. During this time, his writing and speaking demonstrated a mind still struggling with the basic issues that had captivated him since he was a young boy, but now bearing the burden of experience from witnessing the transformation of intangible concepts into revolutionary technologies. The young man who had pondered the nature of reality had grown into a man who recognized the dangers that could arise when people were able to alter reality at its most basic levels. In addition to a lingering sense of loss and dislocation, Robert's personal life in the 1950s and 1960s was characterized by a slow recovery from the trauma of the security hearings. He continued to be close to his children and stayed married to Kitty, who had been there for him during the ordeal. However, friends noticed that he was now warier than before, that the world was more hostile and unpredictable than he had previously realized. Over time, the scientific community's reaction to Robert's treatment changed. At first, a lot of scientists were hesitant to support him, because they were worried that doing so would harm their own careers. However, more scientists realized that the attack on Robert was actually an attack on the independence and integrity of science itself, as the political landscape started to shift in the late 1950s and early 1960s. During this time, Robert's writings and lectures drew audiences interested in his viewpoint on the ethical and political issues confronting contemporary society, as well as his scientific discoveries. His experiences had given him a unique authority to speak about the relationship between power and knowledge in the modern world, making him a sort of elder statesman of American intellectual life. Ironically, Robert's exclusion from government policy discussions occurred just when his insights could have been most useful. The risk of nuclear war was becoming a constant aspect of international relations. The nuclear arms race was speeding up, and new weapons were being developed that made the atomic bombs of World War II seem almost archaic. The man who had contributed to the creation of this predicament was now barred from participating in attempts to control or remedy it. However, Robert's influence during this time came from his work as a public intellectual and teacher, rather than from his direct involvement in policy decisions. His writings and speeches influenced a generation of scientists' perspectives on their roles, and his example showed that intellectual integrity could be upheld in the face of strong political pressure. As the 1960s went on, Robert started to get credit for his scientific contributions without openly criticizing the way the government treated him. He was invited to deliver significant lectures, won prestigious honors, and was progressively restored to his position as a respected member of American intellectual life. But in exchange for the recognition, he agreed to stay out of the circles that made the most significant decisions regarding nuclear weapons. When the nuclear age he helped create continued to unfold in ways that exceeded even his most pessimistic predictions about the dangers of nuclear weapons and fulfilled some of his worst fears, the man who had once stood in the New Mexico desert and watched the first atomic explosion was now watching from a distance. The boy who had once gathered rocks on Long Island beaches had transformed into something Robert could never have predicted as he approached his last years. A living representation of the ethical dilemmas that occur when political power and scientific knowledge collide. The whole story of humanity's journey into the nuclear age, from the theoretical discoveries that enabled atomic weapons to the political fallout that was still being felt decades later, was etched in the mind of the elderly physicist strolling through the peaceful streets of Princeton. You know how sometimes the most significant life lessons are revealed only near the end, when all of the different experiences and decisions can be viewed as a part of a greater whole. Growing awareness of what his remarkable life had shown about the opportunities and risks faced by any society that depends more and more on scientific knowledge for its security and prosperity characterized Robert's later years. As the political landscape shifted and more Americans started to doubt the excesses of Cold War hysteria, Robert's reputation started to slowly recover in the 1960s, but quickly gained momentum. Scientists who had kept quiet during his ordeal started to openly discuss how unfair his treatment was. Government representatives who had supported or taken part in the security hearings started to privately apologize for their involvement in what was becoming viewed as a disgraceful chapter in American history. The government's highest award for contributions to nuclear science, the Enrico Fermi Award, was given to Robert by President Lyndon Johnson in 1963. The ceremony was meticulously planned to honor Robert's scientific accomplishments without specifically criticizing how the Eisenhower administration handled him. However, the symbolism was clear. Robert was being honored for his contributions to American science by the same government that had labeled him a security risk. Robert's acceptance of the award demonstrated the elegance and nuance that had defined his whole professional life. He could have taken the opportunity to be resentful of how he was treated, or to attack the political forces that had almost ruined his career. Rather, he discussed the ongoing difficulties that society and scientists face as they consider the ramifications of nuclear technology and other significant scientific advancements. Robert's later scientific endeavours demonstrated his continuing interest in basic issues, as well as his developing realization that he was running out of time to make significant contributions. He kept considering the most profound issues in theoretical physics, but he also started to devote more of his time to instructing and guiding the next generation of scientists who would continue the work he had started. During this time, his lectures were masterworks of scientific communication that blended technical mastery with the kind of wide-ranging cultural perspective that had always been a hallmark of his thought. During these lectures, students and colleagues frequently commented that they felt as though they were watching someone who had accomplished a unique synthesis of philosophical understanding, scientific knowledge, and hard-won wisdom about human nature. Robert's impact on American science went well beyond his involvement in the Manhattan Project or his particular research contributions. He had contributed to the development of the idea that a scientist should be a public intellectual who could explain difficult scientific concepts to a wider audience, and who had an obligation to consider the social and political ramifications of scientific advancements. As science and technology shaped modern society more and more, this model would become more and more significant. During his time at Berkeley, Robert trained a generation of physicists who would go on to make important contributions to American science. Perhaps more significantly, though, they continued his method of conducting scientific research, which placed a strong emphasis on teamwork, intellectual diversity, and the significance of comprehending the larger context in which scientific work is conducted. The Berkeley School of Theoretical Physics served as a model for the structure and methodology of cutting-edge scientific research. In his later years, Robert's interpersonal relationships were characterized by a greater understanding of the familial ties and friendships that had supported him during his darkest moments. With those closest to him, the man who had occasionally come across as distant and intellectually intimidating became more approachable and emotionally transparent. Friends observed that, in ways that his prior emphasis on academic success may have obscured, his experiences had taught him to value loyalty and real human connection. Some of the most profound observations on science and society ever written by a scientist were found in Robert's last years of life. He wrote about the need for wisdom to keep up with human technical capabilities, the beauty and horror of scientific discovery, and the responsibilities that come with knowledge. Future generations of scientists would consider their work and its implications differently as a result of these lectures and essays. When Robert's health started to deteriorate in the late 1960s, he approached his impending death with the same blend of emotional nuance and intellectual curiosity that had marked his approach to all of his other significant life challenges. He did not seem to see death as a tragedy to be avoided at all costs, but rather as another mystery to be pondered. At 62, Robert Oppenheimer passed away from throat cancer on February 18, 1967, a legacy as complicated and difficult as the man himself was left behind by the passing of the boy who had collected rocks, the young man who had learned Sanskrit, the teacher who had revolutionized American theoretical physics, the scientific administrator who had planned the Manhattan Project, and the public intellectual who had wrestled with the moral implications of nuclear weapons. Think about this as you go to bed tonight. Intelligent people are still awake today because of the questions that kept Robert Oppenheimer up at night during his most trying times. How can we strike a balance between seeking knowledge and being concerned about its implications? What obligations do professionals have to society, and what obligations does society have to uphold intellectual freedom? How do we make informed choices about technologies that have the potential to drastically alter human civilization? There are no simple answers to these questions in Robert's life, but it does offer something perhaps more valuable. An example of how a thoughtful individual can wrestle with moral complexity without slipping into either naive idealism or cynicism. The man who assisted in the development of nuclear weapons spent the remainder of his life attempting to comprehend and explain the ramifications of his actions, never escaping responsibility, but also not letting guilt stop him from making further contributions to the welfare and knowledge of humanity. Robert contributed to the creation of the atomic age, which is still developing today. Although nuclear weapons continue to pose a threat to human survival, nuclear technology also produces carbon-free energy and life-saving medical treatments. The same scientific techniques that uncovered the mysteries of atomic structure are still producing new types of problems that we haven't yet learned to predict, or that may provide answers to humanity's biggest problems. Many of the same problems that Robert and his colleagues faced during the Manhattan Project still face scientists today, who are developing genetic engineering, artificial intelligence, and other game-changing technologies. How do you continue potentially useful research while being aware of its risks? How can one uphold scientific objectivity while admitting moral obligations? How do you explain complicated technical matters to the public and political leaders who have to decide how these technologies should be developed and governed? Robert's example implies that although there are no easy answers to these questions, anyone who chooses to work at the boundaries of human knowledge cannot avoid them. Conducting scientific research in a vacuum, apart from social and political influences, is not a morally neutral endeavour. It occurs in human communities, is supported by human institutions, and generates knowledge that can be applied to both positive and negative human goals. The young man who gathered rocks out of natural curiosity grew up to realise that curiosity, no matter how pure its original motivation, always leads to power, and that power always raises issues of responsibility. Perhaps the most distinctive feature of the contemporary scientific endeavour is this shift from naive awe to moral complexity. But Robert's life also shows that despite circumstances that could be used as an excuse for pessimism or hopelessness, it is possible to preserve human decency and intellectual integrity. He never lost faith in the value of seeking the truth, even if doing so resulted in knowledge that was dangerous. Even when his efforts were misinterpreted or dismissed by political authorities, he never gave up on applying his knowledge to advance human welfare. According to the Sanskrit texts Robert had read as a young man, wisdom is the result of realizing how everything is interconnected and the obligations that follow from that realization. He explored those ancient insights and applied them to contemporary scientific knowledge throughout his career. In a way, humans who acquire the ability to control these connections take on responsibilities that go well beyond their immediate goals. The universe that physics reveals is, in fact, interconnected at the most basic levels. As you fall asleep, you may have a dream about a slender young man standing on a mesa in New Mexico, witnessing the first artificial sunrise over the desert and realizing that everything has changed forever. Or, years later, you might dream of that same person strolling through Princeton in the evening light, still thinking about issues of responsibility and knowledge that have no definitive answers but require constant consideration from anyone concerned with the future of human civilization. Even though Robert Oppenheimer passed away more than 50 years ago, the issues he brought up are still relevant today. Our world is shaped by technological advancements and scientific discoveries that would have seemed magical to earlier generations. The decisions we make about how to use these advancements will determine the kind of world we leave for future generations. The legacy of the boy who gathered rocks and went on to become the man who helped discover the secrets of the atom is not a list of solutions, but rather a dedication to continuing to ask the right questions with wisdom, bravery, and humility. Remembering Robert's example of how a thoughtful person can engage with moral complexity while maintaining both intellectual honesty and hope for human wisdom is crucial as we grapple with the implications of artificial intelligence, climate change, genetic engineering, and other transformative technologies in our own time. Rest easy, knowing that somewhere tonight someone is sitting at a computer or working in a lab, pushing the limits of human knowledge while grappling with issues of accountability and consequence that bind them across decades to a theoretical physicist who once stood in the New Mexico desert and saw the world transform in a burst of artificial light. There are still questions. Each new generation takes on the duty of interacting with them in a thoughtful and brave manner. And the greatest hope for our future as a species may be found in that continuous dialogue between human wisdom and curiosity. Imagine a sea of grass that goes on forever, beyond every horizon you can think of. This is the Eurasian steppe, a huge area of rolling grasslands that makes the American Great Plains look like a lawn in a suburb. Here, where the ground curves away into nothingness and the sky seems close enough to touch, lived people who would eventually change the whole world. But when they woke up each morning to milk their horses, they had no idea what they were doing. You wouldn't call the Mongol steppes prime real estate. There are no fertile river valleys like the Nile in Egypt, no protective mountain ranges like the Alps in Switzerland, and no forests like those that covered Europe in the Middle Ages. Instead, you had grass that never ended and changed colour with the seasons like a living carpet. In the spring it would turn green so bright that it hurt your eyes. In the summer, waves of golden grain rippled in the wind all the time. In the fall it turned copper and bronze, and in the winter snow and ice covered it, which could kill a traveller who wasn't ready in a few hours. But if you knew how to read this landscape, if you knew its rhythms and respected its harsh beauty, the steppes could give you things that farming communities might never understand. The grass fed a lot of cows, sheep, goats and horses. People got everything they needed from these animals: milk for drinking and making cheese, meat for protein, hides for clothes and shelter, and wool for warmth on those cold winter nights when the temperature could drop so low that your breath froze. Before it left your mouth, the people who lived in this difficult landscape were nomads, but that word doesn't do justice to how advanced their way of life was. Instead of thinking of them as homeless people who were wandering around, think of them as highly specialised mobile communities that had mastered the art of living in harmony with their surroundings. They didn't just wander around the steppes, they followed old migration routes that had been improved over time. They moved their herds to new pastures with the same care that farmers do when they rotate their crops. A typical Mongol family owned maybe 100 different kinds of animals, and taking care of this mobile wealth required skills that would impress a modern rancher. You needed to know which grasses were best for different animals at different times of the year, how to find water in a place where rivers were hard to find, how to guess what the weather would be like, and how to protect your herds from both people, who wanted to steal them, and wolves that followed the migrations like shadows. The gur, which is what people today call a yurt, was the best building for this way of life. Think about a house that could be put together or taken apart in less than an hour, moved by a few camels, and keep a family of 6 warm and dry in both the heat of summer and the cold of winter. The gyr was like a small house that could be moved around. It was about the same weight as a small car and could stand up to winds that would flatten most modern tents. The inside of a gyr was set up like a well-designed yacht, with everything in its right place. The fire pit, which provided heat, light and a place to cook meals, was in the centre. When you walked in, men's things were on the left and women's things were on the right. This arrangement showed how each gender had its own important but different role in nomadic society. The back of the G, which was directly across from the door, was the place of honour where important guests sat and family treasures were shown off. But maybe the most interesting thing about life on the steppes was how it changed the people who lived there. Imagine growing up in a world where your backyard was literally endless, where you learned to ride before you could walk well, and where you had to be able to read weather patterns and clouds and find your way across grasslands with no tracks using, only the stars and your knowledge of the land's subtle contours. Mongol kids learned skills that would seem like superpowers to people who live in the suburbs today. They could ride horses bareback at full speed and shoot arrows with deadly accuracy. They could live for days on just mare's milk and dried meat. They could find water in places where others only saw grass that went on forever. And they could travel hundreds of miles of land that looked the same without getting lost. This wasn't just a way to get in shape. It was also a way to get your mind in shape. Living on the steppes taught you that the world was big, that there were always new places to go, and that you had to be able to change quickly to stay alive. It taught you to be independent, but it also taught you to value the strong ties of family and tribe that could mean the difference between life and death when winter storms hit or enemy raiders came. The steppes also taught you something else, that borders were made up, that the grass didn't care about the claims of sedentary people, and that being able to move around was more important than any fixed fortification. When the tribes of the steppes finally found a leader who could bring them all together into one terrifyingly powerful army, these lessons would be very important. But that's not the end of our story. For now, picture those thousands of nomadic families living on the vast grasslands, each following their own old paths, each keeping their own relationships with neighbouring tribes, and each living a life that was both free and limited, harsh and beautiful and simple and very complex. The steppes were like a huge school where students learned how to survive, ride horses, predict the weather, care for animals, and fight. Everyone who grew up there learned skills that would have taken European knights years to learn, if they could learn them at all. And every now and then, one of these scattered graduates would come along who could see past the normal tribal boundaries. This person could picture bringing all the people of the Grass Sea together into something bigger and stronger than any kingdom that stayed in one place. Someone like that was about to be born, but anyone watching would not have thought it was a good thing. He would be born into a harsh world that had already shaped many generations of nomadic children, but the skills and points of view that landscape taught him would help him build the biggest empire in history that was all connected. The steppes were ready, they just didn't know it yet. In 1162, on what was probably a normal spring morning in the heart of Mongolia, a child was born who would grow up to scare half the world and bring the other half together. His birth name was Temujin, which means iron worker in English. This was a practical name for a practical people, but it didn't suggest that this baby would grow up to make anything more important than horseshoes or arrow points. The chapter headings in Temujin's early life story are very harsh, like those in a medieval survival guide. Yasugei, his father, was a minor tribal leader. You could think of him as the head of a small family business in an industry where most business problems were solved with arrows. When Temujin was about 9 years old, rivals poisoned his father, leaving the family in a dangerous situation like sheep without a shepherd in a land full of wolves. What happened next was the kind of childhood that could either completely break someone or make them incredibly strong. Temujin's family was basically kicked out by their former allies and left to fend for themselves in a society where being alone often meant death. Imagine a family that suddenly has no home or friends in a world where your neighbours might think you were more useful as a slave than as an equal. During these tough years, young Temujin learned lessons that would change the way he led and built his empire for the rest of his life. He learned that loyalty based on blood or tradition could go away as soon as things changed. He learned that being able to make new friends with people who may have been enemies yesterday was often the key to staying alive. Most importantly, he learned that the traditional tribal system was deeply flawed because it had endless fights, strict hierarchies, and couldn't unite against common threats. During these years in the wilderness, Temujin also learned something else. He had a special ability to get people to follow him, even when they didn't have a good reason to do so. Even when his family had to eat roots and catch fish with their hands, he still managed to get people to follow him who thought he was worth betting their futures on. It was the kind of charm that you couldn't learn or pass down. You either had it or you didn't. Temujin had a lot of it. It was like watching someone climb a mountain while everyone else was still arguing about which way to go. He went from being an outcast to being the leader of his tribe. Temujin built a coalition of followers through alliances, victories, and shared goals. These followers were not tied together by traditional tribal loyalties, but by something new: shared ambition and mutual benefit. Temujin knew something that most leaders on the steppe didn't. The old way of fighting all the time between tribes wasn't just wasteful, it was also harmful to the tribes themselves. The sedentary kingdoms around the steppes were getting stronger and more united, while the Mongol tribes fought each other over old grudges and grazing rights. The Jin dynasty ruled northern China, the western Xia ruled the Silk Road corridors, and different Central Asian powers were spreading their power into areas where nomads used to live. Temujin thought the answer was to do something that had never been done before: bring all the tribes together under one leader who could direct their combined military power outward instead of inward. It was like suggesting that every small family business in a troubled industry come together to form one well-run corporation. But the negotiations were done with swords, and the final agreements were made with blood oaths. It took decades of political maneuvering that would have impressed Machiavelli to bring the two sides together. Temujin formed alliances with former enemies, broke promises when he needed to, took useful ideas from tribes he had defeated, and slowly built a military and political system that went beyond the usual steppe groups. The decimal system of organising the military was one of his most important new ideas. Temujin didn't organise his troops along traditional tribal lines, which would have kept old loyalties and feuds alive. Instead, he broke his army up into groups of 10, 100, 1,000, and 10,000 warriors from different tribes who swore new oaths of loyalty to him personally. It was like getting rid of all the old high school cliques and making new ones based on common goals instead of past friendships. There were many great things about this system. It kept any one tribe from getting too strong in the larger group. It made warriors from different tribes work together, which slowly broke down old tribal prejudices. It was most important because it made a new identity, Mongol, that went beyond the old tribal divisions and made everyone feel like they were part of the bigger project. Temujin had done something that had never been done before in the recorded history of the steppes by 1206. He had brought almost all of the Mongol tribes together under his own leadership. At a big meeting called a Kurultai, the tribal leaders formally recognized him as their supreme leader and gave him a new name that reflected his unprecedented achievement, Genghis Khan, which means universal ruler, or ruler of all. It was like watching a small-town business owner become the CEO of a multinational corporation, except this corporation's business model was to conquer new markets and grow into every available market. The tribes that lived on the steppes had come together to form a single military force that could project power over long distances with a speed and efficiency that would change the way wars were fought. But Genghis Khan didn't just bring the Mongol tribes together. After he fixed the problem of division within the group, he quickly turned his attention to threats and chances from outside. The same strategic thinking that had helped him bring the steppes together was now focused on the sedentary kingdoms that were next to his new empire. If the Mongols were stronger when they were united than when they were split up, then they would be even stronger when they conquered their neighbours. The change was complete. The boy who had once caught fish with his bare hands and lived on the streets had become the leader of the most powerful army in the world. Settled people had long seen the steppes as a place where annoying barbarian raids happened. Soon, they would be the starting point for a series of conquests that would change the political map of Eurasia. The Grass Sea had found its captain, and the winds were good for a long trip. Imagine the first time Genghis Khan looked past the steppes at the settled kingdoms that had always seemed so far away and safe behind their walls. It must have felt like a small business owner who was doing well suddenly realizing that their local market was just the beginning, and that there were huge, untapped opportunities waiting just beyond their current horizons. In this case, though, the business would grow through cavalry charges and siege engines. The Mongols' first big target was the Western Xia Kingdom, which ruled over the Silk Road trade routes that went through what is now northwestern China. This decision showed how smart Genghis Khan was. Instead of attacking the strongest neighbours right away, he started with a kingdom that was rich enough to be worth conquering, but not strong enough to threaten his empire's existence. For an army that had mostly used mobile tactics before, the Western Xia campaign was like a graduate-level course in siege warfare. The Mongols learned that their usual hit-and-run tactics, which worked well against other nomadic foes, didn't work as well against cities with high walls and supplies for long sieges. So, like all successful businesses do when they face new problems, they changed, learned, and came up with new ideas. The Mongol army changed from being a nomadic force to something more like a modern combined arms military in just a few years. They hired engineers from lands they had taken over, learned how to use Chinese siege methods, and learned how to use catapults, battering rams, and other specialized tools. It was like seeing a motorcycle gang suddenly gain the logistical skills of a professional army, while still being able to move and be aggressive. The Mongols didn't just use the same military tactics as everyone else, they made them better. Their siege operations became famous for how quickly and effectively they worked. European armies might take months to break down a single fortress, but Mongol forces could sometimes take whole cities in just a few days by using both traditional siege tactics and new engineering and psychological warfare methods. The Mongol army's full range of skills was shown when they took over the Jin dynasty in northern China. This wasn't a small border kingdom like Western Xia. It was one of the most advanced civilizations in the world, with the Great Wall protecting it and armies that had been perfecting their skills for hundreds of years. The Jin dynasty ruled over land that was home to millions of people, protected by hundreds of fortified cities and backed by economic resources that were much bigger than anything the steppes could produce. But the Mongols methodically tore down this old kingdom, just like mechanics take apart a complicated machine they know how to fix. They attacked from directions that the Chinese didn't expect, which let them get around the Great Wall. They also used captured Jin engineers to improve their own siege techniques, and a mix of military pressure and diplomatic maneuvering to slowly cut off Jin defenders from their possible allies. People living at the time couldn't believe how quickly these conquests happened. Within a few years of the Mongols' arrival, kingdoms that had been around for hundreds of years would be gone. It was like watching someone play a video game at a faster speed. but the results were real and would last forever. The Mongol war machine had done something that military theorists would spend hundreds of years trying to figure out. It had the perfect mix of speed, firepower, organisation, and flexibility. At the same time, on the Western Front, Mongol troops were moving into Central Asia in the same methodical way. The Mongols' conquest of the Khwarezmid Empire, which ruled over a lot of what is now Iran, Afghanistan, and Central Asia, showed another side of their strategic thinking. They could run multiple campaigns at the same time over long distances while keeping widely separated forces in sync. A diplomatic incident that turned into a full-blown war started this Western campaign almost by accident. The Khwarezmid Shah made a big mistake when he killed Mongol trade envoys. This was like declaring war on what was already the most dangerous military group in the world. Genghis Khan's answer was quick, clear, and completely devastating. In just 3 years, the Khwarezmid Empire was completely destroyed. Its cities were in ruins, and its people were either spread out or taken in by the growing Mongol system. What was so impressive about these conquests was how the Mongols were able to keep control of such large areas while still expanding. Most empires in history have hit natural limits where the costs of expansion were higher than the benefits. However, the Mongols seem to have solved this basic problem by combining flexible administration with effective military action. The Mongols usually used and changed local government systems instead of trying to force a single system of government on all of their lands. Chinese territories were still run by modified versions of traditional Chinese bureaucracy, and Central Asian regions kept their own cultural and religious practices under Mongol rule. It was like running a multinational company, where each regional office could keep its own corporate culture, while making sure that all of the company's strategies worked together. This flexible administration went along with a communication system that was very new for its time. The Yam was the Mongol postal system. It built a network of relay stations that could send messages across the empire faster than any other system of communication. It used to take months for a message to get from Mongolia to Eastern Europe, but now it only takes weeks. This made it easier for the central government to keep control over areas that were thousands of miles apart. The psychological consequences of these conquests were possibly more significant than their military implications. The Mongols showed that distance was no protection against a well-organised and motivated force, that new tactics could break through traditional fortifications, and that people whom sedentary societies had thought were primitive barbarians could conquer entire civilizations. The Mongol Empire was bigger than the continental United States, and growing quickly by the time Genghis Khan died in 1227. It stretched from Korea to the Caspian Sea, but this was only the start. Genghis Khan's successors would continue to grow the system he had built, eventually creating an empire that stretched from Eastern Europe to the Pacific Ocean and changed the course of human history. The Great Expansion changed not only the political map of Eurasia, but also what people thought an empire could be. The Mongols showed that nomadic societies could not only compete with settled civilizations, but they could also be better at military effectiveness, administrative efficiency, and controlling territory. The Grass Sea had turned into an ocean, and its waves were crashing against shores that had never felt their power before. Imagine waking up one morning to find out that your city, your region, or even your whole country had been taken over by the biggest empire in history almost overnight. During the 13th and 14th centuries, millions of people in Eurasia lived like this. Surprisingly, for many of them, it wasn't as bad as you might think. At its peak, the Mongol Empire was less like a typical conquest state, and more like an ancient version of a multinational corporation with very good management. The Mongols figured out how to keep central authority while allowing local flexibility, how to bring together different cultures without losing what made them valuable, and how to make systems that were both efficient and adaptable. These are things that many modern organizations still have trouble with. Most people's daily lives in the empire went on as they had before the conquest, but there were some big changes that anyone who was paying attention would have noticed right away. Trade was safer and more profitable than it had been in hundreds of years. With the Mongol postal system, news, ideas, and new things could travel across huge distances at speeds never seen before. Instead of relying on the arbitrary decisions of local rulers, legal disputes could be settled through standardized procedures. The famous Silk Road, which had connected east and west for centuries, but had often been interrupted by warfare and banditry, became under Mongol protection what we might think of as the world's first truly international highway system. Merchants could travel from Venice to Beijing more safely than a medieval European could travel from one city to another in their own kingdom. This commercial security had a big impact on how people lived every day in the empire. Chinese silk became available in Europe at prices that the new middle class could afford. Islamic astronomical tools made their way to Mongol courts, where they changed the way people navigated and kept track of time. The first information revolution happened when European metalworking techniques moved east and Asian printing technology moved west. But the Mongol Empire's attitude toward religious and cultural diversity was probably the most interesting thing about life under their rule. Medieval governments often required people to follow the same religion in order to be loyal to the government. The Mongols, on the other hand, practiced what we now call multiculturalism, long before the idea was even thought of. Nestorian Christians, Muslims, Buddhists, Confucians, Taoists, and adherents of traditional Mongol shamanism all occupied positions within the imperial framework. This tolerance wasn't just a nice idea, it was a practical need. The Mongol Empire was so big and so different that it would have taken resources that even the Mongols didn't have to try to make everyone follow the same religion or culture. Instead, they made systems that let different groups keep their own traditions while also taking part in the larger imperial project. It created a kind of cosmopolitan culture that didn't come back until the modern era. Persian poets could work with Chinese engineers, Islamic scholars could argue philosophy with Buddhist monks, and European merchants could learn advanced math from Arab mathematicians in Mongol cities. It was like living in an old-fashioned version of an international university town, but the campus was half the world. Architecture during Mongol rule exemplified this cultural amalgamation. Buildings mixed parts from different styles to make completely new styles. Islamic arches could support Chinese roofs, Persian tile work could decorate them, and European silver could pay for them. These weren't just random combinations, they were carefully thought out integrations that showed how different styles of art could work together to make each other better instead of worse. The Mongols also changed the way people ate. The traditional nomadic diet of meat and dairy was improved by adding foods and cooking methods from all over the empire. Mongol kitchens started using Chinese spices, Persian fruits, European grains, and cooking methods that had been used in isolation for hundreds of years, but were now mixed together to make completely new ways of cooking. The Yasa was the Mongol legal system. It was a complete and flexible way to get justice. The Mongols usually didn't force a single legal code on all of their territories. Instead, they let local legal traditions continue while setting up general rules that made sure important things stayed the same. It was like having a constitution that protected basic rights, while letting states keep their own rules and traditions. Compared to most other civilizations at the time, women had a relatively high status in Mongol society. Mongol women could own land, trade, and even sometimes make political decisions. When the empire took over areas where women had fewer rights, Mongol influence often led to slow improvements in their legal and social status. The Mongols supported education and scholarship because they knew that running such a large empire required advanced knowledge systems. They built libraries, helped people translate between languages, and paid for scholarly exchanges that sped up the spread of knowledge across cultural lines. Arabic translations of Chinese medical texts, Persian translations of Islamic mathematical treatises, and European astronomical observations added to Asian star charts. This cross-cultural exchange was shown in the art of the Mongol period. Painters started using techniques and subjects from different traditions, making works that would have been impossible without the mixing of cultures that the empire made possible. Musicians tried out different instruments and scales from all over the world, creating new ways to express themselves that were based on many different musical styles. Historians now agree that the Mongol Empire set the stage for the first truly global economy. This is perhaps the most important thing it did. Ideas, products, and new ways of doing things could travel farther than ever before. This economic integration meant that things happening in one part of the empire could have effects right away, in places thousands of miles away. This was the first time this kind of economic interconnectedness happened. For the average person living under Mongol rule, these changes may not have been immediately apparent in their daily lives, but their cumulative impact was transformative. You were more likely to find foreign goods in your local market, hear news from faraway places, meet people from different cultures, and get ideas and new things that had come from far away. The Mongol Empire built something that had never been done before in human history. A civilization that was truly cosmopolitan, connecting cultures that had been cut off from each other for a long time. It was an early version of globalization, run by people who had always thought that the whole world was just grass, sky, and the occasional tribe next door. The Mongols learned to think about big areas and long distances in the steppes. Now they had used that point of view to build a political and economic system that made the world smaller and more connected than it had ever been before. The signs of trouble in the Mongol Empire started out small, like clouds slowly covering up a perfect spring day. But they grew into a storm system that changed the weather patterns for good. By the end of the 13th century, the empire that had seemed unbreakably strong under Genghis Khan and his immediate successors was starting to show signs of stress that would eventually cause it to break apart like ice on a river that was warming up. The first problem was one that every successful family business has to deal with. What happens when people who weren't involved in making the vision have to carry it out? Genghis Khan's grandsons and great-grandsons received an empire, but they also had the impossible job of keeping unity across lands so large that it took months for messages to get from one end to the other. It was like trying to run a modern business with medieval communication tools, but each part of the business had its own army and its own ideas about how to move forward strategically. The empire's structure, which had been brilliantly adapted to rapid growth, turned out to be less useful for long-term management. The Mongol system worked great when there were new lands to conquer and new resources to share among the different branches of the imperial family. But when expansion slowed down, partly because they had run out of neighbours who were easy to conquer, the empire started to have the same kind of internal competition that it used to have against enemies. Imagine a family that got rich by always expanding their business into new markets. Then, all of a sudden, they found themselves in a situation where they had taken over all the markets. The energy that had once gone into growing the family business now turned inward, and different family members started fighting over who would control the resources that were already there. The Mongol Empire was basically going through the biggest family business fight in history, but the family members were in charge of land the size of modern countries, and had professional armies to back up their arguments. As the empire grew, fights over who would take over became more bitter and complicated. Genghis Khan was able to get people to do what he wanted because of his strong personality and military success, but his descendants had to compete for loyalty among subordinates who had their own regional interests and cultural identities. It was like seeing the corporate culture that a charismatic founder had worked hard to build slowly fall apart as different regional managers started to follow their own goals. As the Mongol military campaigns became less effective, the famous unity that had made them so effective began to break down into a patchwork of competing interests. The Yuan dynasty in China, the Ilkhanate in Persia, the Golden Horde in Eastern Europe, and the Chagatai Khanate in Central Asia all said they were under the Great Khan's rule in Mongolia. But in reality, they acted more and more like independent powers with their own foreign policies and military goals. Sociologists now call the process that made this political fragmentation worse cultural accommodation. This means that the Mongol rulers slowly adopted the customs and views of the people they ruled. The Mongol Khans in China started to think and act like Chinese emperors. The ones in Persia started to act like Persian court members, and the ones in Russia started to run their countries in ways that were similar to how things were done in their own countries. It was a natural change that made them better rulers of their own areas, but it also made them less Mongol and less dedicated to keeping the empire together. Changing religions was a big part of this cultural change. Some Mongol rulers followed the main religions in their areas, such as Buddhism in some places, Islam in others, and Christianity in still others. At first, the empire's religious diversity was one of its strengths. However, as different branches of the imperial family developed different religious beliefs and cultural identities, it became a source of division. The empire's economy was also starting to show signs of stress. The Mongol system relied heavily on tribute from conquered lands and money made from trade over long distances. But as political unity broke down, trade routes became less safe, and collecting tribute became harder and more expensive. Local officials, whether they were Mongols or locals, started keeping more of the money they collected for themselves instead of sending it to the central treasury. Changes in technology and the military also hurt the Mongols' advantages. People who lived near the Mongols and their subjects slowly started to use the new ideas in siege warfare and military organisation that had made the Mongols unbeatable in the 13th century. Gunpowder weapons, which had first given Mongol troops a big edge, became more common and advanced. The military strategies that were once only known to the Mongols became known to everyone, making the playing field more even between nomadic and sedentary forces. The Mongols began to feel the effects of empire building on their population, which was perhaps the most important thing. When Genghis Khan started his conquests, the original Mongol population was probably no more than 1 million people. Even with the help of allied tribes and hired helpers, ethnic Mongols were still a small group in their own empire. As time went on, Intermarriage and cultural assimilation made it harder and harder to define or keep a Mongol identity. Climate change also contributed to the empire's slow decline, but its effects were small and took a long time to show. The medieval warm period, which had made it easier for steppe nomads to live during the empire's growth phase, was ending, and the weather was getting cooler and more unpredictable. These changes made it harder for nomads to live their traditional way of life, and the grasslands that used to support large Mongol populations and their herds became less able to support them. Natural disasters and disease outbreaks put even more strain on the empire's administrative systems. The Black Death, which killed millions of people in Eurasia in the 14th century, hit Mongol lands especially hard because the trade routes that had made the empire rich also helped spread the disease. The plague outbreaks that killed so many people in the empire made it harder to keep political unity at a time when it was getting harder to do so. By the early 14th century, the Mongol Empire, which had once been a single entity, had split into 4 separate khanates. These khanates still had diplomatic relations with each other, but they didn't work together on military or economic issues anymore. It was like seeing a successful multinational company slowly break up into separate regional companies that had the same corporate history but different business plans and market goals. The change didn't have to be bad for the people who lived in areas that used to be Mongol. Many areas continued to do well under their new Mongol-descended ruling classes. The empire's cultural exchanges and technological advances continued to shape growth across Eurasia, but the political unity that had made the empire's most amazing accomplishments possible, safe, long-distance trade, the quick spread of new ideas, and an unprecedented mixing of cultures, was slowly fading away like salt in water. The steppes, which used to be the starting point for world conquest, were slowly returning to their traditional role as the home of nomadic tribes. The big test of building a nomadic empire was coming to an end, but its effects would last for hundreds of years. It wasn't like watching a building fall down when the Mongol Empire fell apart. It was more like watching a huge river system slowly change course, with some channels drying up and others cutting new paths through different types of land. By the 14th century, the political unity that had once stretched from Korea to Hungary was breaking up into smaller, easier-to-manage parts. Each part was changing to fit the needs and opportunities of the area, which would have been unthinkable during the empire's expansionist phase. The Yuan dynasty in China had problems that showed how Mongol rule didn't work in societies that were settled. The Mongol Khans had inherited the world's most advanced bureaucratic system, but they were still different from the Chinese people they ruled in terms of culture and ethnicity. It was like being the CEO of a company whose culture you respected but never fully understood, and you were in charge of people who knew much more about how the business worked than you did. The Yuan rulers tried a lot of different things to stay in power and do their jobs well. Some people, like Kublai Khan, embraced Chinese culture so much that they became Chinese emperors with Mongol ancestry. Some people tried to keep Mongol traditions and identity while using Chinese ways of running things. Others tried to rule by keeping Mongol and Chinese elements separate but still connected to each other. None of these methods worked perfectly in the long run. The Mongol rulers looked less and less like real heirs to Genghis Khan's legacy as they got used to Chinese culture. The more they insisted on keeping Mongol culture separate, the more they pushed away the Chinese people, whose help was needed for good governance. It was a classic problem of imperial rule that didn't have a perfect answer. In 1368, the Ming dynasty overthrew the Yuan dynasty, which ended Mongol political control over China. However, Mongol influence on Chinese culture and institutions did not end. The Mongol period brought about changes in Chinese military organization, administrative practices, and even building styles that are still seen today. The new Ming rulers were against Mongols, but they quietly used many of the same government methods that had worked well for the Yuan. In the western parts of the old empire, on the other hand, different patterns of decline and adaptation were happening. The Ilkhanate in Persia fell apart in the 1330s, breaking up into many smaller kingdoms and city-states. But Persian culture, which had been greatly shaped by Mongol ways of running things and tastes in art, kept growing in ways that showed this mix of cultures. The Mongol period left a lasting mark on Persian miniature painting, architecture, and literature. The Golden Horde, which ruled over a lot of Eastern Europe and Russia, lasted longer than some other parts of the empire. This was partly because its lands were better suited to a traditional nomadic lifestyle, and partly because it didn't have to deal with as much pressure to assimilate culturally. But even the Golden Horde slowly changed from its original Mongol identity. It became more Turkic in language and Islamic in religion, but it kept some of its traditional nomadic political systems. The fate of Mongolia itself may have been the most powerful symbol of how the empire changed. The country that started the biggest conquest in history slowly went back to its old ways of organising tribes and moving around with the seasons. The big cities that had been built to run the empire, like Karakoram, the capital, and others, were either abandoned or turned into small trading posts. The administrative system that used to coordinate activities across half the world was cut back to only managing the affairs of small nomadic groups. But calling this process decline might be misleading because it makes it sound like something valuable was lost. In a lot of ways, what was happening was more like a natural evolution, where the empire's best ideas were kept and changed, and its less useful parts were allowed to fade away on their own. For a long time after the Mongol Empire fell apart, its postal system continued to have an effect on communication networks across Eurasia. The decimal military structure that Genghis Khan had established became the norm for armies across China and Europe. The legal principles found in the Yasa still had an effect on the law in many of the states that came after it. Trade networks and cultural exchanges that thrived under Mongol protection created patterns that lasted long into the modern era. The time when the Mongols ruled Russia, which later Russian historians called the Mongol Yoke, actually helped Russian power grow and become more centralized. When Russia started its own imperial expansion, the Russian princes who acted as middlemen between the Golden Horde and the local people learned a lot about how to run a government, fight wars, and make deals. The strategies and organizational methods that Ivan the Terrible used to take over Mongol successor states in the 16th century were first used by the Mongols themselves. It was like watching a successful business model slowly spread through an industry. The company that came up with the new ideas might be bought out or replaced by competitors, but the ideas themselves would still have an effect on how the whole industry worked. The Mongol Empire's political system was too ambitious to last forever, but its changes to government, the military, and the economy became permanent parts of Eurasian civilization. The empire changed a lot because of disease, but not always in the way you might think. The Black Death, which killed about 1/3 of the people in many parts of Eurasia in the 14th century, messed up the usual social and economic ties in the areas that used to be part of the Mongol Empire. But it also made it possible for people to move up in society, and for institutions to change in ways that might not have been possible if things had been more stable. The plague years caused a demographic disaster in many areas, which led to a lack of workers. This gave the workers who survived more power to negotiate and move up in society. Old hierarchies became less rigid, new economic ties formed, and political systems changed to fit the new situation. The combination of Mongol innovations and changes brought on by the plague permanently changed the rigid social systems that had been common in many societies before the Mongols. The Mongol Empire's effects on the environment also had long-lasting effects that went well beyond its political life. The Mongol Empire's growth brought about big changes in trade routes, land use patterns, and population movements. These changes had long-lasting effects on the environment. Some areas that lost a lot of people during the conquest period stayed sparsely populated for many years, which let forests grow back, and animal populations recover in ways that affected later patterns of settlement and development. Most importantly, the Mongol period set up ways for people to talk to each other over long distances and share their cultures that are still important in world history today. The notion that innovations, artistic styles, religious concepts, and commercial practices could disseminate swiftly over extensive distances, an idea that was groundbreaking in the 13th century, evolved into a fundamental principle of global functioning. The Mongol Empire built what was basically the first global information network. Even though the empire itself fell apart, the networks it had set up kept moving ideas and new things across cultural lines. By the 15th century, the different successor states to the Mongol Empire were following their own paths of development that were influenced by their Mongol roots and the conditions in their own areas. The Timurid Empire in Central Asia mixed Mongol military customs with Persian cultural sophistication and Islamic religious devotion. The Crimean Khanate kept its nomadic political structures while adjusting to the changing political landscape of Eastern Europe. The Northern Yuan stayed in charge of Mongolia, keeping the traditional culture of the steppes while adapting to having less land to control. These successor states weren't just weak copies of the original empire, they were successful changes to the way things were. Each had figured out how to keep the most important parts of the Mongol culture, while also learning new skills that helped them do well in their own environments. It was like seeing a big company successfully break up into smaller parts that then became successful businesses on their own. The slow change in Mongol identity mirrored these larger trends of adaptation and growth. By the 15th century, the term Mongol had evolved into a cultural and political concept. In addition to its ethnic connotation, individuals lacking direct biological ties to the original Mongol tribes could assert a Mongol identity if they embraced Mongol political customs, military practices, or cultural values. On the other hand, people of Mongol descent who had fully integrated into Chinese, Persian, or other cultural systems may no longer identify as Mongol in any significant way. One of the original empire's best features was its ability to change identity categories. This flexibility still helps Mongol successor states. It helped them get talented and loyal people from different groups while still staying connected to the famous Mongol legacy. It was a kind of cultural branding that lasted a long time and could change with the times. The long end of the Mongol Empire wasn't a tragedy. It was a natural change from one type of organisation to another that was better suited to new conditions. The empire had done what it needed to do. It had linked areas that had been cut off from each other, set up new ways for people to trade and share culture, and shown that nomadic societies could build and run complex governments across a whole continent. As you snuggle deeper into your blanket and think about how your own cosy home is an example of hundreds of years of improvements in building, heating, and furnishing that came from many different cultures, you might think about how the Mongol Empire's greatest achievement was not conquering the world but bringing it together. 700 years ago, the Mongols built trade, communication, and cultural exchange networks across Eurasia. These networks laid the groundwork for the global interconnectedness we take for granted today. As you get ready for bed in a world where you can order things from halfway around the world with a few clicks, talk to people on different continents right away, and learn about thousands of different cultures, you are living with the consequences of choices made by nomadic herders on the Asian steppes 7 centuries ago. The Mongol Empire's impact on modern life is so deeply ingrained in our world today that we hardly ever think about it. Like background music that sets the mood of a room without drawing attention to itself, the most obvious legacy is the political borders and ethnic groups of today's countries. The vastness of Russia's land shows patterns of growth that started during the Mongol period. The borders of China today include areas that were brought together into a single state during the Yuan dynasty. The different cultures in Central Asian countries are a result of people moving around and settling there during the Mongol conquests. The Mongol Empire's legacy shaped even the United States, which didn't exist at the time. For example, the horses that changed Plains Indian culture were descendants of animals that nomadic people had bred and improved, and the transcontinental trade networks that European explorers found in the Americas were based on patterns that were first established along the Silk Road. The genetic legacy is just as strong. Modern DNA studies show that about 1 in every 200 men alive today has genetic markers that can be traced back to the Mongol Empire. The highest concentrations of these markers are in areas that were once part of the empire. This isn't just interesting from a historical point of view. It's proof of cultural integration on a scale that hadn't been seen before and wouldn't be seen again until the modern era. The Mongol Empire mixed people from different parts of the world who had been living apart for thousands of years. This made the first truly global gene pool. But the genetic mixing was only one part of a larger cultural blending that still affects everything from food to buildings. Mongol cities were the first places where Chinese, Persian, Central Asian, and European cooking styles met on a large scale. This is where fusion cooking, which mixes ingredients and techniques from different cultures, began. The architectural styles of many Asian cities still show design ideas that were developed during the Mongol period, when builders had to make buildings that could meet a wide range of cultural needs and tastes. The Mongol influence can be seen in the language itself. Hundreds of words in dozens of languages can be traced back to the Mongols or to the cultural mixing that happened while the empire was around. The Mongols came up with new ideas and institutions that are still used in military, administrative, and trade-related language across Eurasia. Languages that were never directly under Mongol rule were still affected by the increased trade and cultural exchange that came with it. The Mongols' way of being tolerant of other religions set examples that still affect how we think about religious freedom and cultural diversity today. In the 13th century, the idea that political loyalty and religious belief could be separated was revolutionary. It is still controversial in some parts of the world today. The Mongol example showed that having different religions in a big political group can be a strength instead of a weakness. Mongol influences can also be seen in educational and intellectual traditions. The focus on practical knowledge, the blending of different scholarly traditions, and the translation movements that thrived with Mongol support created ways for scholars to share ideas that shaped the growth of universities, libraries, and scholarly networks across Eurasia. the Renaissance in Europe, the last flowering of the Islamic Golden Age, and the technological advances of Ming China, all built on ideas that were made stronger by cultural exchanges between the Mongols and other cultures. The way modern militaries are organised still shows the effects of new ideas that the Mongol army came up with. The decimal system of military units, the use of different weapon systems and tactics, the focus on communication and mobility, and the use of psychological warfare techniques all became standard military practices that still affect how modern armies are organised and deployed. The way NATO organises its military forces is based on the same ideas that helped the Mongol Empire turn warriors from many different cultures into effective fighting units. The trade networks that the Mongols protected and grew are where the idea of a global economy that connects all modern nations comes from. During the Mongol period, it was shown on a continental scale that goods, services and information should be able to move freely across political borders, that economic relationships could cross cultural and religious lines, and that prosperity depended on keeping peaceful trading relationships. The principles that were first used in the Mongol commercial code are still used in modern international trade law, which focuses on standardizing procedures and ways to settle disputes. Mongol innovations even changed how we think about geography and maps. The maps that helped Europeans explore the Americas used geographical information that Mongol leaders had collected and kept safe. The age of exploration was made possible by advances in astronomy, navigation, and surveying that were built on intellectual foundations that were strengthened by scholarly exchanges during the Mongol era. The Mongol Empire showed that cultural diversity and political unity could work together instead of against each other, which is perhaps the most important thing. This lesson is especially important for today's multinational states and international groups that need to find a balance between local freedom and central control. The European Union, the United Nations, and other modern organisations face the same basic problem that the Mongols did: how to keep good government in places where people speak different languages, follow different religions, and have different cultural traditions. The Mongol solution, keeping central control over important tasks while letting local groups have some freedom in cultural and religious matters, still affects how modern organisations deal with this problem. Mongol administrators were the first to use these ideas on a large scale in federal systems of government, international law, and multinational corporate structures. The empire's methods for innovation and technology transfer set trends that still affect how new ideas spread around the world. The Mongols were the first to systematically transfer technology by actively looking for useful new ideas, adapting them to fit their needs, and spreading them across their lands. The Mongol period was the first time that people came up with ideas for research and development, international scientific collaboration, and the quick spread of new technologies around the world. As you drift off to sleep, you might think about how the pillow under your head is probably made of materials from many different countries, how the building around you is built using methods that were developed in many different cultures, and how the electronic devices nearby can connect you to people and information from all over the world. All of these modern conveniences are based on the same idea that led to the Mongols' expansion, that societies are stronger and more successful when they are connected to each other, instead of being cut off from each other. The Mongol Empire didn't last as a government, but its idea of a world where everything is connected did. We all live in the world that the Mongols dreamed of. A world where distance doesn't stop people from talking to each other, where new ideas spread quickly across cultures, where people from different backgrounds can work together to reach common goals, and where the resources and knowledge of different societies can be combined to make something better than the sum of its parts. Before you fall asleep, think back to those wide-open grasslands where our story began. Not the Mongolia of tourist attractions and modern cities, but the endless steppe where a few nomadic families used to live in harmony with rhythms that are older than written history. Think about how the endless grass moved in waves under a huge sky, and how that landscape changed the people who would later change half the world. It's very calming to end this story where it began, with the wind blowing through the grass and the feeling of endless space stretching beyond every horizon. The Mongol Empire came and went, conquered and fell apart, but the steppes are still very much like they were when Temujin first learned to ride. The grass still grows, the seasons still change from the harsh cold of winter to the short warmth of summer, and somewhere in that vastness herders still lead their animals along paths that have been used for thousands of years. But now you know that this seemingly empty landscape was actually the beginning of one of history's most interesting experiments in how people can work together. Those scattered tribes living in felt tents and following their herds across vast grasslands were able to create something new, a government that could bring together people from different backgrounds over long distances, an economic system that linked markets that had been cut off from each other, and a cultural framework that let different civilizations learn from each other while still keeping their own identities. The story of the Mongol Empire is really about how people can connect with each other when there are no more barriers between them, and instead there are networks of exchange and cooperation. It's about the power of being able to move around in a world that often thinks stability is more important. The benefits of being able to change in societies that often value tradition over new ideas, and the idea that people from outside may have answers to problems that people from within haven't been able to solve. Historians today sometimes argue about whether the Mongol conquests were one of the greatest things that people have ever done, or one of the worst things that people have ever done. The answer is probably both, like with most hard historical questions. Cities were destroyed and people had to move, but new cities were built and new chances were made. Old ways of life were changed, but new ways of expressing culture came from the mixing of traditions that were once separate. Political systems fell apart, but new institutions that were more open and useful often took their place. It seems clear that the Mongol period sped up human progress in ways that still affect our world today. The cultural exchanges, technological advancements, and institutional experiments that transpired during the empire's duration established paradigms that influenced the Renaissance, the scientific revolution, and the contemporary global economy. 700 years later, we are still dealing with the effects of decisions made in Mongol councils. The Mongol story teaches us that human societies can change and adapt more than we think they can. The same species that had spent thousands of years building isolated agricultural societies was able to build and run a continental empire that worked well over long distances and across cultures. The same groups that had been fighting and competing for what seemed like forever found that they could work together to reach bigger goals. This ability to change gives us hope for the problems we face around the world. If nomadic herders could figure out how to govern areas from Korea to Hungary while respecting the cultural autonomy of hundreds of different groups, maybe modern societies can find ways to deal with climate change, economic inequality, and political fragmentation that seem just as hard to deal with from where we are now. The Mongol Empire also shows us that some of the most important new ideas in history have come from places we didn't expect. It wasn't the urban elites of established civilizations who changed warfare, administration, and international relations. It was nomadic outsiders who looked at the same problems from a whole new angle. This means that experts today might not be taking seriously the ideas and communities that could help solve today's problems. You might find comfort in the thought of that endless blue sky over the steppes as you fall asleep. It's the same sky that watched over Mongol herders 800 years ago, and the same sky that covers your own home tonight. That sky has seen the rise and fall of empires, the movement of people, the growth of technologies that have changed human life, and the slow growth of the connected world we live in now. But it has also seen quieter times, like families gathering around cooking fires, kids learning to ride horses, elders telling stories that pass down cultural knowledge from one generation to the next, and regular people making the small choices that, when added together, change the course of human history. The grand sweep of empires and conquests is important, but so are the small acts of bravery, creativity, and kindness that make big changes in history possible. The Mongol Empire is no longer around, but its ideas about what people can do are still around. The Mongol period was when these ideas first took shape, that different cultures can enrich each other instead of threatening each other, that geographical barriers don't have to become social barriers, that innovation can come from both isolation and synthesis, and that societies can be organized in ways that benefit all their members instead of just their elites. These ideas continue to inspire efforts to make the world more fair and connected. Tonight, as you fall asleep in a world where Mongolian traditional music might be playing through your speakers, cashmere from Central Asian goats might be warming your shoulders, and the spices in your evening tea might have come from trade routes. First used by Mongol merchants, you're experiencing the everyday legacy of that amazing experiment in how to organize people that started on the steppes over 800 years ago. Sweet dreams of wide open spaces and endless horizons, of people realizing they have more in common than they thought, and of how humans can always change, create, and connect with each other, no matter what barriers seem to be in the way. The story of the Mongol Empire is really our story. It's the story of how people learn to get along on a planet that belongs to all of us, sleep well under the sky that never ends. Imagine waking up one morning and finding out that your neighbour became a millionaire by picking up shiny rocks from a riverbed. That's pretty much what happened in 1848 when James Marshall saw something shining in the American River at Sutter's Mill in California. What began as one man's curious observation would soon lead to the largest voluntary migration in human history. People from every continent except Antarctica loaded their lives into wagons and ships and set off in search of dreams that shone like fool's gold in their minds. The California gold rush wasn't the first in the world, but it was the most famous. This is partly because it happened at the same time as the invention of the telegraph and mass-produced newspapers. Within months, word spread to the East Coast, Europe, Australia, and even small villages in China. It spread faster than a fire in dry grass. Farmers in Iowa were leaving their plows, shopkeepers in Boston were closing their stores, and whole families were selling everything they owned to try to get rich in the Sierra Nevada foothills. But California was only the start. Gold discoveries in Australia in 1851 caused their own rush, bringing people looking for wealth to the hot outback. The Klondike Gold Rush of 1896 sent people looking for gold to the other end of the world. The frozen wilderness of Alaska and Canada, where temperatures could drop to 50 below zero, and it was dark for months. The Witwatersrand goldfields in South Africa turned empty Veld into one of the world's largest cities almost overnight. There were different things about each gold rush, but they all had some things in common that seem almost magical when you think about them. People like teachers, farmers, blacksmiths, and seamstresses suddenly thought they could survive in places that would be hard for even experienced outdoorsmen. It was like having gold gave you some kind of magnetic power that made you ignore common sense and the need to protect yourself. It's interesting to think about the psychology of gold fever as you go to sleep. Gold doesn't go bad, rust, or lose its value overnight like other kinds of wealth. For thousands of years, people have thought it was valuable. It was used in the burial masks of pharaohs and the crowns of kings. The weight of gold in your hand, how it catches light, and how it doesn't tarnish or decay are all very satisfying. In a world that is always changing, gold stands for stability and safety in a universe that is always changing. For the miners going west, gold was the ultimate American dream. The idea that anyone, no matter where they came from or how much they knew, could change their life with hard work and a little luck. Gold didn't care if you were a Harvard graduate or couldn't read your own name. It didn't care about your family tree. What mattered most was your willingness to go through hard times and your ability to see opportunities when they were right in front of you. Getting to the goldfields was often just as hard as mining for gold. Think about putting everything you might need for months or years into a space smaller than your bedroom closet, and then travelling thousands of miles through places that were more in your head than on reliable maps. The overland route to California went through deserts where water was hard to find and valuable, mountain passes that could be blocked by snow even in the summer, and rivers that could be calm one day and raging torrents the next. People who took the sea route had to deal with different problems. It could take 6 months to sail around Cape Horn, and the water was some of the roughest on Earth. Men who had never been to sea were crammed into ships that were meant to carry cargo, not passengers. This would make modern cruise ship passengers ask for their money back. Those who could afford to go through Panama had to deal with tropical diseases, dangerous river crossings, and sometimes weeks of waiting for ships on the Pacific side. But people came anyway, drawn by stories that got more and more amazing with each telling. Stories about miners finding nuggets the size of turkey eggs, rivers so full of gold that you could fill a pan in minutes, and regular people becoming incredibly rich in just a few weeks. Most of the time these stories were exaggerated or made up, but they had just enough truth in them to keep the dream alive. It's amazing how these individual dreams, when added together, changed whole continents. In places where only coyotes and rattlesnakes had lived before, cities sprang up overnight. The search for gold led to the growth of economies, transportation systems, and social structures in whole areas. The effects on the environment and culture would last for generations, long after the gold that was easy to get was gone. As you drift off to sleep, think about how brave, or maybe foolish, it was to give up everything you knew for the chance of something that might not be real. These weren't trained explorers or professional adventurers. They were just regular people who thought the chance of making a lot of money was worth the risk. Their stories show us that sometimes the most important events in history are caused by people who refuse to believe that their situation will never change. Imagine yourself standing in the middle of what would become downtown Sacramento on a July afternoon in 1850. The temperature is around 110 degrees Fahrenheit, and the air above the hot pavement looks like water. The sun is as hot as a forge, and there's no way to get away from it. There's no air conditioning, ice, or tall buildings to block the sun. Now picture this. Instead of going inside, you're going to spend the next 12 hours bent over a creek bed, sifting through gravel and sand with just a metal pan and your willpower. This was the case for thousands of gold miners who went to areas where summer temperatures often went above what most people today would consider survivable. The California Central Valley, the Australian outback, and parts of Nevada and Arizona weren't places where people were supposed to work outside during the hottest times of the year. But they worked, driven by dreams that burned hotter than the sun above their heads. The human body wasn't meant to be in such extreme heat for long periods of time, especially when doing hard physical work. Your body regulates its temperature in a way that is similar to a simple air conditioner. It sweats to cool the skin through evaporation, it changes the flow of blood to release heat, and it breathes more to get rid of warm air from the lungs. But these systems could only do so much, and miners in the 1800s pushed them to their limits every day. Smart miners learned to change their plans based on the sun's movement. They would get up before dawn when the air was still a little cool from the night before and start working as soon as the sun came up. The early morning hours were very important because you could get things done before the heat made it too much to handle. As the sun rose higher, experienced miners would look for any shade they could find. They would often work in shifts so that some could rest while others kept looking for gold. Miners called the time between noon and 4 in the afternoon the Devil's Time. This was when the sun was at its hottest and the heat from rocks and sand could literally cook skin that was exposed. During these hours, smart miners went back to whatever shelter they could find. Some people dug shallow caves into hillsides to make cool places to hide that were 10 to 20 degrees cooler than the surface. Some people put canvas between trees or over wooden frames to make patches of blessed shade where people could gather to rest and talk. The clothes that miners wore tell an interesting story about how they adapted and used their brains. Forget the Hollywood image of shirtless men working in the hot sun. That was a sure way to get burned badly and have a heat stroke. Instead, experienced miners learned how to cover almost every inch of skin that was showing while still letting air flow. They wore wide-brimmed hats that cast shadows on their faces and necks, long-sleeved shirts that were loose enough to let air flow, and bandanas that could be soaked in water and tied around their necks to cool off. Many miners wore clothes that they learned from Mexican vaqueros and Native American tribes that had been living in these areas for a long time. Eastern gentlemen liked dark wool suits better than loose, light-coloured cotton clothes because they reflected heat better. Some miners even started wearing multiple layers, a thin inner layer to soak up sweat and an outer layer to keep the sun out while letting air flow between the fabrics. Finding shade became almost as important as finding gold. In mining camps, trees were valuable because they provided shade and lumber. A single big oak or pine tree could decide where a whole camp would be set up. Tents and lean-tos would be set up in careful patterns to get the most shade possible during the day. Water wasn't just for drinking, it was also very important for staying cool. When there was water, miners would soak their shirts and hats, which worked as a simple but effective way to cool off. Some smart people even came up with complicated ways to move water over canvas awnings, which were like evaporative coolers in the 1800s. The mental effects of extreme heat were just as hard to deal with as the physical ones. Not only does heat exhaustion make you feel bad physically, but it also changes the way you think, feel, and make decisions. When miners worked in very hot or very cold weather, they often got cranky, made bad decisions, and got what we now call heat-induced depression. The constant pain made mental strength weaker, just like it made physical strength weaker. But people were very good at adapting. Bodies that had never been in such heat before slowly got used to it, becoming better at handling heat, sweating more effectively, and circulating blood better. When miners made it through their first summer in the goldfields, they often found the second year easier to handle because their bodies got used to conditions that would have seemed impossible when they first got there. Some of the best mining companies were the ones that knew how important it was to keep workers safe from the heat. Companies that gave their workers enough shelter, encouraged them to rest during the hottest parts of the day, and made sure they could get to cool water usually had healthier and more productive workers. It was an early lesson in industrial safety that most people wouldn't learn for decades. As you picture yourself in those hot mining camps, feeling the sun on your shoulders and the coolness of the evening shade, remember that these were not superhuman people. They were just regular people who learned to deal with unusual situations. The fact that they were able to live and even thrive in such conditions shows how strong the human spirit can be when it is driven by strong dreams. In romantic stories about the gold rush, Water is always there. There are babbling creeks where miners pan for gold and clear mountain streams that show off the Sierra peaks. But the truth was often very different and much harder. Getting clean, safe water was often a matter of life and death, and getting enough food in remote mining camps took a lot of creativity that would impress modern survivalists. Ironically, miners often valued water more than the gold they were looking for. On a hot afternoon, a glass of cool, clean water could be worth more than a handful of gold dust, especially if the water cost $1 a gallon, which is like $30 or $40 now. In some of the more remote mining areas, entrepreneurs made a lot of money not by finding gold, but by bringing water in barrels from faraway places and selling it to miners who needed it. Finding water turned into both a science and an art. Experienced miners could read the landscape like a book. They looked for small signs that showed where water was underground. Some plants only grew where their roots could get to water tables. Animals' behaviour, such as where they gathered at dawn and dusk and the paths they wore through the landscape, often revealed hidden springs or seasonal water sources. Some miners became very good at dowsing, which is the art of finding underground water with forked sticks or metal rods. Modern science still doesn't fully understand how they did it. These methods became a big part of mining camp folklore. Whether they really worked or just made miners feel more sure about digging in places where they thought they might find water. It was like playing the geological lottery to dig wells in mining country. The same rocky ground that might hide gold deposits could make it very hard to get to the water table. Sometimes miners would spend weeks chiseling through solid rock, hoping to find water before their current supply ran out. The deeper they dug, the cooler the water they might find. This was a great bonus in places where surface water could get too warm to be refreshing. When water was hard to come by, miners came up with very clever ways to save it that would impress environmentalists today. You could save the water you used to cook with to wash dishes, then use it again to do laundry, and finally use it to clean up dust around the campsite. There was no waste. Some camps set up strict rationing systems with community leaders keeping an eye on how much water people used and making sure everyone had access to basic supplies. The quality of the water that was available was often just as bad as the amount. Minerals that made people sick could be in mountain streams that looked crystal clear, or worse, bacteria from mining operations or natural sources upstream. Miners learned how to tell if water was good by its taste, colour and smell. They also figured out how to clean up water that wasn't clean. Boiling water was the best way to clean it, but it needed fuel and time that weren't always available. Some miners used simple filters made of cloth, charcoal and sand to clean their water. Some people learned how to add chemicals like alum or other minerals that would make impurities settle to the bottom, leaving cleaner water at the top. Getting food in mining camps took a lot of creativity that would be hard for modern campers. There weren't any grocery stores, refrigerators, or dependable supply chains. Everything had to be kept safe, moved over rough ground or hunted and gathered from the area around them. The outcome was a cuisine that mixed old recipes with whatever was on hand, resulting in some surprisingly creative dishes. Beans became the main food for miners and were known as miner strawberries. They were cheap, easy to carry, didn't spoil easily, and gave them the protein and carbs they needed for hard work. A pot of beans that was slowly cooked over a campfire and seasoned with whatever was on hand could feed several miners and give them energy for days of work. Salt pork and bacon did the same things. They gave you fat and protein and could last for weeks without being kept cold. The salt used to keep things fresh also helped replace electrolytes lost through sweating in very hot weather. Smart miners learned how to get the fat out of these meats so they could cook other foods and make lamp oil. Hardtack, which is made by mixing flour, water and salt and baking it into biscuits that are as hard as rocks, became another staple because it could last for months without going bad. To make hardtack easier to eat, miners would soak it in coffee or water. Sometimes they would fry it with bacon fat to make it taste better. The joke was that hardtack was so hard it could stop a bullet, but it kept miners from starving when they ran out of other food. People didn't just enjoy coffee, they thought it was necessary for survival. The caffeine helped miners stay awake during long work days, and the hot drink kept them warm at night in the cold mountains. Coffee could be stretched by reusing the ground several times. In very bad situations, miners made coffee substitutes from chicory, acorns, or even roasted grain. Hunting and fishing added to basic supplies when there was game to be caught. Deer, rabbits, and game birds gave us fresh meat, and streams and rivers might have fish in them when they weren't too muddy from mining. Some miners learned how to find edible plants by learning from Native Americans which roots, berries, and greens could add to their diet. It was very important to learn how to preserve things. To make fresh food last longer, miners learned how to smoke meat, dry fruits and vegetables, and salt fish. Some camps set up community smokehouses so that everyone could keep meat when they had too much to eat right away after a successful hunt. People in mining camps can't ignore the social side of food. Shared meals became important community events where miners could relax, catch up on news, and keep the social ties that made living alone bearable. A miner who could cook well often became well known for more than just his gold-finding skills. You can start to understand how the simple things in life became very important in the harsh environment of the mining camps when you think about how good strong coffee would taste around a campfire, how good a hot meal would taste after a long day of hard work, and how good clean water would feel on a hot day. These weren't just skills for staying alive. They were the building blocks of communities that would last long after the gold was gone. Imagine seeing a city come to life. One week there are only rocks, empty wilderness, and maybe a thin stream running through a valley. The following week, tents start to pop up like mushrooms after a rainstorm. In a month you might see the rough outlines of streets, a general store, and maybe even a saloon with canvas walls and dreams of painted signs. The amazing thing about mining camp communities was that whole societies could come together almost overnight, with rules that had to be made up on the spot. It was amazing and a little chaotic how quickly these communities came together. There were no zoning laws, building codes, or an urban planning department. People just showed up, found a good place to stay, and started building the infrastructure they needed to stay alive. The result was towns that grew naturally, following the shape of the land and the needs of the people who lived there instead of following a master plan. People in early mining camps had to be creative with the few materials they had to build their homes. The classic miner's tent was often just the start. It was a temporary place to stay while a more permanent structure was built. Miners became amateur architects, coming up with plans for buildings that could be built quickly with materials that were easy to find. People liked to log cabins where there were trees, but most mining areas had their trees cut down quickly. Instead, miners learned how to build with stone, mud bricks, or even canvas and wood frames that could be taken apart and moved if the gold ran out. Some of the more clever buildings used more than one material. For example, they had stone foundations for stability, log walls for insulation, and canvas roofs that could be easily replaced when they wore out. The way mining camps were set up looked random, but they actually made sense. For both convenience and mining, the most valuable real estate was usually near water sources. Secondary locations were chosen because they were sheltered from the wind, had access to shade, or were close to promising geological formations. Streets, if you could call them that, often followed animal paths or mining trails instead of the neat grid patterns that planned cities have. This gave mining towns a natural, almost medieval feel that visitors either loved or hated depending on how they saw it. In mining camps, people ran things democratically. Miners had to make up their own rules and ways to enforce them because there were no established legal systems or government authorities. The outcome was frequently unexpectedly advanced systems of community governance that reconciled personal liberty with communal safety. Most of the time, mining camps held community meetings to set basic rules for claims, fights, and how people should act. These weren't official court cases. They were just people talking to each other as equals and agreeing that some kind of organisation was needed for everyone to stay alive. They often put their rules on trees or buildings and enforced them through pressure from the community instead of through the police. Claim jumping, which is taking someone else's mining claim, was one of the worst things you could do in mining communities. Depending on how bad the crime was and how the community felt, the punishment could be anything from forced payment to being kicked out of the camp. People usually didn't want miners to hurt each other because it made it hard for them to work, not because it was wrong. The way people were divided up in mining camps was different from how they were in their old lives. A man's education, family background, or previous wealth mattered much less than how well he could help the community survive and thrive. A former professor might have to listen to an illiterate farmer who happened to be better at finding gold. This social fluidity led to both chances and problems. Men who had never been treated as equals suddenly found that their ideas were important in community meetings. Others who had been in charge in their past lives had to get used to being judged only on what they could do. In the early days of mining, there weren't many women, but those who did come often found jobs that weren't available in more stable communities. Some became successful businesswomen and ran boarding houses, restaurants, or general stores. Others offered much-needed and highly valued services like laundry, cooking, or medical care. Families with kids in mining camps had their own set of problems. There were no schools, no planned activities for kids, and not many other kids to play with. Some communities set up informal schools where literate miners took turns teaching basic reading and writing. Kids who grew up in mining camps often learned a lot of practical skills and became very independent, but they didn't always get the formal education that would help them later in life. In mining camps, religion was often informal, but very important. Because many camps didn't have an ordained minister, anyone who felt called to give spiritual guidance could lead religious services. These services often brought together people from different denominations and traditions, making a kind of practical ecumenism that came about out of need rather than theology. The general store was the centre of most mining towns. It was a place to get supplies, hang out with friends, and talk to people. Store owners often acted as informal banks, keeping miners' gold dust and nuggets safe. They also worked as post offices, places to send messages and places to get news from the outside world. Medical care in mining camps was basic but often new. Communities had to rely on folk medicine, trial and error, and whatever medical knowledge individual miners might have because there weren't any trained doctors around. Some miners learned how to treat common injuries and illnesses, and the respect and thanks they got for it could be worth more than gold. Entertainment in mining camps showed how hard life was, and how much people needed to have fun and relax. Music was very important to the miners. They loved people who could play instruments or sing well. Dancing, telling stories, and playing cards helped people forget about the hard work of mining and the loneliness of living in a camp. When you think about how these rough communities grew from nothing but people's willpower and need for each other, you start to see that the American frontier spirit was about working together as much as being independent. These weren't stories of lone wolves conquering the wild, but of regular people building amazing communities in the hardest of times. The romance of gold mining often centres on the moment of discovery. The glint of metal in a pan, the thrill of finding a nugget, the hope of getting rich. But the truth is that successful mining was mostly about learning how to use tools and techniques that were much more complicated and advanced than most people think. Successful miners had a mix of science, art, physical skill, and sheer determination that set them apart from those who went home empty-handed. The basic gold pan, which is probably the most famous tool from the gold rush, was actually a precision tool that required a lot of skill to use well. A good pan was made of steel or iron, and had sloped sides and a flat bottom that let you carefully separate things by weight. It could take months to learn how to pan properly, which means moving water and sediment in just the right way so that heavy gold settles and lighter materials wash away. Imagine standing in a cold mountain stream with a pan full of gravel, sand, and hopefully a few gold flakes. The water is moving around your legs, your back is starting to hurt from bending over, and your hands are getting numb from the cold. You need to find the right rhythm. If you go too fast, you'll wash away the gold. If you go too slowly, you'll never process enough material to make the work worth it. Panners who had been doing it for a while could tell if they were likely to find gold in a certain spot by the way the gravel felt, the colour of the sand and the way the water moved in their pan. They had a connection with their tools and their surroundings that was almost magical, and they could read subtle signs that new miners couldn't. But panning was only the start. As miners learned more about their work and found places with good gold deposits, they came up with more advanced methods that could process more material faster. The rocker, which is also called a cradle, was like a gold pan that worked mechanically. It was a wooden box with a screen bottom that was rocked back and forth while water flowed through it, separating gold from lighter materials. Many miners had to learn how to do carpentry on the job in order to build a good rocker. The proportions had to be just right. If they were too steep, the gold would wash away with everything else, and if they were too shallow, the machine wouldn't work well. The rocking had to be smooth and rhythmic, like rocking a baby to sleep, but the baby was a few £100 of wood, metal and wet gravel. The long tom was an even more ambitious piece of equipment. It was basically a long wooden trough with different screens, riffles and catching devices that could handle a lot of dirt and gravel. Most of the time, a group of miners worked together to run a long tom. Some would shovel material into the machine while others would clean out the gold-catching parts and keep the water flowing. The most advanced way to get gold was through hydraulic mining. Miners would use strong streams of water to wash away tons of soil and rock from hillsides, revealing gravel that contained gold. The water pressure was so strong that it could blast away whole mountainsides. This kind of destruction of the environment would horrify people today, but it was seen as the height of technological progress at the time. Hydraulic mining had a terrible effect on the environment that could not be undone. Debris filled whole valleys, streams were permanently changed, and landscapes that had taken millions of years to form were destroyed in just a few seasons. But for miners who wanted to get the most gold with the least amount of work, hydraulic mining was a huge step forward in terms of efficiency. For serious miners, knowing about geology became very important. Gold doesn't just spread out randomly across the landscape. It follows patterns that have been there for millions of years, like the flow of ancient rivers, volcanic activity, and geological processes that made and moved gold deposits. Miners who could read the rocks, find formations that looked like they might contain gold, and guess where gold was likely to be found had a big edge over those who just dug where they thought they were lucky. To mine quartz, you needed a whole different set of skills and methods. Instead of looking for loose gold in streams and on the surface, quartz miners had to find veins of gold in solid rock and then take that rock out and process it to get the gold out. This meant learning how to drill, blast and tunnel through solid rock, which is more like engineering than farming, which is what most miners came from. To process quartz ore, the rock had to be crushed into a fine powder, and then mercury had to be used to mix with the gold particles. This job was both dangerous and hard to do because it needed knowledge of chemistry and metallurgy. Mercury poisoning was a big health problem in mining towns, but people didn't know much about what it did to them at the time. Miners often made their own tools or changed existing ones to suit their needs. In mining towns, a good blacksmith was very useful. They didn't just shoe horses, they also made specialised mining tools, fixed broken equipment, and figured out how to fix mechanical problems that came up when tools were used in ways they weren't meant to be used. Miners were very creative when it came to using technology that was already there for their own needs. People turned wagon wheels into water wheels to power machines. Kitchen tools were changed to do specific mining jobs. Miners even changed their clothes. They learned how to sew extra pockets into their clothes so they could carry tools, gold samples, and other small but important things. Don't forget about the social side of mining technology. Like recipes, successful methods spread through mining communities, with miners sharing new ideas and ways to make things better for everyone's benefit. If a miner came up with a better way to build a sluice box or use a rocker, he might teach his neighbours how to do it, which would create communities of practice that sped up technological progress. Quality control in mining was mostly about how skilled each person was and how much they paid attention to the details. There were no set ways of doing things or ways to ensure quality. A miner's success depended on how well he could find gold, use his tools, and avoid the many small mistakes that could cost him gold or time. As you picture yourself learning these old skills, feeling the weight of the tools in your hands and developing the small skills that made the difference between success and failure, you start to realize that gold mining was much more than just digging in the dirt. It was a skill that required a lot of physical strength, technical knowledge, artistic intuition, and scientific observation, and it was hard for even the most skilled people to do. The blazing sun and extreme temperatures were certainly some of the most obvious problems that gold miners had to deal with, but they were not the only ones that tested people's strength and creativity. The full picture of life as a miner includes a list of problems that would test even the best survival experts today. Each one needs a different plan, set of skills, and amount of mental and physical strength. Disease was probably the most feared enemy in mining camps. It spread quickly through crowded areas and wiped out whole communities before anyone knew how to stop it. Waterborne diseases like cholera, typhoid, and dysentery could turn a busy mining camp into a ghost town in just a few weeks. Miners were basically defenseless against epidemic diseases that thrived in the conditions they created because they didn't know about germ theory or how to keep things clean. The irony was cruel. Communities that formed around water sources to make mining easier often polluted those same water sources with human waste, which made it easy for diseases to spread. Miners who survived bullets, heat stroke, and accidents in the mines could die from something as simple as drinking from the wrong stream at the wrong time. At best, the medical knowledge in mining camps was basic. Most miners used folk remedies, patent medicines that may not have worked, and any medical knowledge they had from family traditions or trial and error. If a broken bone isn't set right, it could mean permanent disability or death. If basic antiseptic steps weren't taken, a simple cut could get infected and require amputation or worse. Some miners learned how to do battlefield medicine out of necessity. They learned how to stitch wounds, set bones, and treat common illnesses by practicing and watching others. People in the community often looked up to these informal medics as leaders, and their medical skills were just as valuable as their ability to find gold. Mining operations were always at risk of accidents. Cave-ins could bury miners alive without much warning. Explosives used to break up rock were often unstable and unpredictable. They would sometimes go off too soon, or not at all when they were supposed to. People often made their own mining tools, and they didn't have basic safety features that we think are necessary now. The mental challenges of mining life were just as hard as the physical ones. Being away from family and friends had a big effect on mental health. A lot of miners had what we now call depression, anxiety, and post-traumatic stress disorder because of the hard times they went through. People who were physically tired, socially isolated, and always worried about the future found it hard to deal with these things. Miners who had left their families behind to look for work were especially lonely. Letters from home could take months to get there and cost a lot of money compared to what a miner made. It was impossible to measure the emotional toll of being away from loved ones in ounces of gold, but it was always there. Even miners who found gold on a regular basis often had trouble with money. In remote mining areas, the same supplies could cost 10 to 20 times as much as they would in settled areas. A simple meal could cost a whole day's pay, and basic tools could cost weeks of carefully saved gold dust. Mining communities went through boom and bust cycles which added to the stress. A miner might spend months getting a claim and building the tools he needs to work it, only to find out that the gold deposit is smaller than he thought, or that the water levels have changed and made his location unusable. To start over, you needed more than just money. You also needed a lot of emotional strength. Extreme heat wasn't the only problem with the weather. Sudden storms could hit mountain mining areas and flood claims, break equipment, and leave miners stuck for days or weeks. Miners who didn't have enough shelter or supplies could die in the winter if they were at higher elevations. Flash floods were especially dangerous in mining areas because mining activities often changed the landscape in ways that made floods more likely. Streams that had been redirected for mining could suddenly change course during heavy rains, destroying months of work in just a few hours. Living in all-male communities was hard on social relationships, which sometimes led to violence. In communities where everyone was armed and stress levels were always high, arguments over claims, equipment, or even small personal insults could quickly get out of hand. Because there were no established legal systems, justice was often informal and sometimes harsh. For many miners, gambling was both a way to have fun and a way to make things harder. After weeks of hard work, it was hard to resist the urge to gamble with the gold they had saved up on cards or dice. Some miners lost months of work in one night because of bad luck or bad judgment. This made cycles of boom and bust that lasted much longer than the normal risks of mining. Substance abuse was another way to get away from the hard life of mining, but it often made things worse. Most mining camps had easy access to alcohol, which helped people deal with physical pain, emotional stress, and being alone. But it also made people less able to think clearly, made accidents more likely, and made people dependent on it, which could be hard to break. Because mining work is seasonal, there were times when workers had to sit around and do nothing, which was almost as hard as the times when they had to work hard. When the weather made mining impossible, miners had to live off of stored resources while keeping their tools in good shape and hoping for better weather. For men who defined themselves by their work, these times of inactivity could be very bad for their mental health. For individual miners or small partnerships, equipment failure or theft could be a disaster. If a sluice box breaks or tools are stolen, it could mean weeks or months of investment that would be hard or impossible to replace. Because people shared equipment and resources, one person's bad luck often hurt whole communities. Even with all of these problems, it's amazing how many miners not only lived through them, but also kept their spirits up and their sense of humour. The capacity to discover joy and companionship amidst adversity illustrates the inherent resilience of humanity, which facilitated the establishment of enduring communities in some of the most formidable environments globally. As you get more comfortable, think about how these individual stories of hardship and hope changed whole continents. Imagine the last embers of a mining campfire glowing against the dark desert. The gold rushes weren't just things that happened in the past, they were events that changed the world and still affect your daily life today. The most obvious thing that will last is geography. Gold discoveries in the 1800s led to the creation of cities like San Francisco, Denver, Johannesburg, and many smaller towns in the American West, Australia, and South Africa. But the effect is much bigger than just the city limits. The transportation networks built to supply mining camps became the basis for transcontinental railroads, interstate highways, and shipping routes that are still used for business today. Think about the Transcontinental Railroad, which was finished in 1869. People often say that it was a great achievement of American engineering and willpower, but it was really built to meet the needs of mining communities in the Western Territories. The economic reason for such a big project was the need to move supplies to miners and gold back to markets in the East. The railroad could have been delayed by decades without the gold rush, which would have changed the way the American West grew up. The environmental effects of gold mining are more complicated and sometimes worrying. California's hydraulic mining moved more dirt than building the Panama Canal, changing the landscape and river systems forever. Some places are still dealing with mercury pollution from mining that happened in the 1800s. But these same mining activities also led to some of the first laws to protect the environment. Communities downstream fought against mining debris destroying farmland. The social legacy of gold mining communities calls into question many ideas we have about life on the frontier. These weren't lawless places where people were violent and selfish. They were communities that built complex systems of cooperation and mutual aid in very difficult situations. The democratic governance systems they established, direct democracy, community justice, and collective decision-making shaped political evolution across the Western territories and beyond. Social structures in mining camps were very equal compared to the more divided societies that most miners had left behind. Instead of his family background, education, or previous wealth, a man's worth was based on what he did for the community. This idea of meritocracy became part of the mythology of the American West and changed how people thought in the growing country. In the 19th century, mining communities were made up of people from many different countries, which led to a level of cultural mixing that had never been seen before. Chinese miners working with Mexican vaqueros, German immigrants teaching Irish workers new skills, and Australian prospectors learning from American 49ers all contributed to cultural exchanges that benefited everyone involved and set the stage for the multicultural societies that would form in the 20th century. In mining towns, women's roles were often very different from the strict Victorian ideals that were common in more settled areas. The practical needs of life on the frontier and the lack of women gave women chances to start businesses, be independent, and have an impact on society that wouldn't be common in mainstream society for decades. Some of the first successful female business owners, political leaders, and social reformers came from mining towns, where necessity was more important than traditional gender roles. The new technologies that were made in mining camps could be used for a lot more than just getting gold. For decades, methods for moving big amounts of dirt and rock affected how buildings were made. Water management systems made for mining operations were used as models for irrigation projects all over the dry West. When former miners returned to settle communities, even simple new ideas like better camping gear and portable cooking methods spread throughout society. The financial systems that grew up around gold mining helped make modern banking and investing possible. The need to store, move, and trade gold led to the creation of safe vaults, dependable scales and assaying methods, and standardized ways to judge the value of precious metals. Some of the biggest banks in the world today started as banks that served mining communities. The boom and bust cycles that mining areas went through also taught important lessons about how to diversify the economy and make it last. Communities that were able to move away from economies that relied on mining and toward more varied economic bases often did the best in the long run. These experiences were some of the first examples of how communities that depend on resources could change when the economy changes. The tales and myths that came out of mining camps became part of the national mythology and have had an impact on literature, movies, and popular culture for generations. The idea of the independent prospector, the idealized view of life in mining camps, and the hope of getting rich through hard work became important parts of American and Australian culture. But maybe the most important legacy was psychological and spiritual. The gold rushes showed that regular people could go through very hard times when they were driven by strong dreams. They showed that social hierarchies weren't set in stone, that new communities could be built from scratch with just human willpower, and that the promise of change, both personal and social, was worth almost any sacrifice. The mining camps also taught people how to be strong as a community. Strangers could get together, form useful societies, and help each other through problems that would be too much for one person to handle. People in mining communities helped each other out in emergencies, took care of sick and injured people, and gave each other emotional support during tough times. These informal support systems became models for how to organize communities that had an impact on social development throughout the frontier period. The gold rushes were the first truly international migration patterns of the modern era, because they happened all over the world. People from all over the world, except Antarctica, took part in gold rushes, which made it possible for people to talk to each other and share their cultures. Former miners brought back to their home countries new ideas, stories, and ways of doing things, which spread across borders. The entrepreneurial spirit that was common in mining towns had an effect on the way economies grew in the areas where gold was found. The willingness to take risks, try new things, and quickly adjust to new situations became part of the business cultures in the area that still exist today. The entrepreneurial energy that first came out during gold rushes is still going strong in some of the world's most dynamic economies. Early conservation movements were also helped by experiences in mining camps. Miners were among the first people to see how bad the environment could get on a large scale, and to understand how important it is for communities to be healthy. Some of the first laws to protect the environment were passed because mining was hurting the environment. These laws set the stage for later conservation efforts. The medical knowledge that miners learned in camps through trial and error helped to improve field medicine, emergency treatment, and public health. Methods for treating injuries in remote areas, preventing disease in crowded places, and caring for mental health in isolated communities all worked in places other than mining camps. Innovations in education that came from mining communities also had a long-lasting effect. The informal schools and adult education programs that sprang up in mining camps showed that people could learn anywhere, that communities could offer educational opportunities even when things were tough, and that practical skills were just as important as formal academic knowledge. As your breathing slows and you start to fall asleep, think about how the resourcefulness and strength of gold miners in the 1800s still affect our world today. Their problems with extreme heat, lack of water, building communities, and adjusting to harsh environments can teach us a lot about the problems we face today. Climate change has made extreme heat a bigger problem for millions of people all over the world. Communities that are dealing with record-breaking heat waves and droughts are rediscovering and adapting the ways that miners learn to survive in dangerous temperatures. These include scheduling work around the sun's intensity, making effective shade and cooling systems, and conserving and managing precious water resources. Modern urban planners who want to design cities that will last often look to new ideas from mining camps. The quick formation of communities, the smart use of limited resources, and the democratic governance structures that were common in successful mining communities can be used as examples for modern problems like refugee resettlement, disaster, recovery and sustainable development in places with few resources. The miners' water-saving methods like careful rationing, systems that can be used more than once, and new ways to purify water are very similar to the methods being developed for areas where water is scarce today. People living in areas that are affected by drought are dealing with the same problems that miners did. How to live and thrive when water is scarce and unreliable. The psychological resilience that allowed miners to endure isolation, uncertainty, and physical hardship provides valuable insights for mental health professionals assisting individuals confronting contemporary stresses. The informal support systems, community-building practices, and strategies for making meaning that helped miners stay hopeful during tough times can also help people today who are dealing with economic uncertainty, social isolation, and environmental problems. Many modern business owners look to gold rush stories for inspiration, and there are real similarities. Modern entrepreneurs often leave safe situations to chase risky chances in tough situations, just like miners. The same traits that made miners successful, being willing to change quickly, learn new skills, and keep going even when things go wrong, are what make businesses successful today. The way that mining camps came up with new ways to use old tools, made new things with limited resources, and shared improvements with the rest of the community is similar to how modern tech startups and maker communities come up with new ideas. The spirit of finding practical solutions to problems that helped miners survive and thrive is still what drives human progress today. Efforts to restore the environment in areas where mining used to take place have taught us a lot about how ecosystems can recover, how to develop sustainably, and the long-term costs of getting resources. These experiences shape modern choices about protecting the environment, developing in a way that is good for the future, and figuring out how much it really costs to use natural resources. Mining communities were international, which was a sign of our modern globalized world. The cultural exchange, communication networks, and economic relationships that formed among miners from various countries established initial frameworks for international collaboration and cultural comprehension that persist in contemporary relevance. The simple daily routines that miners came up with, like working around environmental limits, keeping equipment in good shape with limited resources, and making comfort and community in tough situations, can help anyone who is trying to live well in less than ideal conditions. The medical and health practices that developed in mining camps, especially their focus on prevention, community health, and making do with what they had, have had an impact on how we provide healthcare in places where resources are limited. The ideas that came up in mining communities in the 1800s are still used in remote medicine, emergency care and public health strategies. Mining camps had egalitarian social structures that weren't perfect, but they were some of the first examples of merit-based societies where what you did mattered more than what you inherited. These experiences shaped the growth of democracy and still inspire movements for social and economic equality. The boom and bust economic cycles that were common in mining areas taught early lessons about how to diversify the economy, develop in a way that is good for the environment, and make communities stronger. These lessons are still used in modern economic planning and development. Communities that successfully transitioned away from mining dependence offered models for economic adaptation that continue to be applicable today. The stories and legends that came out of mining camps are still a big part of popular culture today. They also teach us important lessons about what people can do, how communities form, and how individual dreams can lead to group success. These stories remind us that regular people can do amazing things when they need to. As you drift off to sleep, think about all the people who were able to get through the heat, lack of water, loneliness, and uncertainty because they believed that change was possible. Their legacy isn't just the gold they found or the communities they built. It's also the fact that they showed that people can adapt, survive, and even thrive in the most difficult situations. The miners who worked in the hot sun, saved every drop of precious water, and built communities out of shared need and hope left us more than just stories from the past. They showed us how to be strong, come up with new ideas, and build communities that are still useful when we face problems that seem impossible to solve. Their capacity to discover joy and camaraderie amidst adversity, sustain hope in the face of uncertainty, and derive meaning from challenging experiences serves as a model for individuals navigating the complexities of modern existence. The same human traits that helped them survive and even do well in the tough conditions of mining camps in the 1800s, being able to change, being persistent, helping each other, and being stubbornly hopeful, are still what make people strong today. As the last embers of our pretend campfire fade away and the stars in the desert sky become clearer, take a moment to think about the amazing journey we've taken through the world of gold mining communities. These weren't superhuman people. They were normal people who found amazing amounts of strength, creativity, and community spirit when they were faced with challenges that would test anyone's limits. The miners who worked in the heat and kept their spirits up, who built thriving communities out of nothing but determination and need, and who used old tools and came up with new ways to get gold from the earth, remind us that people are much more resilient and creative than we think. Their stories aren't just interesting bits of history. They show that we all have abilities that are just waiting to be used when the time is right. In today's world, with air conditioning, dependable water systems, GPS navigation, and emergency medical services, it's easy to forget that our ancestors didn't have these things. The miners' ability to do well without modern technology and to make things safe and comfortable through working together and using their own skills is both humbling and inspiring. We can learn about how to adapt and keep going from their experiences with extreme heat. Their ways of saving water remind us not to waste valuable resources. Their ability to build communities shows us how people who don't know each other can become family when they work toward a common goal. Their technological advances show how useful it is to work together to solve problems and share information. But maybe most importantly, their stories show us that change is possible. People can change who they are, communities can grow from nothing, and hope can help people get through the hardest times. The same spirit that drove an Iowa farmer to leave his plow for a mining pan, or a Boston teacher to leave her classroom for a tent in the Sierra Nevada, still drives people to take risks, follow their dreams, and make their lives and the lives of those around them better. As you drift off to sleep, think of the tough miners coming back to their camps after a long day in the hot sun. They would gather around fires to eat, tell stories, and make plans for the next day. Their ability to find comfort and community under the stars, keep their dignity and humanity in the face of the toughest challenges, and keep working toward better futures despite daily hardships, is a powerful reminder of what people can do when they work together and support each other. They may have spent the gold they found a long time ago, and the communities they built may have changed into something completely different, but the spirit of resilience, innovation, hope, and community that they embodied is still as valuable today as any precious metal they ever took from the ground. Sleep well, knowing that you have the same ability to adapt, keep going, and build community that helped those miners survive and thrive in the blazing sun long ago. Their legacy lives on not only in the cities and institutions they helped build, but also in the ongoing story of humanity, which you are a part of. This story is about regular people doing amazing things when life demands it, and finding ways to find comfort, meaning and hope, even in the toughest situations. Sweet dreams. May your sleep be as peaceful as a mining camp under the stars, when the day's work was done and the possibilities for tomorrow stretched out forever on the horizon. You wake up at 4:30 in the morning, and the world outside your window is still wrapped in that thick, velvety darkness that makes even the gas street lamps look like lonely fireflies. Your feet hit the cold floorboards with a thud that echoes through your modest lodgings, and you're immediately reminded that being a Victorian postman isn't exactly a profession for those who enjoy sleeping in. Your bedroom chair's uniform appears to have endured decades of use. Your dark blue coat, with its brass buttons that never quite shine the way they're supposed to, bears the battle scars of countless encounters with rosebushes, aggressive geese, and the occasional projectile thrown by less than pleased recipients of overdue bills. Your leather satchel sits nearby, already showing signs of the day ahead. It knows it's about to be stuffed fuller than a Christmas turkey. You stumble downstairs to your landlady's kitchen, where she's already prepared your breakfast. Mrs. Henderson, bless her soul, understands that postmen need fuel for the journey ahead. She slides a plate of eggs, bacon, and thick-cut bread across the wooden table, along with a steaming mug of tea so strong it could probably walk the postal route by itself. The morning ritual begins with checking your pocket watch, a gift from your father when you joined the Royal Mail Service 3 years ago. It's already 5:15, which means you need to be at the sorting office by 6 sharp. Mr. Grimsby, the postmaster, has the temperament of a wet cat and the punctuality expectations of a railway conductor. Being late means facing his legendary scowl, which has been known to curdle milk from 3 streets away. You finish your breakfast, grab your cap, the one with the small hole where a particularly ambitious pigeon once mistook it for nesting material, and step out into the London morning. The air carries that distinct Victorian cocktail of coal smoke, horse manure, and the faint promise of rain that seems permanently suspended over the city like an indecisive visitor. The walk to the sorting office takes you past the baker's shop, where Mr. Pemberton is already pulling fresh loaves from his ovens. The warm, yeasty smell follows you down the street like a friendly dog. You wave through the window and he responds with a flower-dusted salute. These small morning rituals have become the comfortable rhythm of your working life. At the sorting office, you're greeted by the familiar chaos that would make a battlefield look organised. Sacks of mail are piled everywhere like fabric mountains, and your fellow postmen are already elbow-deep in the day's deliveries. There's Jenkins, who's been doing this job since before Victoria became Queen, and moves with the efficiency of a well-oiled machine. Thompson, the newcomer who still gets nervous about delivering to the fancy neighbourhoods, and old Murphy, who claims he once delivered a letter to Charles Dickens himself, though the story changes slightly each time he tells it. Your section of London covers approximately 4 square miles of winding streets, narrow alleys, and the occasional dead end that seems to exist solely to test your navigation skills. The mail in your bag represents a cross-section of human experience. Love letters that smell faintly of lavender, business correspondence with serious-looking seals, newspapers that will be outdated by tomorrow, and the inevitable collection of bills that make recipients look at you as if you personally decided to charge them for existing. You organise your letters by street and number, a process that requires the spatial reasoning skills of an architect and the patience of a saint. Each piece of mail has its personality. Some are thick and important looking, others are thin and apologetic, and a few are so mysteriously shaped that you wonder if someone's trying to post a small hedgehog. The morning preparation is almost complete. Your route is planned, your satchel is loaded, and your boots are laced tight enough to survive the day's adventures. As you step back onto the street, the city is beginning to wake up around you, and you're about to embark on another day of connecting people across the sprawling maze of Victorian London. Pembroke Street is your first stop, where the houses stand side by side like gossiping neighbours. Each front door tells its story. Some are painted bright red with polished brass knockers that gleam in the morning light, while others have seen better days and sport paint that's peeling like sunburned skin. You've learned to read these subtle signs like a detective. The well-maintained homes usually mean pleasant interactions, while the shabby ones might involve dodging flying objects or unwelcome commentary about the postal service. Mrs. Abernathy at number 12 is already waiting by her window, watching for your arrival with the intensity of a hawk spotting a field mouse. She receives letters from her sister in Edinburgh every Tuesday, and she's developed the uncanny ability to sense your approach from 3 blocks away. You slip the familiar envelope through her letter slot, and you can practically hear her shuffling excitedly toward the door before you've even stepped off her front steps. The rhythm of delivery becomes as natural as breathing after a while. Walk, sort, knock, deliver, repeat. But each house brings its own peculiar challenges. Number 18 has a letter slot positioned so low that reaching it requires the flexibility of a contortionist, while number 24's slot is so narrow you sometimes wonder if the architect designed it specifically to frustrate postal workers. Then there's the matter of the dogs. Every street has its collection of 4-legged critics, and they all seem to have strong opinions about the postal service. There's Duchess, a pompous poodle at number 7 who treats your daily arrival as a personal insult to her aristocratic sensibilities. She expresses her displeasure through a series of indignant yaps that sound remarkably like someone complaining about the weather in a foreign language you don't quite understand. At the other end of the spectrum is Brutus, a mastiff the size of a small pony who belongs to the butcher on Merchant Street. Despite his intimidating appearance, Brutus has apparently decided that you're his second favourite human, after his owner, and he greets your arrival each day by attempting to lick your face with a tongue that could double as a washcloth. Your strategy involves keeping a safe distance and a pocket full of the small biscuits that Mrs. Henderson slips into your lunch bag specifically for canine diplomacy. The variety of mail you carry reflects the full spectrum of human emotion and necessity. There are the obvious love letters. You can spot them from a mile away by their careful penmanship, and the faint scent of perfume that seems to follow them around like a romantic ghost. Business correspondence tends to travel in serious-looking envelopes with important-sounding return addresses, while family letters often arrive in batches, as if relatives suddenly remember they have things to say all at the same time. Some deliveries require special handling. Legal documents arrive with an air of importance that makes you walk slightly straighter, while medical correspondence often travels in discreet envelopes that seem to whisper about their contents. You've developed an almost supernatural ability to gauge the emotional weight of mail just by holding it. Good news tends to feel lighter somehow, while bad news seems to add extra gravity to your satchel. The morning progresses through the residential streets, where laundry hangs between buildings like celebratory bunting, and children peer at you from behind curtains with the curiosity reserved for exotic creatures. You wave at the familiar faces, the shopkeepers setting up for the day, the street sweepers making their eternal battle against London's dust and debris, and the occasional early-rising gentleman who tips his hat with the politeness that makes British society function like clockwork. By mid-morning, your satchel has lightened considerably, but your feet are beginning to remind you that they weren't designed for this much pavement pounding. The cobblestones that looked so charming in the early morning light now feel like they're personally designed to test the durability of your boot soles. You've learned to spot the loose stones that might twist an ankle, and navigate around the ones that seem to collect puddles, like magnets that attract iron filings. Your route takes you past the local tea shop, where the proprietor, Mr. Whitfield, always has a steaming cup ready for passing postmen. It's an unspoken agreement. You bring him news from the outside world through the mail you deliver, and he provides liquid encouragement for the journey ahead. The brief respite allows you to reorganize your remaining letters and plan the most efficient path through the afternoon's deliveries. As you venture into the more eccentric neighbourhoods of your route, you encounter the houses that make this job endlessly entertaining. There's Professor Blackwood's residence on Thornbury Lane, where the front garden looks like a botanical experiment gone wonderfully wrong. Exotic plants sprawl in every direction, creating a jungle that would make Darwin himself pause for consideration. The Professor occasionally emerges from this green chaos wearing clothes that suggest he dresses in complete darkness, and he always greets you with enthusiasm that borders on the manic. His mail consists primarily of scientific journals and correspondence from fellow academics scattered across Europe. The envelopes often bear foreign postmarks and wax seals that look important enough to start international incidents. You've learned to handle these deliveries with extra care, partly because they seem genuinely important, and partly because Professor Blackwood once spent 20 minutes explaining the reproductive habits of orchids when you accidentally bent one of his botanical magazines. 3 houses down lives Miss Cordelia Weatherby, a spinster who has turned suspicion into an art form. She receives your approach through her lace curtains with the wariness of someone expecting invasion at any moment. Her mail consists primarily of seed catalogues and letters from a mysterious correspondent who signs only with the initials RH. You've developed a theory that RH might be a long-lost romantic interest, but Miss Weatherby's expression when she receives these letters suggests the correspondence might be less romantic and more related to outstanding debts or legal matters. The delivery process at Miss Weatherby's house has evolved into an elaborate ritual. You approach slowly, making sure your footsteps are clearly audible to avoid startling her. You place the mail carefully through her slot, then retreat a respectful distance while she performs what sounds like a complex series of locks, chains and security measures that would make a bank vault jealous. Occasionally you hear her muttering commentary about the state of the world and the declining reliability of young people, though you're not entirely sure whether this criticism includes postal workers specifically. Then there's the Johnson household on Maple Grove, which operates like a small, chaotic republic. Mr. and Mrs. Johnson have produced 7 children ranging in age from barely walking to nearly adult, and their front yard resembles a toy battlefield where casualties include broken hoops, deflated balls, and at least 3 dolls that have seen better days. The children treat your arrival like a daily entertainment program, gathering at the window to watch you navigate their obstacle course of discarded playthings. Mrs. Johnson appears at her door looking like she's been wrestling with domestic responsibilities and losing gracefully. Her hair escapes from its pins in creative directions, and she usually has at least one child attached to her skirts like a small, determined barnacle. Despite the apparent chaos, she always greets you with genuine warmth and occasionally offers you a cup of tea that tastes like it was made by someone who understands the restorative power of proper brewing. The mail for the Johnson house reflects the family's busy life. Letters from grandparents, school notices, and an impressive collection of bills that would make a mathematician weep. Mrs. Johnson accepts these with the resigned expression of someone who has learned to find humour in life's persistent financial requirements. Your afternoon route also includes the mysterious house at the end of Wickham Street, where the elderly Mr. Ashford lives alone with what sounds like a small orchestra of cats. The music that drifts from his windows suggests he spends his days playing piano compositions that sound both beautiful and slightly melancholy. His mail arrives sporadically. Sometimes weeks pass with nothing. Then suddenly he receives thick packets from music publishers or thin letters that seem to carry more emotional weight than their size would suggest. Mr. Ashford himself remains largely invisible, though you occasionally catch glimpses of movement behind his heavy curtains. The milk bottles left on his step disappear and reappear with the regularity of a well-managed ghost, and the cats that inhabit his garden treat you with the aloof politeness reserved for useful servants who know their place in the household hierarchy. Each house on your route has developed its own personality over the months you've been delivering mail. You've learned to read the subtle signs. When the Hendersons are having financial difficulties, fewer letters, more bills. When the Clarks are expecting favourable news, Mrs. Clark watches from the window with hopeful expressions. And when the Thompsons are preparing for one of their famous dinner parties, invitations multiply like rabbits in their outgoing mail slot. London's November weather is unpredictable, dramatic, and seemingly designed to test your patience. This morning started with a light mist that felt almost pleasant, like walking through a cloud that decided to visit the city. But by noon, that gentle mist has transformed into a proper drizzle that seems determined to discover every gap in your clothing that you didn't know existed. Your waterproof coat, which looked so professional and weather-ready when the Postal Service issued it, now reveals its true character under actual precipitation. Water finds its way past your collar with the persistence of an uninvited guest, and your satchel, despite its supposedly water-resistant leather, begins to develop that damp smell that suggests your mail might arrive looking like it survived a minor flood. The cobblestones become treacherous when wet, transforming from merely uncomfortable walking surfaces into potential skating rinks for the unwary. You've developed a peculiar walking style that resembles a cautious dance, testing each step before committing your full weight. The locals who observe this careful progression from their dry windows probably think postal workers have developed their own form of street choreography, but weather is only one of the obstacles that make your daily route and adventure worthy of exploration novels. There's the ongoing construction project on Pemberton Street, where workers have apparently decided that the most efficient way to repair cobblestones is to remove them all at once, leaving behind a landscape that resembles a geological excavation site. Navigating this route requires the skills of a mountain climber and the patience of someone accustomed to bureaucratic inefficiency. The construction workers, bless their dust-covered souls, have developed a friendly relationship with the postal service. They warn you about particularly treacherous sections and sometimes even clear a path when they see you approaching with your bulging satchel. In return, you've become their informal news service, updating them on which houses are receiving intriguing mail and sharing gossip about neighbourhood developments that might affect their work schedule. Then there are the street vendors who transform certain corners into temporary marketplaces that seem to appear and disappear with magical unpredictability. Mrs. Patterson sets up her flower cart at the intersection of Oak and Elm every Tuesday and Friday, creating a fragrant obstacle that requires careful navigation. Her roses and carnations smell heavenly, but her cart blocks the most direct path to 3 different house numbers, forcing you to develop alternative routes that add precious minutes to your delivery schedule. The flower cart also attracts bees with the enthusiasm of a royal celebration, and you've learned to approach Mrs. Patterson's corner with the wariness of someone entering a diplomatic negotiation. The bees seem to view postal workers as potential threats to their floral paradise, and they express their concerns through aggressive hovering patterns that make mail sorting a delicate operation. Animal encounters extend beyond the domestic dogs and cats that populate most neighbourhoods. London's streets host a surprising variety of wildlife that seems determined to participate in postal delivery. There are the pigeons that treat your mail satchel as a potential roosting site, the occasional rat that regards your passing with the bold curiosity of a small urban philosopher, and the memorable incident involving an escaped parrot that spent an entire afternoon following you from house to house while providing colourful commentary on your delivery technique. The parrot, whose vocabulary suggested it had previous experience with sailors, seemed particularly interested in critiquing your route efficiency. It perched on garden gates and fence posts, offering suggestions that were both anatomically creative and utterly unprintable. Several residents emerged from their houses to witness this unusual postal procession, and you found yourself becoming an inadvertent street performance while trying to maintain professional dignity under avian supervision. Street conditions vary dramatically depending on the neighbourhood's economic status. The wealthy areas feature well-maintained pavements, regular street cleaning, and house numbers that are clearly visible from reasonable distances. These neighbourhoods make mail delivery feel like a pleasant stroll through an organised urban park. However, the working-class areas pose distinct challenges. Sometimes, house numbers exist only in theory, either painted on surfaces that have seen better decades, or hidden behind architectural features that suggest the original builders had a light-hearted approach to postal logistics. You've developed detective skills that would impress Scotland Yard, using context clues like neighbouring house numbers, architectural patterns, and the occasional helpful neighbour to locate your destination. The afternoon brings its own set of weather-related complications as the drizzle decides to upgrade itself to actual rain. Your boots, which felt perfectly adequate this morning, now squelch with each step like small portable swamps. The mail in your satchel requires constant protection, and you find yourself performing elaborate sheltering manoeuvres under overhangs, in doorways, and beneath the occasional tree that hasn't yet shed all its leaves. The beauty of being a postman lies not just in the physical act of delivery, but in witnessing the invisible threads that connect people across distances both near and far. Each letter in your satchel symbolises a relationship, a narrative, and a human connection that you have the honour to foster. After months on the same route, you begin to recognise patterns that reveal the rich tapestry of lives unfolding behind those front doors. Take Mrs. Eleanor Fitzgerald on Rosemary Street, who receives letters every Thursday from someone with elegant handwriting and expensive stationery. The envelopes always smell faintly of jasmine, and Mrs. Fitzgerald's entire demeanour changes on delivery days. She transforms from a somewhat stern widow, who maintains her garden with military precision, into someone who practically floats to her front door. You suspect these letters come from a gentleman admirer, possibly someone from her past who has recently reconnected. The way she clutches these letters to her chest before disappearing inside suggests romance that would make novelists weep with envy. Then there's young Timothy Hartwell, barely 16, who works as an apprentice at the clockmaker's shop, but dreams of adventure beyond London's sooty boundaries. His mail consists primarily of correspondence with various shipping companies and colonial offices. The thick packets of information about opportunities in India, Australia and Canada arrive with the regularity of someone seriously planning an escape. You've watched Timothy mature over the months, his letters becoming more focused and more specific. Last week he received what looked like official documentation from a trading company in Bombay, and his excitement was so obvious that his employer probably wondered why the boy suddenly started whistling maritime songs while repairing pocket watches. The Pemberton family presents a more complex story that unfolds letter by letter. Mr. Pemberton operates the bakery, but his wife receives regular correspondence from what appears to be a legal firm in Edinburgh. The letters arrive with the serious formality of legal documents, and Mrs. Pemberton's expression when she receives them suggests they concern matters more weighty than simple business transactions. You suspect there might be an inheritance involved, or perhaps property disputes from her family's past. The legal correspondence comes in waves, sometimes weekly, sometimes not for months, suggesting ongoing negotiations that require patience and considerable postage. Your route also includes the boarding house on Whitmore Lane, where Miss Adelaide Morton runs a respectable establishment for young working women. The mail volume at this address could supply a small post office independently. Each resident seems to maintain correspondence with family, friends, potential suitors, and various business contacts. Miss Morton herself receives letters from young women seeking accommodation, parents checking on their daughter's welfare, and what appears to be a romantic correspondence with someone who signs his letters with the initials JR and uses stationery that suggests comfortable financial circumstances. The boarding house mail reveals fascinating glimpses into the lives of young women navigating independence in Victorian London. There are letters that smell of tears and homesickness, others that practically vibrate with excitement about new opportunities, and the occasional thick packet that suggests either very favourable news or very detailed explanations of life choices that might not meet with parental approval. Perhaps the most intriguing correspondence on your route belongs to Mr. Algernon Blackthorne, who lives in the narrow house on Crescent Moon Lane. His mail arrives from the most exotic locations: postcards from Cairo showing pyramids and camels, letters bearing stamps from places you couldn't locate on a map without considerable assistance, and packages that rattle mysteriously when handled. Mr. Blackthorne himself appears to be some sort of collector or researcher, judging by the archaeological and anthropological publications that arrive monthly. His house windows display artifacts that suggest extensive travel, and you occasionally glimpse him through the glass, examining objects with the intensity of someone deciphering ancient mysteries. The children's mail provides its entertainment value. Young Margaret Woodhouse on Sycamore Street maintains an impressive correspondence with cousins scattered across Britain. Her letters arrive in batches, written in the careful handwriting of children trying to impress adults with their penmanship skills. The return correspondence suggests she's something of a central figure in her extended family's communication network, possibly because she's the only cousin old enough to write proper letters, but young enough to find everyone's news equally fascinating. Some residents receive mail that tells stories of hardship and resilience. Mrs. Catherine O'Brien, recently widowed, receives regular letters from Ireland that you suspect contain both emotional support and small financial assistance from relatives. The timing of these letters often coincides with particularly challenging periods. They arrive more frequently when rent is due, or when her children need new shoes. The Irish postmarks and the careful way she handles these letters suggest a support network that spans the Irish Sea, providing comfort that transcends geographical boundaries. And the afternoon section of your route takes you into the commercial district, where the pace of life accelerates like a wound-up pocket watch. Shop owners and clerks bustle about their business with the efficient energy of people who understand that time equals money, and every moment spent standing still represents potential profit walking past their establishments. The mail requirements here differ significantly from residential deliveries. Business correspondence arrives in larger volumes, legal documents travel with increased urgency, and commercial relationships generate paperwork that would impress government bureaucrats. Mr. Cornelius Blackwood operates a haberdashery that seems to exist in a state of organised chaos. His shop overflows with bolts of fabric in every conceivable colour and pattern, buttons that could outfit a small army, and ribbons that cascade from shelves like textile waterfalls. The mail delivery here requires patience because Mr. Blackwood treats every piece of correspondence as a potential treasure that might contain life-changing opportunities. He examines each envelope with the intensity of an art critic studying a masterpiece, turning letters over in his hands as if their external appearance might reveal their contents through some form of postal divination. The correspondence for the haberdashery reflects the complexity of Victorian commerce. There are invoices from fabric suppliers, letters from customers describing specific requirements for garments, that sound more complex than architectural blueprints, and regular communication from fashion houses in Paris that arrives with the air of containing state secrets. Mr. Blackwood often shares snippets of information about current fashion trends, speaking with the authority of someone who understands that clothing represents more than mere necessity. It's a form of personal expression that requires both artistic vision and practical skill. Next door, Mrs. Prudence Whitfield runs a tea and confectionery shop that has the delightful aroma of heaven, as if it decided to establish a retail location. The aroma of fresh-baked scones, imported teas and handmade chocolates creates an olfactory experience that makes your afternoon delivery rounds feel like a culinary tour of paradise. Mrs. Whitfield's mail consists primarily of orders from suppliers, letters from customers planning special events, and regular correspondence with relatives who apparently keep her informed about family recipes that have been passed down through generations of accomplished bakers. Mrs. Whitfield has developed the habit of offering postal workers small samples of her latest creations, which she claims require professional opinions from people who understand quality and appreciate craftsmanship. This generosity transforms mail delivery into an unexpected taste-testing experience that adds considerable pleasure to your working day. Her lemon drops could cure melancholy, and her shortbread cookies possess the power to restore faith in humanity's capacity for creating perfect things. The afternoon also brings you to Doctor, Pemberton's medical practice, where the mail takes on a more serious character. Medical correspondence often arrives in discreet envelopes that whisper about their contents, and you've learned to handle these deliveries with extra care. Dr. Pemberton himself appears to maintain professional relationships with colleagues across Britain and Europe, judging by the range of postmarks on his correspondence. Medical journals arrive monthly, thick with information about new treatments and discoveries that suggest the field of medicine continues evolving at a pace that requires constant study. In the doctor's waiting room, patients often watch your mail delivery with hopeful expressions, anticipating important news about their health. You've learned to maintain professional discretion about medical correspondence, understanding that the mail you carry might contain information that could significantly impact people's lives. The weight of this responsibility adds gravity to deliveries that might otherwise seem routine. Your route also includes several legal offices where correspondence arrives with the formality that suggests serious business transactions, property disputes, and the complex paperwork that accompanies Victorian society's relationship with bureaucracy. Mr. Harrison Blackstone, Esquire, operates from a narrow building that seems designed specifically for containing legal documents. His mail volume could supply a small library, and the variety of correspondence suggests involvement in everything from simple property transfers to complex business arrangements that require multiple participants and considerable negotiation. The legal correspondence often arrives in batches that seem coordinated with court schedules or important deadlines. Mr. Blackstone himself treats mail delivery as a critical component of his professional schedule, often waiting near his office window when he expects particularly important documents. The urgency with which he receives certain letters suggests that legal matters operate on timelines that make postal delivery a crucial element in the administration of justice. The commercial district also houses several businesses that seem to exist primarily for the purpose of generating correspondence. Import companies receive letters from suppliers scattered across the empire, shipping firms coordinate with captains and cargo handlers, and trading houses maintain relationships that span continents. The mail you carry represents the communication network that keeps Victorian commerce functioning like a vast, complex machine, where every letter serves as a small but essential component. As the afternoon light begins its gradual retreat behind London's perpetual curtain of coal smoke and city haze, you find yourself on the final stretch of your postal route. Your satchel, which began the day stuffed to capacity like an overfed Christmas goose, now hangs light against your hip, containing only the handful of letters destined for the furthest addresses on your circuit. Your feet have developed their own conversation with the cobblestones, a dialogue consisting primarily of complaints about the day's mileage and negotiations about tomorrow's anticipated challenges. The evening deliveries take you through neighbourhoods where gas lamps are beginning to flicker to life like earthbound stars, and the windows of houses glow with the warm yellow light that suggests families gathering for dinner, children completing homework assignments, and the comfortable domestic routines that make houses into homes. You catch glimpses of these private moments, shadows moving against drawn curtains, the silhouettes of people settling into their evening activities, and the occasional face peering out to observe the street's transition from day to night. Your last delivery of the day takes you to the cottage at the end of Honeysuckle Lane, where Mrs. Margaret Ashworth tends a garden that seems to exist in defiance of London's urban environment. Roses climb her walls with the determination of natural optimists, and her front yard blooms with flowers that suggest she possesses either supernatural gardening abilities or access to botanical magic. The letter you deliver today bears the return address of her grandson in Manchester, and her face lights up with the joy reserved for news from beloved family members. Mrs. Ashworth exemplifies why postal work transcends mere job responsibilities and becomes something resembling a calling. She depends on these letters to maintain connections with relatives scattered across Britain, and your role in facilitating these relationships makes you a participant in the preservation of family bonds that distance might otherwise strain. The gratitude in her expression when she receives mail from loved ones reminds you that postal delivery involves more than simply transporting paper from one location to another. You're carrying pieces of people's hearts wrapped in envelopes and sealed with hope. The walk back to the sorting office provides you time to reflect on the day's encounters and the fascinating complexity of human existence that reveals itself through mail delivery. You've witnessed romance blooming through carefully perfumed letters, business relationships developing across continents, families maintaining connections despite geographical separation, and individuals pursuing dreams that require correspondence with opportunities far beyond London's boundaries. Each letter you've delivered today represents someone's attempt to reach across distance and connect with another human being. The variety of handwriting styles, paper qualities, and envelope choices reflects the diversity of people who rely on the postal service to maintain their relationships and conduct their affairs. Every piece of mail, from the elegant script of educated correspondence to the careful printing of those struggling with literacy, embodies the weight of human intention and the hope that communication can bridge any gaps between sender and recipient. Back at the sorting office, you join your fellow postmen in the ritual of checking in mailbags, comparing notes about the day's challenges, and preparing for tomorrow's deliveries. Jenkins regales the group with stories about a runaway pig that disrupted his morning route, while Thompson shares his encounter with a household where the entire family gathered to witness the delivery of what appeared to be adoption papers. Murphy, as usual, has discovered new evidence supporting his claim about delivering mail to renowned authors, though his story today involves a different writer than last week's tale. The camaraderie among postal workers reflects the shared understanding that this job requires more than physical endurance. It demands patience, diplomacy, weather resistance, and the ability to find humour in situations that would test the sanity of less resilient individuals. You've all developed strategies for managing difficult deliveries, dealing with problematic weather, and maintaining professional composure when faced with customers whose relationship with postal workers ranges from worshipful gratitude to inexplicable hostility. As you prepare to leave the sorting office, Mr. Grimsby approaches with tomorrow's route assignments. Your section will include several new addresses where recent residents have requested postal service, and there's mention of a package delivery that will require special handling. The prospect of new challenges and unfamiliar streets adds anticipation to tomorrow's work. Each day brings the possibility of discovering new neighbourhoods, meeting different people, and facilitating connections you haven't yet imagined. You walk home through streets as familiar as your rooms. You know which corners collect puddles after rain, which dogs will bark at your approach, and which residents can be relied upon to offer friendly greetings. This knowledge represents more than geographical familiarity. It reflects your integration into the community you serve, your role as a connecting thread in the social fabric that binds neighbourhoods together. Tomorrow will bring another early morning, another loaded mail satchel, and another opportunity to participate in the vast network of human communication that keeps Victorian society functioning. The letters waiting to be sorted and delivered contain stories you haven't yet discovered, relationships you haven't yet facilitated, and moments of human connection that depend on your ability to navigate London's streets with reliable efficiency. As you settle into bed, your tired feet grateful for horizontal rest, you reflect on the peculiar satisfaction that comes from work that serves a purpose beyond personal advancement. Being a Victorian postman means accepting responsibility for maintaining the communication networks that enable love letters to find their recipients, business arrangements to proceed smoothly, families to stay connected across distances, and communities to function as interconnected webs of mutual dependence and support. The gentle rain that begins pattering against your bedroom window promises intriguing challenges for tomorrow's deliveries, but also guarantees that your services will be particularly appreciated by people who prefer to receive their mail without venturing into weather that makes staying indoors seem like the pinnacle of human wisdom.